Fake Folklore. This is a podcast series where I have taken the time to go through The Witch's Guide to Fairy Folklore by Eden McCoy, and we'll be going through each creature one at a time and discussing the reasons why it is not factual. In this series, I have integrated a lot of other people's work to explain to you the actual folklore behind all of these listed in the encyclopedia. I hope that you will see this as an opportunity to learn and to grow, so no matter what part of your witchcraft you are in, you will know exactly what you are getting yourself into. And now, let us begin. Hello everyone, yes, welcome to Fake Folklore. Now, this is episode 1, and I do apologize for not being able to get it out sooner. I wanted to do it last month, but life happened, I was very busy, so that didn't end up being something that I could do. But I'm releasing it now. So, as I have kind of mentioned previously, the reason that I am doing this is because I started going through a lot of the witch books that I had acquired over the years and really purging the ones that I don't need anymore. And in my purge, the one that I really got stuck on was this Witch's Guide to Fairy Folklore by Eden McCoy. And the reason for that is because I do believe that we need to actually be talking about the true folklore of these creatures that she has compiled within this encyclopedia. Because the truth of the matter is that a lot of the stuff within this book is homogenized. And that is uneducated and sometimes I think can be very dangerous because when people want to look into their culture and, deep dive some of the creatures that their ancestors came from, it's extremely important to know which creatures are in that region and which ones are not. And I know that that might be kind of a nitpick for some people, but it's truly very important. And the problem with 90s witchcraft is that no one was really fact-checking themselves or taking any, folklore classes, if they were even offered, you know what I mean? To really deep dive into any of these things. So what you end up getting is a lot of just kind of fluffy white witchcraft hearsay. And it's 2025. We don't need to be doing that kind of stuff anymore. So that is why I have been compiling this list. And the first one we're actually going to start out with for this section, because we are in the bees, is the Ballybogs. So according to this book, their land of origin is Ireland. Other origins, similar fairies known as Bogles, are part of Cornish and Welsh fairy lore. In northern England and on the Isle of Man, they are known as Boggans. Other names are Bogles, peat fairies, mudbogs, bugaboos, bogies. Their element is earth, appearance, and temperament. Ballybogs are mud-covered creatures of very small size. Their bodies are almost completely round, with their heads rising from their bulbous bodies without benefit of necks. They have long, spindly arms and legs, which look too thin and weak to support their weight. These solitary fairies can be helpful or baleful, but are usually said to be so stupid that it is hard to determine their temperament. They speak no known language and grunt and slobber instead of speaking. The English Boggans wear hooded cloaks and are more articulate, sly, slender, and troublesome than their Irish cousins. Most time active, all year. Lore. The Irish have reported seeing ballybogs at and near their peat bogs for centuries. Ireland has almost no natural coal or oil, and much of the country must rely on peat for its fuel needs, a commodity which must be collected periodically. The ballybogs seem relatively harmless, just unpleasant. Their function and purpose has never been ascertained, though it was once believed that ballybogs were the guardian spirits of the bogs. Up until medieval times in northern England, legends of ballybogs, or Boggans as they were called there, and their mischief were widespread. Until the 17th century, the rural English ritually reenacted games with the ballybogs and their king, an event which took place around Yule. The game involved the tossing up of numerous hoods, grabbing them, and racing with them back home, or in this case, a hometown pub, before the Bog Fairies, young men of the village, could touch the runners, as in a game of tag, with their staffs made of 13-bound willow branches. The object was to get the king's hood, which would then render protection to the community for the coming year. Numerous human bodies have been found preserved in the peat bogs of northern Europe, many displaying evidence of ritual sacrifice. It is possible that several thousand years ago, human sacrifices were made to placate the fairies of the bogs. Where to find them? At peat bogs or mud holes. How to contact? Ask them to manifest in the physical. Magical and ritual help? You can call to them to ask them to assist you in finding the best peat, but don't expect an intelligible answer. So like I said before, this was a lot of, homogenizing, and I'm going to turn it over to the mythology niche right now so he can give you a little bit more of an accurate description of the ballybogs. And we will also be going into these other names that she lumped together with these creatures, because most of them are completely different than what she says.
The ballybog is one of the more peculiar and lesser-known fey creatures of Irish folklore. It is a being deeply connected to the boglands, those ancient, mist-covered swamps that have long been shrouded in mystery. While many fey are depicted as beautiful or mischievous, the ballybog is something entirely different, strange, grotesque, and deeply tied to the untamed, natural world. Described as a small, hunched creature with thick, leathery skin covered in mud and moss, the ballybog is more earth and peat than flesh and bone. It is often said to have beady, glowing eyes peering out from beneath tangled, dripping strands of vegetation. Its stubby limbs, gnarled and thick, blend seamlessly into the bogs where it dwells. The ballybog is not a trickster like the leprechaun or a sinister force like the banshee, but rather a solitary primal fae, one with an eerie presence that seems to embody the land itself. In Irish folklore, the bogs were considered sacred places, both feared and respected. They were seen as gateways between the world of the living and the dead. Many ancient offerings, from weapons to jewelry, were thrown into bog waters as gifts to the gods or spirits. The ballybog, in many ways, represents this connection, a guardian of these ancient, untouched landscapes. Some stories suggest that these creatures were not always fey but were once human souls who wandered too far into the marshlands and were claimed by the earth, becoming part of the bog's eerie existence. There are tales of travelers getting lost in the misty bogs, only to hear strange, wet footsteps behind them. Some claim that encountering a ballybog is an ill omen, as it means the land does not welcome you. Others say they are harmless, little more than watchers of the swamp, observing intruders with curiosity but rarely interacting. However, one thing remains consistent. Ballybogs are creatures of isolation, tied to the land and never seen far from the wetlands they call home. The ballybog is not an evil creature, but it is an ancient one, bound to the landscape in ways that humans may never fully understand. In this way, it is not just a fae but a symbol of Ireland's deep connection to its land, its history, and the mysteries that still linger in the untouched corners of the world. Though rarely spoken of today, the legend of the ballybog still lingers in the misty wetlands, in the gnarled roots that reach from the earth and in the quiet, unsettling presence of the bogs that have existed for thousands of years. It is a reminder that some parts of nature remain untamed and that within the land itself, there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered.
So you fuckers ever heard of a bogle? A creature in Scottish mythology and folklore, and is essentially an arsehole? Like, they're not really friends of man, and they're not enemies, they're just pranksters, really. Bogles live entirely for the purpose of confusing and perplexing people, except the Barghest, but we'll get to that. The Barghest is a type of bogle. There's a few we're going to go over in the video. They'll do things like scream that they're drowning, and well, an evil spirit such as the Kelpie, which you guys love, by the way. I love you guys. May use this to kill people. Bogles not so. After someone runs to the river to try and save whoever is drowning, the bogle will be there waiting, just to laugh at its victim, really. Nothing sinister. Could be worse, you could be dragged down into the bottom of a lot. So let's talk about some types of bogles. First one is a shellycoat, which was actually the inspiration for this video. A shellycoat is one of 4 types of bogles we're going to talk about today. A shellycoat is most like the example I have given above. They shout that they are lost or drowning, and then will laugh in the face of their would-be saviour. The shellycoat, as you may have guessed, is covered in marine products and shells that would clatter and rattle about as he moved. Brag is another bogle who is known for his trickery. Now, instead of pretending it's drowning or lost, this one instead tricks people in a very different way. Transforming itself into a horse or a donkey, it will find an unsuspecting human, and when they climb on the brag, it will buck and rear until its rider falls into a puddle, pond or bush, and would then run off laughing. Next we'll look at the Headley Cow. This one doesn't actually come from Scotland, but instead from Northumbria. See, I told you guys, this one's explicitly Northumbria. Headley on the hill. And there's a fairy tale surrounding it. It's a specific one. It's like how Nessie is a Kelpie. It's a specific one. So the Headley Cow. This one's a bit more convoluted in its trolling, but let's look. So the creature would disguise itself as a pot on the road filled with gold. In the fairy tale I mentioned, a woman finds this pot and begins to drag it home. Every time she looks back, though, the pot has changed. First, the pot had changed into a lump of silver, which she is pleased about because it's less likely to be stolen and is almost as valuable. After this, it turns into iron, which she is pleased about yet again, as this will be much easier to sell. After this, she turns back and it turns into stone, and the woman is yet again pleased as she finds that this will make an excellent doorstop. When she gets the rock home, it transforms again and shows itself to be the Headley Cow. The woman then goes inside and is happy, considering how lucky she must have been to meet the Headley Cow. God, I wish I had this woman's perseverance. Don't you? So the last one is the Barghest. I told you we'd get to it. So the Barghest is the only one that could be considered an evil spirit. It's a monstrous dog with long claws and long teeth. Its coat is as black as night, and it serves as an omen of death. It would prey on travellers or people attempting to confront it with rituals or magic, leaving them cut up or disfigured. A wound delivered by the Barghest's claw will never ever heal. So I wouldn't get in its way even if you did think you were going to win. This one can also be found in the north of England too. And since I live there, I probably shouldn't pet random dogs anymore. It's not going to stop me. In some traditions, especially Northumbrian, there are other things classed as bogles, such as giants and jotans, but these are also jotans only interested in pissing people off. So that was what a bogle was.
Bogies are shadowy creatures from English folklore, known for lurking in dark places and scaring unsuspecting victims. Often depicted as amorphous, mist-like beings with glowing eyes, they thrive on fear but rarely cause harm. Legends warn travelers and children to avoid the places where bogies hide.
These amazing and heartwarming guys are a type of changeling known as Boggans, and they were originally born from the dreams of the home, the hearth, and the people who tend it. They view honest work as fun, which is why they have the unique ability of being able to accomplish any task involving physical labor or craftsmanship in 1/3 of the time, but only while being unobserved. Boggans are sadly charitable to a fault and cannot resist offering aid when it is needed. A Boggan struggling with crippling debt will still empty his pockets for a panhandler, or a Boggan with a flu and 100-degree fever will still get out of bed to pick up that package that you really need.
So those were the distinctions, and like I said, they are very important. So the next one that we're actually going to get into here is the Barabaos, or the Masseriol. So the description here is land of origin is northern Italy and Iberian Peninsula. Other origins are not known. Other names are Masseriols, who prefer city life to the country, are called Barabaos and are native to Venice. Their element is earth. Their appearance and temperament. The Masseriol dresses all in red, has an elderly face and a booming laugh that is somewhere between the cry of a horse and a goat. He can be helpful, but he has a very high opinion of himself. He is plump, but always impeccably well dressed and groomed. They always are. Most time active all year. The lore is Masseriol means little farmer, and they have been known to occasionally help out on farms as long as they don't have to get themselves dirty. They can also be of help in the kitchen when one of them has taken a shine to the lady of the house. The Masseriol fancies himself a ladies' man and has a fetish for young girls whom he woos to his mountain lair to dance for him. No harm comes to these girls, though the experience can be unnerving. Where to find them? In rural Italy and on farms in fairyland. How to contact? Make an invitation while in a circle. Magical and ritual help. He can help tend livestock, pets, and gardens. Females, keep yourself protected if you wish to contact a Masseriol. Males should not hesitate to try and communicate with him. Now, I looked. I put this into YouTube, couldn't come up with anything. And I also put it into a general Google search. Now, it looked like the Masseriol actually did come up, but the websites that it came up on, I cannot trust them. And the reason for that is because things that I've noticed is that stuff like this was written in these types of books in the 90s, and then people would just kind of take it as gospel, and then they would repeat it over and over again, you know, on websites for like little encyclopedias of fairies and stuff like that. But as far as I could tell, there's no record of these creatures even being real or even being something that the culture celebrates or knows of. Now, if there is kind of some, you know, northern Italian or Iberian Peninsula creature that is known as the Little Farmer, please, 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 somebody tell me in the comments, because I couldn't find anything. So, as of right now, I'm putting the firm stamp on this one that it is completely entirely made up. I do not know where McCoy got this. So the next creature that we are going to talk about here is actually the Basilisk. Now, it's kind of important because, again, the homogenization does happen in this particular description of the creature, but we will get into it. So, according to McCoy, the land of origin for the basilisk is Greece. Other origins are Eastern Europe, Western Russia, and the Baltics. Other names are the Cockatrice, and I made a note here that says that it's not quite the same creature, but again, we'll get into it. The element of the basilisk is fire. The appearance and temperament, the basilisk has the body and head of a huge golden snake, but on its head sits a red comb like that of a rooster. It also has 2 arms, which it uses to increase the speed of its slithering and to hold the front half of itself upright. It is highly poisonous and is reputed to hate humans. Most time active is all year. The lore. The basilisk was considered by the Greeks to be the most deadly creature alive. It can kill by looking at, touching, or breathing on a human being or animal. Those who have tried to slay it are killed instantly by the release of the poisonous gases which make up the inside of the creature. The only animals which can destroy it are the crow, the rooster, the weasel, and the mongoose. It can also be killed by being shown its own hideous reflection in a mirror. Killing a basilisk has the instant impact on its numbers because it reproduces slowly, taking 9 full years for its eggs to hatch. Greek mythology tells us that the eggs are laid by enchanted roosters and then hatched by toads. It is interesting to note that other than its native poison, there is no other reason to believe this creature dislikes humans any more than any other poisonous animal does. Despite its serpentine appearance, the basilisk is deathly afraid of snakes. Where to find them? Fairyland. How to contact? Unknown. If you run into one in Fairyland, immediate retreat is advised. And that's kind of it for this one. But like I said, the homogenization. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Mythical Factory here, and they are going to go into a much better description of the basilisk.
The basilisk figures among the most emblematic and known mythical creatures nowadays. Its appearance and origins evolved a lot over the years, as well as its importance and place among European folklore, but it remained one of the deadliest mythical creatures in history. Today, we will go over the origins and myths surrounding this fabulous beast. The basilisk's origins are rather vague and uncertain, like most mythical creatures. Some say that the myth might have started with reports of deadly cobras in ancient times because they shared many similarities with the basilisk, like having the ability to spit poison, to kill humans with a single bite, and of course having the same common enemy, mongooses. It is said that the basilisk is born from a toad or an old rooster's egg incubated under a cockerel for a while. What hatched from it is a snake-like creature whose destructive and deadly powers had no match. One of the earliest legitimate attestation of the basilisk in history was in Pliny the Elder's Naturalis Historia. The Roman author compared the creature to another legendary beast, the Katoblepas, an Ethiopian mythical beast. Both mythical creatures had one common ability. Those who met the eyes of these creatures were struck by immediate death. As I said earlier, the description of the basilisk evolved a lot, ranging from ancient times up until about the 17th century. Originally, it was described as a small grass snake that advanced with its thorax upward, unlike other snakes, and it also had some sort of protrusion on the top of its head that looked like a crown, which is why the basilisk was also known as the Serpent King. However, later on during medieval times, in bestiaries, the basilisk was portrayed as a much larger reptile that sometimes breathed fire as well. It was around that time as well that ways to escape or counter the basilisk's power came along. One of the ways to counter a basilisk was to always carry a crystal globe to reflect the creature's deadly stare, and thus killing itself. The second way was to always carry a weasel or a mongoose, since they were known to be the eternal enemies of basilisks. And finally, the other ways to counter a basilisk was to carry a cockerel because the crowing of the animal made the mythical beast insane and always ended up dying after hearing it. The basilisk is also often represented as a hybrid between a rooster and a large reptile. It would look like a massive rooster with reptilian eyes, but with a long snake or dragon tail instead. It was said that every part of the basilisk's anatomy was deadly and extremely poisonous. Any living thing that was touched, breathed on, or even seen by the mythical beast was met with painful death. Indeed, its breath, its gaze, and even its saliva were fatal for not only humans, but pretty much any living creature. The destructive powers of the basilisk were said to be the cause of the very low population in the deserts of Libya and the Middle East, where it was said that the creature originated from. Throughout history, the basilisk was mostly associated with evil and death. It was often used by the Christian church during medieval times to symbolize demons or the devil himself. Therefore, it was common to see statues and carvings representing the creature on the church's murals. It was also around the same time that the basilisk was included in the heraldry of various European noble houses.
Welcome, truth seekers and myth enthusiasts, to another intriguing episode on Mindful Wake. Our channel delves into myths, legends, and captivating facts from all corners of the globe. Today, our journey takes us into the realm of the legendary Cockatrice. The Cockatrice, a creature of myth and legend, a beast so deadly that its gaze could turn a man to stone. Born from the folklore of medieval times, the cockatrice was often depicted as a two-legged dragon or serpent-like entity, crowned with the head of a rooster. Its image was as odd as it was terrifying. This creature was not to be trifled with, for its breath and gaze were believed to be fatal. The cockatrice was no ordinary beast. Its powers were the stuff of nightmares. Legend has it that a mere gaze from this creature could turn you into stone, a fate as chilling as death itself. And if you were unfortunate enough to survive its petrifying stare, you'd then face its lethal breath, potent enough to wilt life in an instant. With the wings of a dragon, it soared through the skies, casting a shadow of dread below. Such was the terror of the cockatrice that even the bravest knights feared its name. But fear not, for every beast has its weakness, and the cockatrice was no exception. According to the lore, the simple crowing of a rooster was enough to silence this beast, its voice being a fatal melody to the cockatrice's ears. But the creature's vanity was its true downfall. The moment it caught sight of its own reflection, it would perish instantly, a fate befitting of this deadly narcissist. Thus, even the mighty cockatrice had its Achilles heel. So there you have it, the tale of the cockatrice, a creature of myth and terror.
So the next creature that we are going to move on to here is the Bean-Fionn. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is Ireland. Other origins are Germany and England. Other names are water women. In Germany, she is called the Weisse Frau, and she is somewhat more benevolent than her Irish version. The Weisse Frau is very protective of children, and a kiss from her renders a child almost indestructible. She has also been known to give directions to lost travelers. She will, however, drown those who displease her or who hurt and abuse children. In England, she is called Jenny Greenteeth, or the Greenteeth woman, which has become a generic name for these types of drowning fairies in English-speaking countries. The element is water. Appearance and temperament. The Bean-Fionn, or I guess Bean-Fionn, which literally means white woman, is a watery female fairy in a white gown who lives beneath lakes and streams and reaches up to drag under and drown children at play or work near or in the water. Most time active is all year. Lore. The Bean-Fionn may be one of those fairy forms which exists not as a whole being, but as an incomplete thought form created from the collective fears of personal past. In fact, she may have been created by parents who wished to warn their children away from dangerous lakes and rivers. An English nursery rhyme echoes the sentiment of these worried parents. "Mother, may I go out for a swim?" "Yes, my dearest daughter. Hang your clothes on a rowan limb, and don't go near the water." Other European cultures have their own water women, which function in the same manner as Bean-Fionn's. We can be grateful that there is believed to be only one of her in each of these lands. Where to find her? Possibly in dark lakes where drownings have repeatedly occurred. How to contact? There is probably no way to contact her because she may not exist, except in the most rudimentary astral form. Contact is probably not a good idea anyway. So I looked for specifically the name of Bean-Fionn, and I could find nothing. There is a legend about Fionn and the she, which, you know, that would be more of like a folk character interacting with the fairies. That's not the same thing as, you know, a woman of the water, such as these other ones that are listed here. So I'm going to turn it over to other people right now so they can actually give more nuances to the Weisse Frau and Jenny Greenteeth. Even though I did put this into YouTube, couldn't find anything. And then I did put it into Google, and Google's AI told me basically what this is telling me, but that cannot be trusted, because that would mean that it is pulling from McCoy's book, and someone uploaded McCoy's text into the AI chatbot. So, anyway.
The Weisse Frau, or White Lady, haunts the forests and castles of Germany, embodying a tragic tale of love and loss. Legend has it that she was once a noblewoman who fell deeply in love with a handsome knight. Their love story was destined for tragedy, as the knight met a sudden demise in battle. Heartbroken, the lady donned a white dress, roaming the woods in eternal grief. Locals claim to hear her mournful cries echoing through the night, warning travelers of impending doom. Lesser-known accounts suggest she appears to those facing their own tragedies, offering comfort or a chilling omen. This spectral figure serves as a poignant reminder of love's enduring, yet sometimes sorrowful legacy.
In Germany, there is a legend about the Weisse Frau, or White Lady, who is said to be the spirit of Countess Kunigunde of Orlamünde. She was accused of infidelity and sentenced to death by her husband in the 13th century. Since then, her ghost has been reported haunting the castle and its surroundings.
This folklore is from my home county of Lancashire. It's a tale of Jenny Greenteeth. Younger people probably won't remember this local story. Like most tales, they fade over time. Jenny Greenteeth is described as an evil water hag who has green mottled skin, long hair and sharp pointed teeth. Lurking out of sight beneath the beds of duckweed in ponds, canals or even gravel pits, she will attempt to drown children or the elderly if they get too close to her, dragging them down into the water and out of sight. Once a victim is drowned, Jenny will then eat them all up. The name Jenny Greenteeth is closely linked to Lancashire, particularly the southwest, as well as the city of Liverpool. Similar names are recorded in nearby counties like Cheshire, where she is called Ginny or Jeannie Greenteeth, or simply Wicked Jenny. Her description and behaviour is notably similar to that of a Grindylow, another water spirit closely linked to northern England.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. Today we're going to be looking at an entity called Ginny Greenteeth, also known as Jenny Greenteeth in some places. She is said to haunt the waters of northwest England. I actually first heard this story whilst I was on a Halloween ghost tour around Manchester. As we were walking along the canal's edge, our tour guide warned us not to stand too close to the water for fear that Ginny Greenteeth might reach out and get us. Descriptions of Ginny vary, but most commonly she appears as a human-looking female water spirit with long straggly hair, green skin, sharp fang-like teeth, elongated arms and long taloned fingers. She's said to lurk in various bodies of water across the northwest. The presence of duckweed in a pond is a sure sign that Ginny Greenteeth haunts that area. This is an aquatic weed that grows right across the surface of a pond. Ginny is said to hide underneath the duckweed so she can lurk unseen, waiting for her victims. Early tales of Ginny had her haunting mostly rivers and ponds, but as industrialisation changed the landscape in some of these areas, she began to haunt the canals and sewer systems of modern cities. In recent times, she's become somewhat of a Pennywise type creature. Children who have heard the tale of Ginny will avoid sewer grids for fear that she might be hiding down there watching them. She seems to favour small children and the elderly. Straying too close to the water's surface can put you in imminent danger. At any moment, Ginny can reach up with her long bony fingers and drag you beneath the surface to feed on your drowning body. At night time she can be seen high up in treetops, watching for her next meal. An eerie moaning noise heard on the wind is a warning that Ginny is nearby. Although Ginny Greenteeth only haunts the northwest of England, there are very similar tales all over the country. For example, close to where I live in the northeast of England, there's a very similar entity called Peg Powler. This is a female spirit that's said to haunt the River Tees. Apart from having a different name, she seems to be exactly the same as Ginny Greenteeth in every other way. In other parts of the country, she's known as Nellie Longarms, or the Grindylow, or any other host of names. Where this tale originated from is unknown, but very similar creatures also appear in folklore across the world. Tales such as the Nokken from Germanic folklore, the Japanese Kappa, or the Storm Hag from Lake Erie in America bear a striking resemblance to Ginny Greenteeth. It could be that all these stories originate from the same source, some sort of proto-Ginny, something that occurred way back at the dawn of man and lodged itself in our collective consciousness. It's easy to see why these stories come about though. Pools and streams can be dangerous places for unsupervised children. A duckweed-covered pond can look like a solid walkable surface. A child tries to step on the surface, they fall in and the weeds close up over the top, making it seem like they vanished without a trace. I can imagine how in more superstitious times they might attribute such an event to the work of an evil spirit. A few more similar drownings and then a pattern emerges, and so the legend of Ginny Greenteeth is born. This raises the question though, why are these stories so similar? It's almost always a woman with green skin and sharp teeth. You'd think if these stories emerged just as a way to explain random drownings, then the descriptions of the entity would also vary, but it seems very uniform between stories. It kinda makes me wonder if our ancestors knew something we don't. Maybe there's more truth to this story than we think. Today the legend endures mostly because it's a useful way for parents to stop their kids going too close to the water when they're not around to supervise them. In the same way we might tell kids that Santa is watching them so that they don't misbehave, Ginny Greenteeth exists as a sort of omnipresent threat, something that could be lurking under any water surface just waiting for them to get too close. Personally, I think it'd be easier just to teach kids about the dangers of drowning rather than give them nightmares about a green-skinned cannibalistic hag, but hey-ho, different strokes for different folks. So, next time you find yourself at a duckweed-choked pond or a particularly murky stretch of canal, keep an eye out and don't stray too close to the water's edge. You never know. Ginny might be there, waiting for her next victim.
So the next one that we're going to talk about here is the Banshee. The land of origin is Ireland. And before I kind of read what McCoy wrote here in this book, I apologize in advance for my pronunciations for some of these Welsh and or Cornish sounding names. I don't speak Welsh or Cornish. Or any of those dialects of those particular peoples on the island, so I'm going to do my best, but apologies in advance. But anyway, the other origins for the Banshee, according to McCoy, none known, but other fairies which announce a death are found worldwide. The Banshee is also part of other Celtic lore, though she is not as deeply associated with these places as with Ireland. Other names: Washer of the Shrouds, Washer of the Banks, Washer at the Ford. Banshee is the anglicized spelling, the one commonly used in Canada and the United States. She's called Caoineag in Scotland, a word which literally means one who keens. The Cornish call her Cyhyraeth. The Welsh know her as either Cyhyraeth or Gwrach-y-Rhibyn, meaning hag of the dribble. And the Welsh, she can sometimes appear as a male. In Brittany, they call her Cwn Annwn. She appears as a washerwoman in Ireland, washing burial shrouds at a river or stream. She's probably called the Ben Tighe. Element is water. Appearance and temperament, the Banshee, or Woman Fairy, is another well-known and much feared Irish fairy, though some may classify her as a ghost. She is always female and always appears in a filmy, full-sized human form. Long, stringy hair, partially covered with a hood, and a white gown or shroud are part of her attire, as in a wet and ghost-like appearance, as if she had just been fished from a moss-covered lake. Her appearance varies by region. In Donghel, she is green-robed, and in the County Mayo, she is black-clad. In Cornwall, she is said to have long black teeth. Most time active, at night, before a death. The lore. The Banshee's keening, morning wail can be heard at night prior to a death, and her lamentations are still heard all over Ireland when death is near. Usually, these fairies are attached to a particular family or local, though the latter is not so common. Many believe the Banshee to be attached only to the old noble families of Ireland, those of Milesian descent. And a little bit of a side note here, I actually went to go look up that particular lineage, and they're actually from Iberia and may not have even been real in the first place. So just bear that in mind. The origins of the Banshee have been lost in time, but it is reasonable to assume that she represents a mother form from the Irish land of the dead. Cwn Annwn. In an old Ireland, Cwn Annwn was also known as the Land of Women, and was believed that upon physical death, a soul was reabsorbed into the womb of the Great Mother, or into some other woman form, to await rebirth. Some persons who have heard the Banshee do not report her mournful keening as being frightening at all, but oddly comforting. But the majority find her sound bone-chilling and terrifying. Occasionally, a Banshee is seen at a river washing and winding sheets, which will soon become a shroud. The Washer of the Ford is an old Celtic legend which stems from this belief. To see the washer meant that a major life-changing event was about to occur, and it was a fearsome sight. If later that night any of your candles burned in a winding pattern, like a shroud, you would know that death was to visit your own household. In Scotland, she has been seen squatting near the door of the one about to die. In Cornwall, she stands near the window of the one who is about to die and flaps her wings against the glass. In doing this, she is often mistaken for a crow, the bird associated with the crone goddess in Celtic mythology. Special keening, Caoineag music used at wakes in Ireland is said to have come from the Banshee's own lamentations. In more modern folk stories, it is said that if a group of Banshee are seen or heard together, it means that a very great or holy person is about to die. However, the folklore does not tell us what constitutes greatness or holiness, nor does it give any example of when such a phenomenon as this has ever occurred. Where to find them? In the winter in Fairyland. How to contact? Contact not advised. So there are so many stories of the different people in this particular little section, which, well, you'll just have to see with the people that I actually am going to have present, because again, the homogenization, especially of this creature, is pretty substantial. So we're going to go through it one by one.
The rivers and streams, found all throughout Scotland, are known to be dangerous, as this is where many dark and wicked spirits dwell, like the Kelpie or the Shellycoat. When dealing with the Fae, nothing is as it seems. Even an old woman washing her clothes in the water may turn out to be a portent of death, a messenger from the other side, the Benea. The Benea, known as the washerwoman or washer at the ford, is said to be an omen of death. She can commonly be found in dark, lonely places, next to streams or pools. Here the spectral woman washes the blood-stained clothes of those about to die. Many suggest that only those doomed to die could see the washerwoman, but this is not always the case. In the Highlands, there was a belief strongly held that if a woman died during childbirth, her soul would be trapped by the Fae, and she would become a Benea, doomed to perform the hideous task of bringing the message of death to others for all time. Some say that this terrible fate could be avoided if the dead woman's clothes were washed in a river on the day she died. If not, her spirit would wash the clothes of the dead for eternity. There are many different descriptions of the Benea, and she seems to have different properties depending on her location. In Perth, it is said that the creature was a small, overweight woman, dressed in green, and if you were able to get between her and the river, your life would be spared. On the Isle of Skye, the Benea was said to take the form of a small yet pitiful child. If you could sneak up behind the child and grab her, she would reveal to you when and how you would die. If the spirit sees you first, then you would become paralysed for the remainder of your life. One of the stranger descriptions of the Benea comes from the Isle of Mull, where she is said to have unusually long breasts. These would interfere with her washing, so it was common practice to have them slung over a shoulder. This way the breasts would hang down her back. It is said in Mull that if you saw this spirit, not to walk away. Instead, quietly approach from behind and suckle from the breasts. Claiming to be a foster child, she would accept you as kin and grant you whatever knowledge you seek. She would even cease her washing if the clothes were that of her new kin or their friend. On the other hand, someone who was kin of the Benea could offer the blood-soaked clothes of an enemy and seal their fate. The most common description, however, is that of a tall, malnourished woman, old and shriveled, with a large hooked nose and a single nostril. Her arms ended in rough, calloused hands with sharp, claw-like nails. The same was true of her webbed feet. A terrifying sight to behold in a dark evening. Like the others, this creature could be apprehended and mastered, forced to communicate at the tip of a blade. Being a spirit of the other realm granted the Benea immense knowledge and power. Some even thought that by capturing the spirit, they could force her to grant them their greatest wish. Many have tried and failed to tame the Benea and suffered a foul death as punishment. At times the washerwoman was known to sing an eerie, mournful dirge as she soaked the blood-stained garments. Some thought that if you heard this song, you would be fated to die a violent death. Others said that the song itself was a portent for a great calamity. The Benea is often compared with the Irish Banshee. The Banshee is a mythical fae being from Irish folklore. It is said that those who hear the scream of the Banshee were doomed to die. However, this is not an accurate comparison, as the Banshee is far more malevolent. The Benea is forced to wash the blood from the clothes. She is a spirit trapped against her will, and takes no pleasure in her endless task. A more accurate comparison to the Irish Banshee would be the Scottish Caoineag, a fae spirit commonly heard wailing and crying before a catastrophe. Many say that the cries of a Caoineag were heard the night before the massacre of Glencoe, but that may be a tale for another time. The washerwoman who portends death is actually quite a common concept in Celtic mythology. One of the oldest tales comes from Brittany in France and tells of Les Lavandières, or the Midnight Washerwoman. This would be a group of 3 women who would go down to the water's edge at midnight and clean the shrouds of those about to die. In France, it is said that these women would ask passers-by to aid in the cleaning. The washerwoman would drown those who refused to aid in their task. In Wales and Cornwall, passers-by would try to avoid the washerwoman, as if they were seen they would be forced to help wring out the sheets. It was said that if a helper twisted the sheet in the same direction as the washerwoman, it said that their arms would be torn from their sockets and their body engulfed by the sheet. On the other hand, if they twisted the sheet in the opposite direction, they would be granted 3 wishes. It is interesting that the spectral washerwoman can be found in all Celtic lands, apart from England. There are some scattered tales on the English border, but it is not prevalent in the folklore of the country. Religious scholars have suggested that these washerwomen may in some form represent the triple goddess of the old Celtic tradition. In Scotland, the triple goddess was not worshipped. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The people of the old Scottish Highlands feared these deities and would perform rituals and magics to keep them away. Known as the Caoineag Mór, or divine hags, all the workings of nature belonged to these women. The Pictish belief in the goddesses of nature seemed to be indigenous to Scotland and predate the Celtic triple goddess. In the ancient Pictish tradition, there was many matriarchal customs. The Picts recognised succession only by the female line, and would in their own way venerate the female rulers of nature. On the subject of old deities, there are some tales of the B'nea that suggest she was the Celtic goddess Clota, which is the patron goddess of the River Clyde and was worshipped by a Welsh tribe who lived in the Strathclyde area during the Roman invasion. In all, the B'nea, or the washerwoman, is an incredibly interesting being and can be traced back through many countries and many years. But still to this day, there are dark, lonely lochs and rivers hidden away within the deepest forests of Scotland, where the Doineshi still rule, and the tormented soul of the B'nea toils away with her endless task. Thank you for listening.
Hello and welcome to the Ghosts and Folklore podcast. I'm Mark Rees, and on each episode, I investigate a different, weird, and wonderful subject. And on this episode, we are going to explore a terrifying supernatural sound, a ghostly wail that might be heard drifting on a cold winter's night, floating on the icy breeze, a sound that can only mean one thing to those who hear it, for this is a death omen, and to hear this sound means that death is nigh. So, a nice, cheerful subject. And so, to begin at the beginning. And this episode is dedicated to the spine-chilling spectre known as the Cyhyraeth. Cyhyraeth, which is spelt Cyhyraeth, Cyhyraeth, which is a Welsh death omen, a good old death omen that is heard rather than seen. For example, one of the most popular death omens in Welsh folklore is the corpse candle, y Canwyll Corff, which appears like a glowing ball of light, hence the name. And the size and the shape and the speed and the colour of this corpse candle offers up some hints as to who is going to die. So the bigger the light, the older the person may be, and the more lights there are, the more people that are going to die. Now, a death omen, like the corpse candle, is seen when it's encountered. It is seen rather than heard, floating around in the dark forests at night. But there are death omens for different senses. Maybe you can feel them, smell them, taste them, or in this case, hear them. Actually, I'm not sure about tasting them. I might have just made that one up. I'll have to double check that one. Although Welsh folklore is quite weird, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is a death omen you can taste. But you can certainly see them, as is the case with the corpse candle, and you can certainly hear them. Otherwise, this would be a very short episode, as is the case with the Cyhyraeth. And for a description of the Cyhyraeth, we can turn to a 19th century folklorist who tells us that it is a particularly loud, groaning spirit that has long been heard making a terrifying noise along the Glamorganshire coast, along the Glamorganshire coast, so from Aberthaw to Porthcawl and beyond, it can be heard wailing, drifting slowly towards the shore, towards the terrified landlubbers standing on the sand. This sound, this death omen, is coming towards them from far out at sea, from some distant, dark place in the ocean. And this noise does work a lot like the waves themselves. You could call them sound waves in a way if you wanted to make a bad pun, because these moaning sounds go up and then back down in volume. They increase and they decrease in volume with the ebb of the tide. So as the waves go up, the volume goes up. As the waves come down, the volume comes down. And it is in this way that the sound creeps up on its victims. It lulls them into a false sense of security, the way it keeps going up and down, appearing and disappearing. Because at first you might think, what is that strange sound? But then it fades away and you think, it was nothing. But wait, it's back. There's that strange sound again. Oh, and it's gone again. And it goes up and down until all of a sudden, bang, it surprises you. It surprises its victim with a deafening cry from out of nowhere. And if one death omen wasn't bad enough, one loud banging sound creeping up on you wasn't enough, well, I did mention the corpse candles just now, and the Cyhyraeth, we are told, are occasionally accompanied by a number of these corpse candles bobbing on the waves, these sinister lights that hover on the water and foreshadow a wreck. And if you hear the Cyhyraeth scream, wailing at the same time, this is a warning that the bodies will soon be washed ashore, which is a particularly grim image to conjure in your mind. But the corpse candles themselves, they say there's going to be a wreck. And then the Cyhyraeth tells you that the bodies will also be washed ashore soon afterwards. Now that is the Cyhyraeth at sea, the Cyhyraeth that crashes to shore on the waves. And if you're thinking, well, that's fine because I live in a nice big city and I haven't seen the sea in years, I'm perfectly safe, thank you very much. Well, it just so happens the Cyhyraeth is just as deadly inland, if not more deadly than it is at sea, because we are told that on land it rattles windows and opens doors as it moans through the empty streets at night. So inland, the Cyhyraeth rattles windows, opens doors as it moans through the empty streets at night. So it's worth remembering that the next time you are out and about walking after dark, maybe you're walking home from the pub late at night, or rushing about to do that last minute Christmas shopping, or whatever people do when they're out and about after dark at this time of year. If a wind rushes past you, if it rattles the windows, if it opens doors, and if it's moaning through the empty streets at night, maybe, just maybe, the Cyhyraeth is letting you know that it is just around the corner. And if you're feeling quite smug about now, thinking, well, I don't live by the sea, and I don't go walking around lonely streets at night after dark either, well, it turns out the Cyhyraeth can also pay you a house visit. Yes, it can come directly to your home, and you will know if it's visited your property, because, at the risk of repeating myself again, but if your windows are rattling and your doors are opening, then maybe your house is a bit drafty. Maybe all you need are some good draft excluders. Maybe you've got a poltergeist, but I've got enough episodes about poltergeists without shoehorning them into this one. Maybe you've got both. Maybe it's a drafty house with a poltergeist, but maybe the Cyhyraeth has paid you a visit. Because if the Cyhyraeth visits your home specifically, if it targets your house, that means very, very bad news for at least one inmate of the property. But this is bigger than other warnings because it goes beyond a single person. In fact, it goes beyond a household. This could be a warning of an epidemic on the way. Not only could it be a warning that every single person in the house is in danger, but beyond that, every single person in the nearby area, everyone in your parish, could be in trouble if the Cyhyraeth pays you a house call. And for an example of the Cyhyraeth at work in a bustling town or city, we can turn to Cardiff, to the capital of Wales, where the Cyhyraeth is said to be active not in the streets, but in the grounds of a church. Spirit has been reportedly seen hovering in this graveyard, which may or may not be connected to the Cyhyraeth reports. And according to one witness, the spirit was seen sitting upon the old stone cross which stands on the hillside near the church. Anyone walking past St. Mellon's Church at night, or day even, keep an eye out for this spot, and as well, of course, keep your ears peeled for any crying sounds. Now, moving on to one of my favourite folklorists, if not my favourite folklorist of all time, someone who I've mentioned many, many times on this podcast, but not for a while actually, and that is good old Wirt Sykes. Wirt Sykes, the American, the New Yorker, who came to Wales and chronicled the great Welsh folklore and ghost stories in the 19th century. And Sykes wrote how one David Prosser of Llanybydder in Carmarthenshire heard the Cyhyraeth before a funeral, which isn't that uncommon. That's what they do. They pop up, they warn you, they scare you maybe before a funeral, and they let you know what is coming. But in this case, it wasn't just some wailing or crying like we hear in other reports. Rather, in this case, it pronounced what could be described as words. And bear with me on this one, this is going to test my pronunciation skills to the limit. But Sykes tells us that Prosser heard some kind of strange voice saying Woolach, Woolach, which is Woolach twice. Woolach, Woolach, which I am assuming is pronounced in that way in the Welsh way. I mean, maybe it's Woolach. I don't know. I've never said it before. I imagine I'll never say it again. Well, unless I'm hiding in a graveyard in Carmarthenshire, maybe, and I fancy playing a practical joke. But if anyone does hear a disembodied voice saying Woolach or Woolach in a graveyard, it's probably best to make a run for it, and then afterwards drop me a message and let me know exactly how they pronounced that word. Now, according to Sykes again, this crying spirit, as he describes it, this crying spirit especially affected the 12 parishes which lie on the southeast side of the River Towie. So we're heading towards West Wales, where some time past, back in the good old days, this moaning sound would be heard for the death of every person in that part of the country. It also sounded before the death of persons who were born in these parishes but died elsewhere. So there's lots of nice little details there. Firstly, the Cyhyraeth, according to Sykes, seems to be particularly focused on the west of Wales. Of course, not exclusively, because our earlier accounts from the Glamorganshire coast and from the city of Cardiff are both heading towards the east. But there seems to be a heck of a lot of them in the west as well, according to Sykes, where they would warn people before a funeral. And even better, I mean, this is quite handy back in the days before modern communication, they would even tell you if somebody from that area died while they were away. So if one of your friends or family decides to emigrate off to the New World, to the Americas or to down under, somewhere to make their fortune, then at least you know, I mean, you won't know how much money they made, but you will know when they're about to breathe their final breath. You will hear some kind of sobbing noise. You might even hear someone shouting Woolach at you in West Wales to signify that person who said goodbye to Wales will soon be saying goodbye to the world as the end is nigh. And he continues by saying, sometimes the voice was heard long before death, but not longer than a quarter of a year. So there's roughly a 3-month time limit on these warnings, on these death omens. So if you do hear one, maybe you're not going to drop dead tomorrow, but I certainly wouldn't be planning anything important for a year later. And he continues by saying that so common was it in the district named, so in this area in the west of Wales, so common was the Cyhyraeth that among the people there is a familiar form of reproach. If people were making too much of a noise, if the adults were making too much of a racket, if the children were bawling their heads off, the frustrated people sick of all that noise were heard to say, "Or Cyhyraeth," which is a wonderfully Welsh way of saying, well, in this case, it effectively means shut your face. Or Cyhyraeth. It's like calling them a screaming banshee, say, or it's a more polite, a more folkloric way of saying shut your face. If you want to use that, it works every time, so I'm told. Or Cyhyraeth. And finally, to wrap up this episode, and you might be asking at this point, why, oh why, was this particular part of Wales, according to Sykes, susceptible to the Cyhyraeth's wailing? What was so special about West Wales that attracted these death omens? Well, we are told a reason why the Cyhyraeth was more often heard was thought to be that Non, and that's N-O-N, Non, the mother of Saint David, who, of course, is the patron saint of Wales, the most important saint in Wales, lived in these parts, where there is a village named in her honour, Cwn Annwn. So the village of Cwn Annwn, named after Non, the mother of Saint David, and which means the Church of Non. If you've ever wondered why there are so many places in Wales that starts with Llan, it's because Llan means church of, or church area, or churchyard, but it all harks back to that deep Christian roots, which really is at the heart of so much of Welsh culture, Welsh folklore, Welsh ghost stories, as with this episode, and as well Welsh place names, such as Cwn Annwn, back to Non, the mother of Saint David. That is the reason we are told the Cyhyraeth is so popular in this part of the world, and there is also Non's holy well there that you can visit that I think I spoke about on a previous episode, but it's a great place to go on All Souls Day, by all accounts, just after Halloween, to wash your eyes with that holy water to keep them in perfect condition. Just cross your fingers and hope you don't hear anyone shouting Wallach in your ear at the same time. And on that note, it just leaves me to say thank you very much for listening. Diolch yn fawr iawn am wrando. I've been Mark Rees. This has been my Ghosts and Folklore podcast, beaming to you from Wales to the world. Until next time, Nosta!
Although a small country, Wales is steeped in magical history. From its glorious castles to fairies, dragons and myth-filled mountains, the Welsh countryside holds its fair share of wondrous tales. Some would call it imaginary tales, child's make-believe, but for those who live here or those with the heart of the truest believer, you know these tales are very real. Unfortunately, as real as our red dragon is, so is this ungodly terror, the Gwrach-y-Rhibyn. Caerphilly is a small town and home to the famous Caerphilly Castle, the second largest castle in Europe, built by Gilbert de Clare in 1268. Although a popular tourist attraction, this castle holds a terrifying secret. This would be the monstrous moat witch, also known as the Gwrach-y-Rhibyn. Often seen near stretches of water or crossroads, this demon took on the appearance of an old revered woman, similar to the mythical hag or witch. She would often be witnessed flying above the castle in heavy downpours, with people hearing the beating of her leathery bat-shaped wings as she wailed loudly. For those unlucky enough to hear her shriek, they were about to experience their own death, or that of a loved one. The moat witch existed for one reason, and one reason only: to announce the names of those about to die. Stalking her prey from Caerphilly Castle moat, the demon would follow them invisibly until they reached the edge of the water, whereby she would appear and cry out their name. Shortly after, she would descend into the moat, awaiting her next victim. The question is, does the witch know these people are about to die, or is she placing the curse of death upon them? Not many stories are heard of the Moat Witch these days, most likely because, if you hear her, you'll likely not survive to tell the tale.
The Caoineag, a figure from ancient Scottish folklore, is a female spirit, often compared to a Highland banshee. Her name, meaning weeper, reflects her sorrowful nature. Unlike other legends in Scottish mythology, the Caoineag cannot be approached, questioned, or persuaded. She is known for lamenting near waterfalls, streams, lochs, glens, or mountainsides, heralding the death of someone from her clan. Her presence is especially feared by parents with sons at war. She often mourns those slain in battle. One famous legend of the Caoineag is tied to the tragic massacre of Glencoe in 1692, where she was said to have wailed through the night before the event, foretelling the fate of Clan MacDonald. In addition to war, she is also said to appear before deaths from illness, sometimes lamenting outside the doors of homes. If someone interrupts her cries, the retort can be severe. It is said she strikes at legs with her wet linen, rendering them useless.
Cwn Annwn, the mythical land of eternal youth, is one of the most enchanting and mysterious elements of Irish folklore. A paradise hidden beyond the veil of our world, it promises eternal beauty, happiness, and unending joy. But beneath its alluring surface lies a tale of timeless enchantments, heart-wrenching losses, and the inescapable pull of time. The origins of Cwn Annwn trace back to Irish mythology, where it is described as one of the other worlds, a mystical realm accessible only to a select few. Mentioned in ancient tales such as the story of Weisse and Nighe, Cwn Annwn was believed to be ruled by the Tuatha De Danann, a race of gods of pre-Christian Ireland who engage in poetry, music, entertainment, and the feast of Goibniu, which grants immortality. In some tales, various Irish mythical heroes visit Cwn Annwn after a voyage or an invitation from one of its residents. They reach it by entering ancient burial mounds or caves, by journeying through a mist, by going underwater, or by traveling across the sea for 3 days on an enchanted boat or Manannan's horse. The path across the sea is called Mag Mell, Plain of Honey. It is the golden path made by the sun on the ocean, and to travel far over the green meadows of the waters where the horses of Lear have their pastures. In their new home, time ceased to exist, and all who resided there were blessed with eternal youth and beauty. Cwn Annwn is described as a land of unparalleled beauty. Lush green meadows, sparkling rivers, and golden palaces. It is a place where sorrow and death are unknown, and all desires are fulfilled. However, time moves differently there. A single day in Cwn Annwn could equate to centuries in the mortal world. Those who leave find themselves aged beyond recognition or unable to return to their former lives. Legends speak of shimmering pathways or magical mists leading to Cwn Annwn, often accompanied by enchanting music or the appearance of ethereal beings. Travelers are warned not to follow these signs, as the allure of the otherworld can lead to their disappearance. Prevention lies in grounding oneself in the mortal world through rituals or protective charms crafted by the elders. In ancient times, Irish communities would hold ceremonies to honor the spirits of the otherworld, offering food, music, and dance during festivals like Samhain. These rituals were meant to maintain a balance between the mortal realm and the otherworld, ensuring safe passage for spirits and protection for the living. The legend of Cwn Annwn continues to inspire art, literature, and popular culture. From poetry to fantasy novels and even modern video games, the tale resonates as a symbol of eternal youth, the passage of time, and the bittersweet nature of longing for an unattainable paradise. Cwn Annwn serves as a timeless metaphor for our dreams and desires, the allure of escape, and the ultimate acceptance of mortality. It reminds us that while the promise of eternal happiness is tempting, the ties to our world and the passage of time are what make life meaningful.
Alright, so the next creature that we are going to talk about in this is one that's called the Bean Tighe. And this one is very, very difficult because in my research, and I'm going to turn it over here to Morgan, who is actually a folklorist who has studied this type of subject more in depth. But basically, I'm just going to let you guys know from the very start of this little excerpt that this fairy is entirely made up. So, according to McCoy in her book, the Bean Tighe's land of origin, which is Ireland, it is not, even though it's not real, it would have been in Scotland if this was a real creature. The other origins are not known. Other names are our housekeeper. The element is earth. The appearance and temperament is no one has ever fully described the Bean Tighe or Bean Tighe, but they are generally thought to look like small elderly women in old-fashioned peasant clothing with kindly dimpled faces. They are very friendly to humans and wish to have a friendly human house to watch over. Most time active all year, but especially from Samhain to Beltane, when Irish families spend most of their time indoors. The lore is the words Bean Tighe literally mean woman of the house. She is the opposite in temperament to the Banshee, though they are both attracted to the homes of the old Mythical families, which I mentioned previously is not a real lineage. They are fairy housekeepers, rather like the brownies of Scotland, who can be found watching over children, hearths, and pets. It was believed they would finish up any household chores left undone by the tired mother of the house. They love fresh strawberries, and Morgan is going to go in more detail about that little tidbit, and cream, and a bit of this and a share of your home is all the reward they ask. For centuries, Irish mothers have shared stories about their Bean Tighe and her meticulous care of the children. If you had one in residence, it was not uncommon to get up in the middle of the night to check on a child and find that the windows had been adjusted and blankets taken off or put on the child's bed by the resident Bean Tighe. Bean Tighes were thought to be on exceptionally good terms with old village wise women of Ireland, known in the vernacular as Pishogues. One woman in Ireland had to be especially careful not to keep too clean a home, lest they be accused of having a fairy living with them, which would make them guilty of witchcraft. Where to find them? At your hearthside. How to contact? Call out to one, open your home to her, leave out her favorite foods. They prefer to live in rural homes with children and fireplaces. Even if one will not take up residence with you, she will offer blessings to your home, especially if you have Milesian ancestry. Magic and ritual help, protection of home, children, and pets, and aid in household chores. She will also happily lend her energy to human fertility spells. Now, so before I actually turn things over to Morgan, there's something that I do want to say. Morgan and I differ in two ways about this particular entity, although I understand exactly where she's coming from, because I also do believe in the power of belief as as an idea for, you know, like a collective of people that believe an idea, and you get enough people that believe an idea and it becomes a reality. I completely understand that part of it. So personally myself, when the Bean Tighe is not a real creature, I do not believe it is a real creature. There's no sense to call on something that isn't there to work with. You understand? But Morgan takes a little bit of a gentler approach. She feels that, you know, if this is something that you believe in and this is something that you are working with, that there's nothing wrong with that because you are not harming anyone. And who's to say that the Bean Tighe isn't something that now exists because of so many people believing in its existence? So I understand that, but for me personally, I just think that it's got no cultural ties, it's got no cultural relevance, therefore why work with just ashes in your hearth? But that's just me. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Morgan here, and she's going to explain more about it.
Hello everyone. So I've had this channel for a little while now, and I've made a range of videos. But I thought at this point it might actually be helpful to just offer a little clarification. So what I'm generally doing when I make videos is discussing various types of folklore and often trying to sort of untangle common confusions or misconceptions or explain things as we actually find them in the traditional or cultural or older folklore. But I do want to be clear here that that's not to say that the modern beliefs, the things that we find across pop culture, aren't also folklore. Folklore is really just any belief that a group of people of any size have about anything. So folklore is a huge and wide-ranging topic. And when I do a video, for example, and I'm talking about the Bean Tighe fairy and discussing how it's not an Irish fairy, she's not an Irish fairy, and her history and the backstory of how she was created, I'm not saying that the people today who believe in her or feel that they've had experiences with her, or any of that, aren't legitimately believing in that and having those experiences. What I'm saying is that the source for those beliefs isn't what most people think, and I just like to clarify that. I think it's important, particularly with folklore, particularly because the internet is what it is today, and it is so easy to access information, and so much of that misinformation is out there, that it's important to clarify sort of the threads of these things, where they're actually coming from, what the actual sources are. So when you see things talking about, you know, for example, the Sealy and Unsealy Court in Ireland, and I do a video disambiguating the Sealy and Unsealy Court and talking about where those beliefs actually come from, what those beliefs actually originally were, the fact that those are not concepts in Ireland. I'm trying to clarify things for audiences outside of those cultures in particular. So if you go to Ireland and you talk to people there, they don't have that belief in the Sealy and Unsealy courts because that's a Scottish thing, particularly Lowland Scotland. The words themselves are Scots. It's part of that culture and part of that folklore, and it has spread pretty massively into pop culture, particularly through urban fantasy, but it is not something that we find in Ireland and Irish belief. And I think those are things that are important for people to sort of understand. It doesn't mean that you, whoever you are, wherever you happen to be, if you see the Sealy and Unsealy courts as these sort of universal concepts, it doesn't mean you're wrong necessarily. It just means that you should understand where the concepts came from, how they were initially understood, how they're still understood in places outside of pop culture, and particularly outside of the United States. Because the United States tends to have a lot of this folkloric misinformation going on. It's very common, and it's a very old concept, to sort of give false backstories to things to make them seem more legitimate and more genuine. So I had mentioned a little while ago when I started the video about the Bean Tighe fairy. I don't think I've ever talked about this in a separate video. So the Bean Tighe fairy, if you look this up online, you are going to find all of these websites that will talk about this as the Irish version of a brownie, sort of Irish house spirit, that they like strawberries as offerings, that during the Irish witch trials, the Irish witches would try to make sure their houses weren't too clean, because that would be a sign that you had this Bean Tighe fairy, and that you'd be accused of being a witch. All of this, it's everywhere online. None of it comes from actual Irish culture. In fact, all of it comes from the last 20-25 years. And what happened is there was an account in the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, the 1911 book, that mentioned talking about Anya and Folklore, mentioned the fairy's housekeeper in a story. Bean Tighe, by the way, means housekeeper, woman in the house. Bean Tighe was the older, it's Bean Tighe now. And this particular story was talking about this fairy housekeeper and her connection to this fairy cattle boy, effectively. And that's pretty straightforward. It wasn't talking about a type of fairy, it was literally just talking about a fairy, a woman of the she, who acted as the housekeeper for Anya, for her castle, for her property, for her fairy world, effectively. And what happened then is in the 1990s, a pagan author took that story and kind of expanded it a little bit and added a little more meat to the bones, so to speak. But it still wasn't describing it as if it were a type of fairy so much, but it was a little more of a gray zone the way it was worded. It could be read that way. So then what happened in 2006 is a website that purported to sort of put forth collected folklore without listing any sources, had this Bean Tighe fairy. And this is where we really get that full version of everything I had described at the beginning, the liking strawberries as offerings, the witches trying to keep their houses a little messy so people wouldn't suspect they had this fairy. And it has sort of taken off from there in the last 20 years to where it's a little bit ubiquitous. If you search it, you're going to find all of this. Then it's been printed in other books. It's been printed in fairy encyclopedias, the more modern ones in the last 5 to 10 years. But this is literally all stuff that was created or invented in 2006 by that one particular author, kind of leaning on the slightly earlier one. And again, all of them drawing from that one little anecdotal account in the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, which was not talking about what it got turned into. So, to clarify for everyone who's listening to this and does not understand why all of this would make no sense in actual Irish folklore, the majority of Irish fairy belief and practices associated with Irish fairy belief are connected to the idea of warding these fairies out. You don't want them in your home. There is no native Irish concept of a house fairy or a house fairy that would like do your chores for you, like the Scottish brownie. That is really something we find much more in England and Scotland and on the continent. Germany, for example, has a variety of different sort of house spirits. Sweden, Iceland, you'd have the Nysse, the Tomte, but not in Ireland. And Ireland specifically has a lot of stories about keeping fairies out of a home or how to get them out if they manage to get in. And I mean, there are a few stories that have to do with, making sure you're hospitable. If fairies do get into your home, like you don't want to be rude to them because that'll make them angry. But generally, the gist of all of this is that in Ireland, the belief is aimed at the idea that you don't want them in your house for a variety of reasons, mostly to do with the way they can affect you or the things they can do to you. You want them in their own places outside of your home. And I could probably go off on a whole rant about that aspect of the folklore. I'll do that in another video. But another aspect of this, the strawberries offerings, strawberries are not the strawberries as we think of them today. The strawberries you would find in the US are not native to Ireland. Native wild strawberries in Ireland are a different looking kind of fruit. And they've only been cultivated, the ones we would recognize as strawberries, have only been cultivated in Ireland fairly recently. So that right there is a little bit of a red flag that this supposedly very old folklore is actually not that old, because it's suggesting offering something that wouldn't have existed, wouldn't have been found in Ireland previous to fairly recent times. And the same thing with the witchcraft thing. First of all, Ireland really didn't have witchcraft trials the way that other places did. They were very few and far between. When they did occur, they were often in the Protestant settlement areas, not really so much in the Catholic areas, and they didn't tend to follow the same patterns that we see in other places. There really wasn't so much of an idea of witches as these diabolic, working with Satan, going to murder your whole family with curses kind of beings. Ireland has what is called butter witches or butter stealing witches, which are beings who were thought to be very similar to fairies, quite honestly, in what they did. They would steal the milk from cattle, they would steal butter, they would cause butter to not churn, things along those lines. And they were definitely considered to be malevolent, like you didn't want to have a butter witch for a neighbor, clearly, because they were stealing your food effectively. But they weren't seen as being as malefic as we find in other places. And we do have examples of witchcraft trials in Ireland, of course, particularly across the 18th century. But they tend to just have a different tone and a different nature to them. We also, for example, find cases like with Biddy Early. She was what we would probably call in English a cunning woman. May or may not have had a connection to the fairies, according to different stories, was curing people, and she kind of ran afoul of the local priest who accused her of witchcraft. She was charged with witchcraft. There was supposed to be a trial, but so many of her neighbors spoke up sort of in her defense that the trial never even happened. And this is sort of, I'm just mentioning this to kind of give you a feel for the general tone of witchcraft and witch trials in Ireland. Which isn't to say they didn't happen, but just that they were much less common. So the idea that there would have been this like widespread concern that you need to keep your house a little messy or you might be accused of witchcraft, it's just nonsensical. It really wouldn't have worked that way. It's also important to remember that people generally would have sort of prided themselves on the state of their home and the cleanliness of their home. Just also a very strange idea that if you had this fairy who would help clean your home, that you would intentionally keep it a little bit messy to avoid suspicion, when keeping things messy is actually one way to drive off the good folk because they don't like mess. So that also kind of doesn't make a ton of sense. So when we're looking at the Bean-Tighe fairy, this is kind of everything that we have. We have this modern concept that was created pretty much online. Also, I will say that the people who were writing about it, both in the 90s and in 2006, were not Irish. One of them, I believe, was American, and the other one was English. And they were just sort of using this romanticized idea. And sort of, I think, coming from this place of if Scotland has brownies, if Germany has house fairies of various types, if you have the Nisa, if you have the Tomta, then obviously there must be an Irish version of this. And when you can't find one, they kind of created one. You can't find one because there isn't one, because that's just not a thing in Ireland. And what people tend to do is take this fake backstory and just assume that it's real, and assume that this actually is an Irish fairy, that this is something that modern Irish people would understand and would believe in, and that there's this historic evidence for it. None of that is true. In fact, it's also a little nonsensical, the name, because Banti, as I said, it just means housekeeper or woman of the house. It really has no mythic overtones, folkloric overtone. Well, there's some folklore around the Banti and the Gaeltacht, but that's also a whole different thing. Not fairies, though. Humans. And the idea that you would have this term that in Irish just means housekeeper, woman of the house, and would have been used for quite a lot of human women, that it somehow has this inherently supernatural layer to it, just not a thing. So I'm using that as an example because it has become very widespread, and there are a lot of people now who do believe in it and who do think it's a genuine type of fairy being. And there's nothing wrong with that. That is folklore. That is, people believe in it, therefore as folklore it does exist. It's just important, I think, to understand that the backstory it's given is not real, which is not uncommon with folklore. A lot of folklore, a lot of folk beliefs come from these sort of pseudo-histories or created backstories, again, because it gives them this air of legitimacy, and people are more inclined to believe them because it feels like this is older and historic, and particularly when it's something that's applied to a foreign culture, a little bit exotic even. So when I do these videos, my point is not to convince people that, the Banti fairy isn't real, it doesn't exist, or what have you. My point is just to help educate people on what the actual history of that belief is, and the fact that it's not Irish. There's quite a significant problem across pop culture folklore with things being attributed, especially to Ireland and Scotland, which are not from those cultures and would be, foreign to those cultures. They wouldn't understand what you were talking about if you went and asked them about these things. But they get very popular and they're sort of attributed to the culture, and what happens is this sort of cultural overwriting, with pop culture, being sort of a dominant culture across Western civilization. And it does have a negative effect on actual Irish folk beliefs and actual Scottish folk beliefs. A lot of the older beliefs, which I do talk about in, the whole series of videos I do here on fairies, are sort of being lost to time. They are things that are very regionally specific. They are things that are very, sometimes family specific. They are things that you might, for example, only find among Irish speakers, and, haven't really crossed over to English speakers, even in Ireland. And these sorts of things are eroding and being lost because they aren't being shared, they aren't being carried forward, people aren't aware of them. Which again is why I do try to talk about many of these things in these videos. But on the flip side now, we have these pop culture beliefs coming in that are being attributed to Irish or Scottish or Welsh culture and sort of spread and believed. And then even people within those cultures who are sort of disconnected from their own folklore will believe them and believe the backstory and sort of incorporate them in, which again, it's folklore. This is how folklore works. But what happens is we see this sort of erasure of the actual older folk beliefs and this incorporation of these pop culture folk beliefs. And this might be inevitable. I might be trying to hold back the tide here with what I do. But I do think it's important for people to just be aware of what is or is not legitimately an Irish belief or legitimately a Scottish belief, and which things are coming from more modern contexts. And again, not to say that the modern context is wrong or bad, just that I think we need to be aware of how these beliefs are coming to be, particularly with modern technology. It's not like it used to be 20 or 30 years ago, where it would take quite a while for a new idea to spread, even if it was in a book. Now with the internet, it's very quick You know, one website can say something, and then that piece of information can get picked up and just proliferated everywhere. Again, I hope this was at least somewhat helpful to people. A little more rambling than usual, but here we are. And I will get back to my regular sort of video next time. So I hope everyone has a good day, and I will see you again hopefully soon.
So the other thing that I do want to address while McCoy was, busy writing this whole thing up about the Bean Tighe, I also wanted to address her description of the Pishogues. So, according to McCoy, the Pishogues is essentially another term for wise woman. But if you actually go and look it up, Pishogues is actually just a term from Irish folklore which refers to superstitions, spells, charms, or hexes. So Pishogues essentially being the act of doing something and not the person who is enacting the act, if that makes sense. And now I'm going to bring in a few people from Ireland, and they are going to explain these types of Pishogues ideologies.
When they be going to the fairs in the morning, if the first one they met was a red-haired woman, they wouldn't continue on to the fair. They met out, they wouldn't sell her, they wouldn't have any luck, and they'd turn home.
So now, if you were going to Fairs Galway and you'd forgot something there in Ballinrobe and you're only a mile out the road, and no matter how important it was, I reckon you should never turn back for it. Why, it must be bad luck as well.
Yeah, a lot of people has that belief as well, yeah.
If you happen to put on your jacket or cardigan inside out, leave it inside out for the day, or you'll have bad luck.
Yeah.
You'll have good luck, but you leave it inside out. And they do that. They used to do that.
They was.
Leave it inside out.
Wearing green. The colour green. I know some people wouldn't wear it because they thought it was bad luck. They had something against that colour.
And you think it's the Green of Ireland, just...
I know, but...
St. Patrick wasn't bad, you know?
Say now, if I was walking down the street and I had a child with me, and say if she came up now and said, oh, your child is lovely, but she never said the child, like, God bless the child, they reckon you had to go home and put something red on your child. But if she did say God bless the child, you wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
Do you know, if you didn't say God bless the child, you were overlooking the child.
Or you know the open fire, that's another thing. If a coal fell backwards, that was a visitor coming.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the
and
old
if
people.
the fire kind of sparkled out and you they said there were money was coming to you.
Money or fight.
Money,
I
heard.
There was fight too put into it, which wasn't good. That is now about the coal. The jokes then as well, you know, if they were squeaking and screeching and everything, that was a visitor that should be coming. They had that going on, the old people, as well, if you heard the jokes. Oh, there'd be someone coming, they'd say.
They used to see visions in the fire.
Oh, Jesus, yes.
They could figure out if this coal was this way, and they'd talk about it. That's, you know, there was no television or radio.
And they certainly knew what the weather was going to be like according to the colour of the flames.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear them say that? Oh, the rain is coming. Look at the colour of the flame there. There'd be kind of a purple hue on some of the flames.
Another thing was if you sold a range and sold it with the ashes in it, the house that got it was very lucky, but the house that gave away the ashes wasn't.
That's the first time I never heard that from Mary.
You know, when you'd be lighting a fire outside, well, it wasn't like now when you had firelighters. You brought a coal out of the fire. That's right. To start to burn whatever you wanted burned outside, rubbish or whatever.
Do you know
and you had to go out first and be in a sod of turf and put it in the fire before you took the coal. That was superstition as well.
If there was lightning, which there used to be great big thunderstorms long ago, that isn't now, that isn't Mary.
No, not often at all, no.
And they'd put out the dogs and everything outside and cats for fear they'd bring in the lightning.
Oh, the dog is supposed to draw lightning. Yes, I've heard that.
The
dog is dangerous to have in the house if you have lightning.
Oh, yeah, cover the mirrors and everything.
Yes, turn the mirrors inside out, the mirrors. You know, from the wall.
Or if there was bicycles near, cover the handlebars.
Yeah, anything with steel in it and things like that. The material in the bikes would draw the lightning.
But no, they don't bother at all now about that, you know.
But another one we used to know here was after 12 o'clock you never threw out water without saying, hugga-ja, tisk sala. The fairies were outside, so don't disturb them. And I remember Mother the Lord, she was seeing you going near the door with some water. Don't throw that water out, she'd say, because the fairies, you drench the fairies. We're so frightened of the fairies in time.
Yeah, you wouldn't throw out water once it got dark at night because the good people might be passing.
That's it. Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do that.
No.
I used to hear my grandmother saying that when our son now would be going out to the fair and he'd be intent to buy sheep or cattle, and when he'd be leaving the house she'd take the tongs from there and throw it out the door after him, you know, for good luck. That means good luck to her. I don't know, but some sort of superstition.
Oh yeah,
they had, you know, that he'd have good luck in buying goods, quality sheep or cattle, whatever he was buying.
When they were going off in their honeymoon, whatever way they'd be going, they'd throw the tongs after her for a look.
And no coal in it.
Huh?
No coal.
No, just the tongs. That's right. I've heard of that. All right. Yeah.
And I didn't hear that. No,
they used to do that. All right.
Yeah. If you had a child plague set in the house, right? As a matter of fact, I was looking for one for Mary's wedding, a big one, and I couldn't get it. I could only get a small one in, and I was going to put it out. And it's supposed to bring the bride and groom good luck. You'd put her out and put flowers around her, around her, and it's supposed to bring the bride and groom good luck. And it's very, very lucky to give the child plague statue to someone. Very lucky to get, you know, child plague statue.
And that was another thing then. If you had boyfriends you liked, you'd get this envelope and you'd put a name on each corner. And every Friday, I don't know, Friday or Sunday, you'd have to tear a corner off and you couldn't look at it until the fourth one was in it. And whoever was left on that corner, that's the one you'd marry. We were sure of that. I'm glad I didn't marry them when I think back now.
A woman after childbirth, they used to go to church for this ceremony, you know, the priest.
You call it church.
They call it, she's gone to be churched. And if she went into to a neighbour's house or anybody's house, they wouldn't want her in, as though she'd bring in bad luck when she wasn't churched.
Sure, the old people now, long ago, they would never wear bright clothes.
No, the old people long ago, they'd get married with a black coat and a black hat, and they'd die in the same coat and hat nearly, because they couldn't afford to buy clothes.
But they wouldn't wear bright clothes like we're wearing now, you know.
No.
So my mother did now in later years.
Well, they would in later years, but they always had black. They get married in black and they die in black.
A wedding ring, you put it onto a piece of thread, and it was many times for a boy, 3 times for a boy, 4 times for a girl. But the boy it'd have to swing to the left for the boy, right for the girl. And then it was saying how many children you'd have. Yeah. You'd go up and down like this, and many times in it fed itself is how many children you'd have. No, it's strange, like. They told me I was having 10 and I didn't even have one yet.
And another thing, when they put down a clutch of eggs.
That's right.
If they came thunder,
there'd be no birds of them.
gluggers, is it? Or what gluggers is it?
And if there was any noise, and a kind of say a hammer note, and a kind of noise, a drilling around them, you know, or maybe sometimes the hen, if you put on a clocking hen, we call it, and the clocking might go to her, and you think she'd be there, and she'd be gone, the eggs would be nugget, they'd be as cold as ice.
Yeah,
remember?
and the luckiest thing in the world was the one that hatched outside and came in with her 9 chickens.
That's right, yeah.
It was awful lucky to see her coming from under the hedge, and you wouldn't know where she came from.
You wouldn't know where she came from, and the chickens would follow her in.
And they'd be delighted.
Oh, stop, yeah.
You know, another thing, I shouldn't be telling it at all, is about put a bit of wool into the wall for, if I say this, you'll die laughing. Is it a pair in shoes or a pair in stockings for the Banousel? Did you hear that?
No. What's the Banousel?
A weasel. What's wrong with you? Because the weasel won't come then and bring your chickens in summertime.
New Year's Day at home in our place, they wouldn't put the ashes out, you know, after the fire, when it was meant to be bad luck to put it out that day. I'm not sure for what reason, no, but just bad luck.
I don't think they swept the floor at all New Year's Day in case anyone had thrown out the dust or anything.
I don't know about that no more.
I don't think they used to sweep it because it used to be a cement floor or a
concrete floor. That's
floor.
right.
I don't think they used to sweep it at all New Year's Day as far as I know.
Yeah.
I went out living with 2 old uncles, came out from the town to the country, and they wouldn't allow you to sweep the floor or sweep out the dust or put out the ashes on a Monday. And that's true.
I used to see my mother and father, the Lord of Mercy, they'd always give us, the 2 of us in us, they'd always give us 2 shillings or a half crown, we'll say on New Year's Day, that you'd have money for, hold that in your fist and don't spend it. You'd always have money for the year.
Or you wouldn't spend money either,
no, money
if you
made-
could.
Made out was unlucky.
At all, because you'd be poor for the year. If you started, it was like, well, if you did it New Year's Day, you were going to be doing it every day of the year. So that was. I know in our village where I grew up, there were we weren't ourselves. We weren't a superstitious family, but it rubs off you if everyone else is doing it. Quite tempt fate.
Well, New Year's night, just at the dot of before 12, you'd open the doors, the back door, the front door, and the whole lot, for good luck in the new year. And you couldn't let anything out before you bring something in. You'd have to bring something in, not even water, not even New Year's Day, not to put out ashes in the morning. You'd have to bring in something, because it was bad luck. You'd have bad luck for the new year.
New Year's Day, we always, even if we had visitors, we had to, when it would strike 12 o'clock, we'd go out, we'd have to go out the door and come back in again. And that was with visitors and everything that came to the house.
Yeah, but New Year's Day then there was about a red-haired woman coming into the house.
Yeah.
If she was the first one into the house, it was bad
Bad
luck in the
luck.
house for the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year.
And there was something about opening the 2 doors.
There was, yeah.
Opening the front and the back door on New
Yeah.
Year's Day.
Yeah.
That, I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
The good luck in and the bad luck out or something
Yeah.
like this.
Open the front door to get the good luck in and the back door to let the bad luck out.
And another thing is too, say New Year's, say after Christmas, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day.
There were some people that wouldn't want a woman going in first into the house.
Oh no, to be a black-haired
It would
man.
have to be a man.
They wouldn't want a red-haired woman.
A red-haired woman. And if you met a red-haired woman or a red-haired man, red-haired woman, I think,
woman,
you'd have no luck.
You turn back from they'd turn back from the fair if they were going at got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and they met a red-haired woman that drive the kettle back.
That's right.
I went to a house one night, not too many years ago. And New Year's Eve night, I brought home the wife of the house. And I was well used to this house going in and out. And the man of the house got up and he put me out. And I wasn't in the house since, and that's, I'd say, 12 years ago. He put me out, and I was out. And they hadn't any sanitary, they had an outdoor toilet, you know, and the wife was gone to it. And when she came, she said, "What happened?" I said, "John wouldn't let me in." She said, "Don't mind him." She said, "That's Pishogues." But that's what it was. A woman couldn't cross the door.
The threshold.
So he had to come out then himself and go, but I didn't go in at all. Wasn't that terrible?
Well, there was a lot of funny beliefs like that.
There was.
A lot of the old people wouldn't even shave of a Christmas Day. You know, not to cut a piece of hair. That it wasn't lucky, you know, to cut or to shave of a Christmas Day. An awful lot of the old people wouldn't shave. A lot of the old men,
I'll be honest.
you know, or to cut a piece of hair.
And I don't think they'd have any money transaction like buying or selling Mayday. I think it wasn't lucky, giving away money like for something. To buy anything Mayday. I don't think that was supposed not to be lucky.
Oh, you never give anything out on May Day. No one would bring you in anything because that's the way it was, and you wouldn't give away anything on May Day. And you would make a cake on May Day. You used to have that.
You would make cake on Sunday at all?
Oh, Sunday at all, no.
That would be terrible. You wouldn't make any cake on Sunday at all.
On a cake.
You would make them all on Saturday, but no cake on Sunday.
No cake.
None at
If
all.
there was no bread, you didn't make it.
None at all.
None at all, no. I wonder what was the idea though? Was it just?
Pishogues.
Pishogues, we used to call it.
And then on May Day, you would never throw out anything or let anyone borrow anything because it would bring bad luck for the year. They wouldn't, that time they used to have to, there was no sinks, and they'd wash the dishes in a basin or wash the potatoes in a bucket, and they wouldn't throw out the water.
No.
Well, if you gave milk away on the 1st of May, you wouldn't have milk again. The fairies would take it away.
That's right, yeah.
And that was it.
The cow would get dry, the cow would be dry or something.
Yeah, the cows would get dry and then you wouldn't have milk.
Dry.
Yeah.
No way. The kid wouldn't get that milk in May Day. You know, he would not.
Or was it bad luck or something?
They wouldn't give it out because it would bring bad luck to the farmers themselves for giving away in May Day, for giving away the stuff.
Yeah, there was another thing too about May morning.
That's right.
That a woman could come out at around when the dew was on the grass, and she'd go to the cow and milk the cow, and all the cream, and you'd have no butter for that year, and she'd have all the butter.
Yes.
She could take the milk from the cows to her house.
Yeah.
When we get up, you know, we go out and we'd
May morning
and rub our hands on the grass to get the dew to wash our face, to give us that nice complexion. Good looks. That's what we thought.
Well, they made out that if you got up early on May Day, went out into the fields and put your hands on the grass and got the dew on your hands, or the morning dew as we'll call it, and rubbed on your face, that you'd have perfect skin. No need for all those moisturisers and whatnot.
Oh, May Day, we used to hear it so much as you give it a wash out of the grass, you know, not that it kept the wrinkles away. That was the cream that time.
If you had corns on your feet, you go out in the field in the morning and they made you and walk along the field and back again, and that would help to get rid of your corns. It would soften the corns, you know, and they'd disappear after a while. That was the same, but I don't know if it worked or not. Not so sure.
Oh yeah, there was something else about you wouldn't give a call on May Day. Don't you know, there used to be Caoineag, people who'd be working on Caoineag, and they'd want to get a coal to light their fire, but May Day they wouldn't give it.
No.
Well, I don't think people would get married
They
in May.
wouldn't get married in May for it wasn't the month for getting married.
No.
June was the month for getting married,
yes.
or April, but they wouldn't get married in
In
May.
May.
They'd be sure they couldn't.
There
yeah,
must
they
be
wouldn't-
they
they
must
wouldn't-
have some.
Yeah. Marrying in May and going to clay.
Going clay in the clay.
They want the clay. Well, that's just a story. Marrying in May, they're going to clay.
I had to wasn't lucky to get married in May, and this lady I knew got married in May and she didn't live only a year or two.
And nobody get married
No.
during Advent and Lent. No, you wouldn't allow it, you know. Patrick's Day, they used to, but very seldom that had happened.
If you didn't get married before Lent, you never got married during Lent or Advent. And there were no dances or pictures or anything hardly.
No.
And if the girl wasn't married before Lent, they used to throw salt to keep them, by the way, safe until after Lent.
Yeah.
To keep them fresh until after Lent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I often heard that.
Yeah.
We were out in the field one time, they used to get lost, and it was called the Forgy and Mara. And if you turned your jacket or something inside out, that you'd get out of the field. They just couldn't get out of the field, even though it was the middle of the day. They still couldn't get out of the field. That it was something that's called, I don't know what it is in English, but it was called the Forgy and Mara. And you'd have to turn your jacket or something inside out, and you get out then. I'll tell you a good one. I wasn't too long home, and I was over to visit my sister. She's only beyond the graveyard. And it was a bright, lovely night. And when I came to the bottom of the thing, Philly, at Joyce's gate first, I came along. I stood there, I was a good hour there, I couldn't get the boat in. And I was feeling the wall like this, feeling the wall. I said, no, if I go there, I'll fall in the water. And so the boat in was going up to the house, I'll never forget it. I said, there was no care passing them years, much. But eventually, I kept going and me crawling. Well, I said, I don't care whether I fall in the water or not, I'm going to turn. And I knew the wall when I put a hand on the wall, that was the stone. And I went up home.
Yeah.
Oh, I always think of that. That was Fudging Mara, really.
Yeah.
Because if someone told me it happened, but when it happened to me, a bright night, and I said, my own mind, there's something going to happen to me. But thank goodness, no, I made it home.
Yes.
Did
you ever hear of the Fudging Mara? Well, wait till I tell you now. It happened to myself. There's different tellings of it up here in Mayo than at home. But it's supposed to be, it's a thing in the field. You can, now I could see the light of my own house and their house, but I still couldn't get to the stile where I wanted to get out. Yeah. I was going round and I'd be in that corner and that corner. But I had always heard that if I turned whatever I had on me inside out, but once I had turned inside out, I found the style, no problem. But that is true.
Well, my own husband got the Fudging Mara coming out of a cinema. He couldn't understand which way he should go, either right or left or what. And like that now, he took the coat and turned it inside out, and then eventually came back to him where he was actually.
And the fair of Gorta then was another thing. If you had, you'd go straight to, I think, but if you had something in your pocket to eat and eat it, you'd lose the fair of Gorta too. That was another thing. There's something like Fudging Mara.
The fair Gorta I heard about was if you were fasting a long time and if you came to a house and dinner was on, you'd get the fair Gorta. That's the story I heard about that.
Mm. Well, now I was home one time in the house and this man, he came into the door on a white horse. And my father knew, we knew who he was. He was at a fair, I think, in Hitford or somewhere.
Yeah.
And whether he was bought a horse or sold, I don't know. So my father put him on the right road. He couldn't find his way home. And my father was on it back in again. He was back again after him. And it went on 3 times. And anyhow, he went out. Anyhow, some other one met him and they put him down the road. And he ended up in a Ballon Road here. And he was belonged to Loch Ness Island. Now around where John Daly lives.
So he had the Fudging Mara on him?
He had the Fudging Mara on him. So someone had to bring him home in the evening. Horse and all.
Probably 2 or 3. Well, I think there probably was a Fudging still somewhere.
He must have taken Fudging, I don't know what. But that was said that he had the Fudging Mara.
I think when they taking the jacket off and turning it inside out, the cold of the night probably would bring him to his senses.
We lived beside an old house called Cormore, and as a child we would be afraid to pass the gate because it was dark and we were afraid of ghosts. But my father now, who was very, I wouldn't say cynical, but didn't believe a lot of this, said, well, you know, when he was called Alec Martin, with a Y, died, there was somebody local was living in there as a caretaker or a gardener, and he heard the horses, he heard them coming up the avenue. And we were shocked at this kind of thing. Oh yes, he said, Jim said it, I knew them, ran myself. Jim heard them, the horse and carriage coming up the avenue, and then they heard he died in London or somewhere. My father firmly believed that, and he didn't believe in a lot of Pishogues at all. He was very realistic and he read a lot. But it always fascinated, and we were afraid passing the place. I know a relation of mine got into a big house like that. But before they got in, there was people working in it, and they used to hear the ladies going through the rooms at night. You know, their frocks, you know, they really had the real swanky frocks, and they used to hear the ruffle of it going past them at night. Yes, and they used to see in years after that, then when the carriages and all them were gone, they used to see a carriage coming up the driveway and to come near the house to disappear.
But now I heard of a house, and it's up on the Kong Road. I don't think it's there now. And no one could ever resting or sleeping.
Oh,
And anyhow, I heard the two people that went up one night and they said they tried out and slept. But they never told anything about when they go. But the house was knocked down anyways, it was taken down.
Oh, yeah.
No one could live in it. And they said it was built on a main between, I don't know, some sort of old main between two lanes or something. But there was something in it that people couldn't live in it. So you wouldn't know. You'd hear things like that.
My grandfather used to tell a story about a relative of theirs down in a place called Al, near Westport. And he was coming home from the port in Westport, and somebody came out from the house there at Triangle, and they stopped him and they said, when you go home, tell your Bridget McKevley was my great-grandmother's name. When you go home, tell Bridget to get ready and come straight down, so-and-so, a relative, close relative of hers, was dying. So my grandfather came home and he went in, and my grandmother left. You know, they were very good to men that time. They were fed properly. There was none of this running around. And my grandfather said, when I'm finished eating, he said, be ready. He said, we have to go down to Triangle. So-and-so, some relative called Baines was dying. So she got ready, and my grandfather, I don't know, was it a sidecar or what, and they went off. And when they came to a certain point in the road, for no reason, a horse that they had well handled and understood, the horse would not budge. He used to tell this story. Yeah. And my grandfather had to get down after the sidecar, yes, to the sidecar, and take off his coat and cover the horse. And it was only about 200 yards from where the house was that they were going to. And he had to lead the horse to the farmyard and get down at the thing. And the man in the house came out and he said, why had you the coat on the mare's head? And he said, she wouldn't budge. He said, after so-and-so's gate. Well, he said, that's strange. He said, at that moment in time, the person was expiring.
Oh, wasn't that strange?
No. So you can take those stories for whatever they were, but that was the story. And yeah, there must have been some.
There must have been
sense. You know, they say that animals have sixth sense.
Well, so you were driving along the road, and the horse would stop, and he wouldn't. No matter what you do, he wouldn't go. Now that means there was spirit on the road. That means there was evil on the road. Because if it was a good spirit, the horse wouldn't bother. The horse would keep going.
Yeah, there would be an evil spirit, all right.
An evil spirit. The horse would not go. You know, because I've heard that many a time.
Somebody that was out late at night, it's to be a long way now from here, so a long way from Ballinrobe or Kilmaine either. Someone that was travelling late at night with a horse and cart and supposed to have met somebody on the road who said to him, you won't come this way again. And he didn't. He got killed. Oh. That story went, but I don't know how true that is. Like, you know, somebody being out late. Because the old people didn't like people to be out late. Longboard have light late in houses either.
So the next creature that we are going to talk about, I don't know why, but McCoy wrote this down as Black Angus. And let me tell you that when you are researching Black Angus to try to find out if this is a true folkloric name, first of all, the answer is no. And second of all you're going to get is cows. Just regular, everyday cows. So that's great. What she actually meant, this creature was the Cooshie. And the land of origin, according to McCoy, is England and Scotland. Other origins are fairy foretellers of death are known worldwide. That part she's correct about. So the other names, in Scotland they are called Cooshie, which literally means fairy dog, or Barghest. They are called Cwn Annwn in Wales, where they are seen crossing moors and wastelands by night. In Germanic countries, they are called by a name which translates as Gabriel's Hounds, named for the Judeo-Christian angel of death. Their element is water. The appearance and temperament. Cooshie, is a large black dog with yellow eyes and sharp fangs who roams the northern English and Scottish countryside, showing himself to those who will die within a fortnight. Scottish lowlanders claim he has horns on his head, which may have derived from some confusion with the Christian devil. Most time active is at night. The lore. While old Cwsí presents himself to those about to die, he has occasionally been seen at a distance by others. When Cwsí announces his rather unpleasant news to you, he will cross your path, jump in front of you, then turn and growl. Those who have experienced this say his eyes are bright yellow and his paws are wet. Any person who is the target of this dark messenger's pronouncement dies within a fortnight, and one must wonder how much of this is self-fulfilling prophecy. A later addition to the Cwsí story concerns the ghost of an evil priest near Plymouth called Dando, who was murdered while plotting wicked deeds. Dando has been reported to have been seen appearing with Cwsí in Cornwall and Devon, and may fear his appearance foretells not only impending death, but a miserable afterlife. Where to find them is unknown. How to contact? Contact not advised. Now, as with previous characters we saw with the Banshee, this multi-iterationed black dog figure we need to take in stages. So once again, I'm going to be bringing in multiple people to talk about the Cwsí as well as the Barghest and Dando. So we will go from there.
The legend of the Barghest traces its roots to the ancient Norse myths, where spectral hounds symbolized death and the afterlife. Migrating with Viking settlers to England, the tale intertwined with local lore. Over the centuries, the Barghest became synonymous with foreboding, haunting the rugged landscapes of Yorkshire, East Anglia, and the North Country. Here it gained its reputation as a harbinger of tragedy, its spectral form slipping between the shadows of the physical and supernatural. The Barghest is described as an enormous black dog with fiery eyes that burn like coals. Sometimes it drags chains that clatter ominously, and other times it breathes fire. Its howl is said to pierce the soul, a haunting melody that signals imminent doom. The creature is not just a haunting spectre, it is a harbinger of death, appearing to those whose time has come, or as a warning to those who tread too close to forbidden realms. In Whitby, Yorkshire, the cliffs are said to echo with the ghostly howls of the Barghest. It stalks the lonely moors near Pendle Hill, a site already steeped in tales of witchcraft. And in Norfolk's countryside, it prowls moonlit roads, its fiery eyes cutting through the night. One chilling case tells of a man travelling the moors. Near Whitby in the 17th century, he recounted seeing the Barghest standing motionless in his path, its eyes burning into his soul. Days later, he was found lifeless in his home, his face frozen in terror. Another tale from Norfolk speaks of a farmer who ignored the Barghest's warning. Soon after, his family was struck by a series of tragic misfortunes, leaving the community shaken. The impact of encountering the Barghest was often devastating. Witnesses spoke of being overcome with a sense of dread, and some even succumbed to madness. Its presence was a reminder to respect the boundaries between the natural and supernatural realms. The Barghest rarely appears without warning. A sudden chill in the air often signals its approach, followed by the sound of chains dragging across the ground. Those who hear its deep, unearthly growl know that danger is near. To prevent its wrath, people carried pieces of iron, believing it could repel the creature. Others clutched rosaries or recited prayers, hoping the divine would shield them from its gaze. Communities developed rituals to protect themselves from the Barghest's hauntings. During Samhain and other pagan festivals, protective fires were lit to ward off spirits. Doorways and windows were adorned with charms and amulets, acting as barriers against the supernatural. These rituals were acts of both faith and fear, passed down through generations as a means of survival. The Black Dog legend has endured through the centuries, inspiring countless works of fiction. It looms large in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Hound of the Baskervilles, its spectral nature haunting the story's moors. On the silver screen, the Barghest has appeared in supernatural horror films, embodying the fear of the unknown. In video games like the Witcher series, spectral hounds inspired by the Barghest roam the landscapes, adding a layer of eerie authenticity to their worlds. The Black Dog, or Barghest, endures as a potent symbol of mystery and fear. Its legend reminds us of the thin veil between this world and the next, urging respect for the unseen and the unknown. Whether a warning or a curse, the Barghest leaves an indelible mark on all who cross its path, a shadowy reminder of England's rich and eerie folklore.
Deep within the dark and misty woodlands, the Scottish Highlands, there lurks a great beast, a creature whom, despite his great size, moves swiftly and with utter silence. This fey being produces untold dread in the hearts of those unfortunate enough to stumble across it. This spirit, known to be an omen of death by the locals, is the great fairy dog, the Cwn. The Cwn is a mostly malevolent fairy. It commonly takes the form of a giant spectral dog and can be found in the Highlands of Scotland, preferring to live in the dense forests and make its lair in caves and rocky outcrops. It is said to be the size of a large cow or bull, and is coated in dark green fur. Some of these beasts have long tails, which they coil over their back, while others have a flat braided tail. Many of the stories tell that the fairy dog has glowing yellow eyes, which can be seen in the darkness as it stalks its prey. There are very few, if any, creatures that invoke more terror than the Cwn, for it is said to feast on human souls. Its cousin, the devious Catchy, will steal a human soul if the body is left unattended. But the Cwn is far more aggressive and ferocious. It would actively hunt its prey. Although mostly silent, the beast would sometimes let out 3 hideous howls. These gargantuan barks could be heard for miles around, and if you were ever to hear one, then run with all the speed you can muster, for you must get to safety before the 3rd bark is heard, or your soul is fair game. Some accounts say that after the 3rd bark, the Cwn would hunt down the unfortunate Highlander and tear the very soul from his body. Others say that the 3rd bark itself would cause so much fear and terror that upon hearing it, the victim would die from sheer horror alone. The Cwn, on most occasions, would take the souls of its victims to the fairy realm, and there the soul would be trapped forever. But if the victim was a nursing mother, she would be brought to the fairy hill alive and forced to produce milk for the old gods, the Doine. The magical and unearthly properties of the fairy dog were well known. It was said that even the smallest part of the Cwn held great power. This was once discovered by a farmer from the Isle of Lewis, who on one afternoon did come across a large tooth found in his barn. It seemed to be the tooth of a dog, but far larger than any the man had seen. The farmer consulted with a local wise woman, and it was decided that the lone tooth did indeed belong to the Cwn. A rare and valuable curiosity indeed. The tooth possessed strange, arcane powers. When it was placed in drinking water, it would cure all ills affecting the cattle. It also acted as a charm, which would ward off evil spirits or witches. The tooth was handed down throughout the family for many generations. It was regarded as a precious heirloom, and the last known location of the magical tooth was in Canada, in the possession of an old widow. But that was many years ago. The Cwn of Scotland has much in common with the other spectral dogs that are commonplace in British and Irish folklore. In the Irish Celtic tradition, a similar fairy dog exists. This beast is also known as the Cúisí, yet spelt in the Irish fashion. It is said to be a great black-furred creature, and is also known to be a harbinger of death. The Cwn Annwn is a spectral hound of the Welsh mythology. They were creatures of the other world, and were known to take part in the wild hunt. Descriptions and mentions of this so-called wild hunt can be found in much of northern European folklore, and is very similar to the March of the Daoineach. Then there is the Churchyard Grim of English folklore, a large black ghostly hound, said to protect the church and its burial grounds. It's thought that the Grim is heavily influenced by Finnish and Norse mythology. The protective aspect of the Grim comes from a disturbing practice of early European Christianity, where a black dog would be buried alive at the north end of a church in the hope that it would become a guardian spirit. The colour of the Cúisí makes it unique when compared with these other canines of folklore. The green colour is an important point, as in Scotland that colour is commonly associated with the Daoineach, or fairies of old, and shows a definite link with the fairy realm. I will leave you now with a simple word of warning. If you are out walking in the beautiful woodlands of Scotland and hear a terrifying bark, run. Thank you for listening.
Hello and welcome to Myth Monsters. My name is Erin and I'll be your host for these little snack bite-sized podcasts on folklore and mythical monsters from all around the world. These podcasts focus on the actual cryptids, folklore and mythic monsters from global mythology, rather than focusing on the full stories of heroes and their big adventures. I'll also be dropping in some references that you have to recent culture and where you can see these represented in modern day content so that you can learn more and get as obsessed as I am about these absolute legends of the mythological world. And this week we are staying in my home zone and travelling over to probably the most unsung hero of the 4 British countries, the beautiful Wales, for a haunting hellhound, the Cwn Annwn. Now before we start, I need to make something very clear. I do not speak Welsh. It's quite a hard language to follow and learn, and even just pick up the basics if you've never learnt it before. So my pronunciations might not be the best. I promise I have tried and researched, and this is my attempt, so please keep that in mind. Don't roast me in the comments, that would be great. I have truly tried. I want to do a big thanks to Cwn and Charlotte Williams this week for recommending the Welsh Monsters too. I think it's about time we covered one, so let's throw ourselves straight in. So, the Cwn Annwn were specifically described as spectral hounds, or spirit hounds, sometimes even described as fairy hounds. Of course, they are large dogs, but stand out with sheer white fur, glowing white eyes like moonbeams, and bright red ears. In some parts of Wales they are described as smaller dogs with patches of white and red on their fur, or sometimes fully purple, other times entirely flame-coloured. There were variants that were more sinister to look at, described as black and very ugly, with huge red spots, or red in body with large black patches like splashes of ink, or the worst one, which was blood red, dripping with gore, with eyes like balls of liquid fire. So you could go from basically a cute white doggy, or a very stereotypical gory hellhound. Technically though, they were hellhounds, and that's what they're most commonly described as within Welsh folklore. They came from the Welsh underworld of Annwn, hence the name, where they were hunting dogs for the king of the underworld, Arawn. Much like the Norse pantheon with Odin leading the charge, Arawn would lead a wild hunt around Cadair Idris, which is a mountain range in Wales, with his hounds that only answered to him, looking for wrongdoers to take back to the underworld with him. The underworld in Welsh mythology is called Annwn, but it's also known as the Otherworld rather than the Underworld. I'm using Underworld because we all know what that means. Otherworld might imply Fey lands or anything like that, so I just want to be clear that we're talking about the Underworld here, so I'll be using that terminology. They only hunted in certain circumstances though, which were the evenings of St John's Day, St Martin's Day, St Michael the Archangel's Day, All Saints' Day, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, St Agnes's Day, St David's Day, and Good Friday. Or just in the autumn and winter. Who knows which one? Some experts do say though that a Rawn only hunted from Christmas to the 12th night, but it sounds like they hunt all the time, honestly. The hounds were seen as a death omen and as escorts of souls to the underworld. If you were to see the hunt in full swing and go and look out of curiosity, you would be torn to pieces by the dogs. And I have a quote here about it. Blood falls in showers like rain, human bodies are torn to pieces, and death soon follows the victim of the nocturnal expedition. However, it was more likely that if the hunt came to you, you didn't realise that you were in fact a wrongdoer. They're the only people they hunted. It was said that a Cwn Annwn's goal in the wild hunt is to hunt those wrongdoers into the ground until they can no longer run, just as those criminals did to their victims. If you saw the hunt and were not tempted to have a look, firstly, well done you. It was said that you would be haunted by death, and soon it would come to you or someone around you, which is the whole omen part. The hounds could be spotted on their own, or with the hunt themselves, but either way, it's not a good thing to see, bar how cool that would be. You could also be cursed with the omen if you heard the hounds on their own. Their growling is the loudest when they are at a distance, and strangely, as they draw closer, it grows softer and softer and quieter and quieter. Now, they don't have any specific powers, bar that they were able to tear humans apart, but I think any large dog could probably do that if they wanted to, and we all know that they have. Their powers are probably more to do with the fact that they can move in and out of the underworld, and are technically spirits, so are completely invulnerable and immortal. So if you did find yourself face to face with one, you would be going back to the underworld with them. There is no denying that. Now, because they're spirits, we don't know what they eat or how they reproduce. We assume that they do neither. But we also assume that there is a dog criteria for hellhounds, and they are either underworld born or spirits of dogs who have died in actuality, warped for the wild hunt. But we are generally not sure, so on we go. Speaking of which, let's move on to etymology. Cwn Annwn is Welsh, of course, and it literally means Hounds of Annwn, or Hounds of the Underworld, very literally. They were also sometimes known as the Cwn Mamal, meaning Hounds of the Mothers, and I will get into why later. Now, for this monster's history, we have to go back to Celtic Britain originally. If you don't know much about the Celts, let me give you an overview. The Celts came to the British Isles in the Iron Age, which was around 750 BC, and they ran the island until the Romans invaded in 1 AD. Their religion was mostly druidic and pagan, and they believed in the spiritual and natural world, much like other pagans, with a group of pantheon gods, much like the ancient Greek, Roman, Norse or Egyptians. When the Romans took over, the Celts were mostly wiped out, but the ones who survived went to Wales, Scotland, Cornwall and Cumbria, and also Breton, which is a region of France. If you're not familiar as well, Cornwall and Cumbria are English counties, Cornwall in the south, Cumbria in the north, just in case you didn't know. The Celtic language is really the only thing that lives on in the modern day, within the Welsh, Cornish, Cumbric and Breton languages, which is why it's difficult for anyone outside of those regions to pick it up, as it's not massively taught anywhere else, firstly, but also the root language base no longer exists. Celtic does not exist, and it's easier to learn languages that already have existing bases, such as English with a Germanic base or French with a Romantic base, for instance. Welsh, Cornish, Cumbric, Breton are much harder to pick up. Anyway, that's all important because Welsh folklore was born from the Celtic traditions and beliefs, meaning that the underworld was a place and a king ruled it, loved to hunt, another unfortunately British tradition, and so the Hellhounds of Annwn were born, and most likely before we have written record of them existing too within the Iron Age. So in terms of when they really came into existence, we don't know. It's probably somewhere after 750 BC, but before 1 AD. The Celts also believed that colours were really important. They believed that red was associated with death and white was associated with the supernatural, so white animals were very often owned by gods or lived in that underworld, which suits our monster. Our first written record of them, though, was in a book called the Mabinogion from the 12th or 13th century. These were a bunch of prose stories from the earliest Welsh people, much like the Poetic Edda from the Norse. This is one of the earliest texts that we have of culture and folklore. And it included a story about the Cwn Annwn, and it tells the story of the Prince of Dyfed seeing the Cwn Annwn whilst hunting with his own dogs, and he describes them as such. Then looked he at the colour of the dogs, staying not to look at the stag, and of all the hounds that he had seen in the world, he had never seen any that were like unto these. For their hair was of a brilliant shining white, and their ears were red, and as the whiteness of their bodies shone, so did the redness of their ears glisten. Funnily enough though, the term hellhound for these dogs came in around the same time when the Christians dubbed them the Hounds of Hell, and believed that they were not owned by Arraun, but by Satan, and were connected to the fiery depths of hell in Christian belief. We see this a lot in folklore, with Christianity deeming a lot of the pagan and ancient traditions of other cultures as demonic. However, in Welsh folklore, Annwn was a place of plenty and eternal youth, not some fiery chasm, which again is very similar to many other ancient religious beliefs too, such as the Greek underworld being made of multiple layers and most of them being pretty nice. I do have some stories about the hunt and Arraun, and one of them goes back to an excerpt I read a moment ago about that prince. Prince Caoineag actually meets Arraun in this story, and the hounds attempt to take down a stag that was the prince's original target, and he ends up sending his own hounds to scare off the Cwn Annwn, and in repentance is asked to defeat Arraun's greatest enemy, Halfdan, which is the other king of Annwn. In a later story, the prince does indeed defeat Halfdan, and everyone celebrates Arraun as the true king of the underworld. This is not Arraun's only story though, as in Arthurian legend, he was dethroned by another man, Gwyn ap Nudd, the fairy king. He took the throne from him as well as his hunting hounds, and took over as master of the hunt too. Eventually, the hero Cilchú takes 2 of the hellhounds to ride with him to King Arthur's court after completing his own Heracles' labours, which is a whole other mythical story I won't get into. If you want to look into it, please feel free. I'm not going to go into it here. We don't talk about heroes here. Lastly, I mentioned that they were also considered hounds of the mothers earlier, and this is because sometimes instead of Arraun, they were accompanied by a super powerful hag called Molten Nos, or Matilda of the Night. She would help chase sorrowful and lost souls to the hunt, and she would drive the hounds with her own shrieks and wails. The story is that she was once this beautiful woman who loved hunting so much that she once exclaimed, "If there is no hunting in heaven, then I would rather not go." And so, she was cursed to stay, and now eternally cries out in misery as she hunts forever with these hellhounds. Now, in reality, what could these hellhounds be? Well, there's actually a really well thought out answer here, in mythology but also throughout culture, and it's geese. Yep, you heard me right, geese, as in the plural of goose. This is because when geese migrate, they honk over the sky, and sometimes this honking can sound so much like growls, especially dependent on the distance they are away from you, that apparently it was very, very easy back in the day to think that you were being growled at, when actually it was a bunch of geese flying over the top of you. Hilarious, but it's actually really discussed by experts, this. Now, for mythical comparisons, we have a load from other countries from within the UK, such as the Gabrielle Hounds, Ratchets and Yell Hounds, and there is actually a ghostly mythical hunter called Herne the Hunter that one day I will make sure to cover. He is technically just a ghost, but he is maybe one of my favourite British mythological figures. And they are all to do with these extra wild hunt dogs, hellhound style vibes from all of these ones as well. As well as that, of course we have the wild hunt themselves from Norse mythology too, which I've covered in another episode if you want to know more about the hunt in general. But there is also the Cw Sheed, which I think is the most like the Cwn Annwn in Scottish and Irish mythology. A mythical hound that haunts the Highlands and would let out only 3 barks. Anyone who heard them would have to find safety before the 3rd bark, or they would be overcome with fear and die from it. All fun. I actually wish that we could cover this one in another episode, but there's not enough information about it to fill out a 5-minute episode, let alone a 15-minute one, so that's probably all you're going to hear about that one, which is very sad, but super interesting nonetheless. What a fun one to cover. Again, excuse the terrible Welsh pronunciations, I tried my best with the resources I had at hand. I love a hellhound, so I hope you enjoyed this one as much as I did, and enjoyed going over to a much more understated mythos from the beautiful Wales this week.
Gabriel hounds are dogs with human heads that fly high through the air and are often heard but seldom seen. They sometimes hover over a house, and this is taken as a sign that death or misfortune will befall those who dwell within. They are also known as Gabriel Ratchets, Ratchet being a hound that hunts by scent, Gabble Wretchets and Sky Yelpers, and like Yeth hounds they are sometimes said to be the souls of unbaptised children.
There are many curious tales in English folklore. Dando His Dogs, as told by an unknown author, is one of them. In the neighbourhood of the lovely village of St. Germans, formerly lived a priest connected with the old priory church of this parish, whose life does not appear to have been quite consistent with his vows. He lived the life of the traditional jolly friar. He ate and drank the best the land could give him, or money buy, and it is said that his indulgences extended far beyond the ordinary limits of good living. The priest Dando was, notwithstanding all his vices, a man much liked by the people. He was good-natured, and therefore blind to many of their sins. Indeed, he threw a cloak over his own iniquities, which was inscribed charity, and he freely forgave all those who came to his confessions. As a man increases in years, he becomes more deeply dyed with the polluted waters through which he may have waded. It rarely happens that an old sinner is ever a repentant one, until the decay of nature has reduced him to a state of second childhood. As long as health allows him to enjoy the sensuations of life, he continues to gratify his passions, regardless of the cost. He becomes more selfish, and his own gratification is the rule of his existence. So it has ever been, and so was it with Dando. The sinful priest was a capital huntsman, and scoured the country far and near in pursuit of game, which was in those days abundant and varied over this well-wooded district. Dando, in the eagerness of the chase, paid no regard to any kind of property. Many a cornfield has been trampled down, and many a cottage garden destroyed by the horses and dogs, which this impetuous hunter would lead unthinkingly over them. Curses deep, though not loud, would follow the old man, as even those who suffered by his excesses were still in fear of his priestly power. Any man may sell his soul to the devil without going through the stereotype process of signing a deed with his blood. Give up your soul to Satan's darling sins, and he will help you for a season until he has claim carefully wound around you, when the links are suddenly closed and he seizes his victim, who has no power to resist. Dando worshipped the sensual gods which he had created, and his external worship of the God of truth became every year more and more a hypocritical lie. The devil looked carefully after his prize. Of course, to catch a dignitary of the church was a thing which caused rejoicing amongst the lost, and Dando was carefully lured to the undoing of his soul. Health and wealth were secured to him, and by the measures of his sins was full, and he was left the victim to self-indulgences, a doomed man. With increasing years and the immunities he enjoyed, Dando became more reckless. Wine and wassail, a bored groaning with dishes which stimulated the sated appetite, and the company of both sexes of dissolute habit exhausted his nights. His days were devoted to the pursuits of the field, and to maintain the required excitement, ardent drinks were supplied him by his wicked companions. It mattered not to Dando, provided the day was an auspicious one. If the scent would lie on the ground, even on the Sabbath, horses and hounds were ordered out, and the priest would be seen in full cry. One Sabbath morning, Dando and his riotous rout were hunting over the earth estate. Game was plenty, and sport first-rate. Exhausted with a long and eager run, Dando called for drink. He had already exhausted the flasks of the attendant hunters. "Drink, I say, give me a drink," he cried. "Whence can I get it?" asked one of the gang. "Go to hell for it if you can't get it on earth," said the priest, with a bitter laugh at his own joke on the earth estate. At the moment, a dashing hunter, who had mingled with the throng unobserved, came forward and presented a richly mounted flask to Dando, saying, "Here is some choice liquor distilled in the establishment you speak of. It will warm and revive you, I'll warrant. Drink deep, friend, drink." Dando drank deep, the flask appearing to cling to his lips. The stranger hunter looked on with a rejoicing yet malignant expression, a wicked smile playing over an otherwise tranquil face. By and by, Dando fetched a deep sigh and removed the flask, exclaiming, "That was a drink indeed. Do the gods drink such nectar?" "Devils do," said the hunter. "And they do. I wish I were one," said Dando, who now rocked to and fro in a state of thorough intoxication. "Methinks the drink is very like—" The impious expression died upon his lips. Looking around with a half-idiotic stare, Dando saw that his new friend had appropriated several head of game. Notwithstanding his stupid intoxication, his selfishness asserted its power, and he seized the game, exclaiming in the guttural half-smothered voice, "None of these are thine." "What I catch I keep," said the hunter. "They're mine," stammered Dando. The hunter quietly bowed. Dando's wrath burst at once into a burning flame, uncontrolled by reason. He rolled himself off his horse and rushed, staggering as he went, at the steed of his unknown friend, uttering most frightful oaths and curses. The strange hunter's horse was a splendid creature, black as night, and its eyes gleamed like the brightest stars with unnatural lustre. The horse was turned adroitly aside, and Dando fell to the earth with much force. The fall appeared to add to his fury, and he roared with rage. Aided by his attendants, he was speedily on his legs, and again at the side of the hunter, who shook with laughter, shaking the game in derision, and quietly uttering, "They're mine." "I'll go to hell after them, but I'll get them from thee," shouted Dando. "So thou shalt," said the hunter, and seizing Dando by the collar, he lifted him from the ground and placed him, as though he were a child, before him on the horse. With a dash, the horse passed down the hill, its hoofs striking fire at every tread, and the dogs, barking furiously, followed. These strange riders reached the banks of the Nighe, and with a terrific leap, the horse and its riders, followed by the hounds, went out far in its waters, disappearing at length in a blaze of fire, which caused the stream to boil for a moment, and then the waters flowed on as tranquilly as ever over the doomed priest. All this happened in sight of the assembled peasantry. Dando never more was seen, and his fearful death was received as a warning by many, who gave gifts to the church. One amongst them carved a chair for the bishop, and on it represented Dando and his dogs, that the memory of his wickedness might be always renewed. There, in St. German's Church, stands to this day the chair, and all who doubt the truth of this tradition may view the story carved in enduring oak. If they please, they can sit in the chair till their faith is so tar-quickened that they become true believers. On Sunday mornings, early, the dogs of the priest have often been heard, as if in eager pursuit of game. Jenny's hounds and the wish hounds of Dartmoor are but other versions of the same legend.
The next entity we are going to be talking about is in the book called The Blue Hag, but what McCoy actually meant was black anise, because black anise is the same as the blue hag, as she has features of blue skin and, a witch type creature. And I'm not really sure why she did this, but she also said that the other name was Colère Bleue, and we will not be talking about that particular entity until the next episode. But suffice it to say that black anise and Colère are not the same creature. Once again, homogenization, and that is something that I will be repeating throughout this series, because these two entities, not the same. And now I'm going to turn it over to Shrouded Hand, and he's going to explain to you the details of Black Anise, or the Blue Hag.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. Today I want to explore one of England's most disturbing legends, the tale of Black Anise. Just on the outskirts of Leicester, there's an area called Dane Hills. It's quite built up today, covered in sprawling housing estates, but at one point in time it was an undulating land of hills and valleys covered in a dense woodland. As Leicester expanded, the forest was gradually cut away to make room for farmlands, but one grand oak still remained in place. Beneath this oak was a small cave known locally as Black Anise Bower. Descriptions of Black Annis vary, but most accounts say that she was a terrifying hag-like creature. She had blue skin and one eye. On her hands were long, razor-sharp metal claws. It's what she did to her victims that set her apart from other bogeyman-type entities. You see, she had a taste for children. She would hide in the branches of that old oak till a child walked underneath, and then she would pounce. Other times she would snatch children from their beds in the night, reaching through their windows with her long, clawed hands. Once she had her victim in her clutches, she would skin them alive with her razor-sharp claws and hang their flesh from the oak tree to dry. She would slowly eat the skinless, twitching victim. Afterwards, she would hang their dried skins in her cave as decoration or wrap them round herself as clothing. An early account of Black Annis comes from a poem written in 1794 by Lieutenant John Hayrick. He was from Leicestershire's Yeomanry Cavalry and he had an interest in local history and folklore. He wrote, "'Tis said the soul of mortal man recoiled to view Black Annis's eye so fierce and wild. Vast talons, foul with human flesh, there grew, in place of hands and features livid blue, glared in her visage, whilst the obscene waste, warm skins of human victims close embraced." The poem apparently was written in all earnestness. John Hayrick, an honest and serious man, believed fully in the existence of Black Annis, and he was drawing on local knowledge for his poem. Title deeds from 1764 show a plot of land called Black Annie's Bower Close, so we know the legend existed long before Hayrick wrote his poem. The origins of Black Annis seem to be lost in the mists of time. Some historians have speculated that she could be Agnes Scott. Agnes Scott died in 1455, and a memorial brass for her can be seen at St Leonard's Church in Switzerland. The plaque is written in a medieval Latin which the church translates as, "Enclosed in this tomb lies Agnes Scott, called the devout mother of Lady Ferrers. Whoever thou shalt be, you shall pass by. Pour out thy prayers, I beg. I am what thou shalt be. I used to be what thou art. Pray for me, I beg, pray." A lot of sources claim that Agnes Scott was a Dominican nun that ran a leper colony at Dane Hills, and she lived an ascetic life of prayer and solitude in a cave in the woods. The fact that she worked in a leper colony probably made her a bit of an outcast, and her black nun's habit is why she became known as Black Annis. I can't really find anything to back this up. Perhaps I'm just not looking in the right places, but there doesn't seem to be much information about the life of Agnes Scott apart from what's written on that plaque. It also seems strange that someone who lived as a hermit in Dane Hills would be famous enough to be memorialised in a church a few miles away from that area. In 1622, the historian William Burton wrote about Agnes Scott's plaque, and he said that he guessed she was an anchoress that lived in a cave, and tenuously linked it to Black Annie's Bower. It seems to me that this flimsy link between Agnes Scott and Black Annis have been embellished over the years. I don't know where the story about the Dane Hills leper colony came in. Maybe there is some truth to it, but I've been unable to find it. Most likely the Black Annis legend has been around for much longer than Agnes Scott. Every year a mock hunt was carried out, starting at Black Annie's Bower. A dead cat soaked in aniseed was dragged behind a horse, and dogs and horses chased after it. Black Annis is also known as Cat Annis. She seems closely associated with felines, and some tales claim that she can shapeshift into a giant black cat. This name might even come from the aniseed-soaked cat used in the mock hunt. Cat Annis, aniseed cat. Nobody really knows where that hunt tradition started. Some scholars have suggested that it might have been part of a pagan ritual. If so, is Black Annis a pre-Christian entity? There's been some suggestion that Black Annis is connected with the pagan earth goddess Anu, also known as Anna, Danu or Annan. Again, I think the link here might be a bit tenuous. Apart from the names being similar, Anu doesn't seem to share many similarities with Black Annis. If anything, Caoineag from Celtic mythology seems a much more likely candidate. Caoineag, the goddess of storms and winter, appears as a black-clad crone with one eye and blue skin. Her clothing is adorned with human skulls. Others have tried to link Black Annis with the Hindu goddess Kali. Bloodthirsty Kali is often depicted with blue skin, wearing a necklace of human heads and a skirt of human arms. Again, the link is flimsy, but it's interesting to note how this image of a blue-skinned woman that wears adornments made from human body parts appears in various cultures that seemingly have no link. If Black Annis really did start life as a deity, at some point she became much more of a mortal entity, one that needed shelter and sustenance. Belief in this Black Annis creature persisted well into the 20th century. In Ruth Tongue's book, Forgotten Folktales of the English Counties, she writes the stories told to her by children evacuated from Leicester during the Second World War. One child told her that the cottages in Leicester were built with small windows so that Black Annis couldn't get in. They were also built with the fireplace in the corner of the room, well away from any windows, because in olden times the family would have to huddle around the fireplace to sleep on cold nights, and if they slept in the middle of the room, Black Annis could reach in with her long arms and snatch the children as they slept. They also said that people used to hang witch herbs in their windows to keep her away, and that the grinding of her teeth could be heard from miles away, sending frightened people running into their homes to lock their doors. So, where is Black Annis today? According to John Hayrick's 1794 poem, she eventually died of old age. Another tale says that as Annis was chasing two children, their father came out of his house and killed her with an axe to the face. I don't know, would it really be that easy to kill an ancient evil like Black Annis? That old oak tree is chopped down now, and the cave entrance was filled in long ago. Apparently it's in someone's back garden in the housing estate next to Weston Park. Creepy to think that someone is living with the home of a demonic cannibal hag in their garden. There's rumours that the cave was really an entrance to a deeper network of tunnels that connect all the way to Leicester Castle, where Black Annis is also thought to haunt, especially the cellars and Prince Rupert's Gate. Here she lurks after dark to pounce on unsuspecting passers-by. And finally, I want to consider another possibility, a little theory of mine. Black Annis, also known as Cat Annis, was said to be able to transform herself into a giant cat-like beast. So what if she wasn't a woman at all, but a big cat loose in the wilds of Leicester? There have been multiple sightings of a panther-like creature in that area, so much so that there used to be a website dedicated to logging these reports. Although it's not updated since 2014, it still provides a wealth of interesting sightings. Putting all these sightings on a map, along with the location of Black Annis Bower, and maybe a pattern starts to emerge. It is unlikely though. There would need to be a breeding population living in a dense suburban area for all these years without being caught, nobody ever finding a body or getting a clear picture of one. Still though, there are enough reports to make the idea a compelling one. Whether Black Annis was a killer cat, a cannibal demon, an ancient pagan deity, or just a hermit woman that lived in a cave, the legend endures to this day. Perhaps it doesn't hold the same power it once did, but maybe she's just lying in wait, biding her time until some unsuspecting gardener excavates a cave in his back garden.
So the next creature in our long list is the Blue Men of Minch. Now, McCoy actually had this written down as the Blue Men of Myr, and she's actually getting these two entities mixed up with someone else in the book that she calls the Brown Men. I don't know why she mixed up these two creatures, but I'm actually going to turn this over to someone else who is going to explain the Blue Men. They have other names, technically because they're in the Mer people section, but that is a completely different episode. We will not be talking about Mer people. Right now, we're going to focus on the Blue Men of Minch.
What lurks beneath the blue waters of the Minch? This is the tale of Scotland's Blue Men, mystical beings shrouded in legend and mystery. The Outer Hebrides and the Minch Strait create a mystical divide between these islands and the rest of Scotland. The Minch, formed by a massive meteorite impact eons ago, holds secrets deep within its waters. Among these secrets are the Blue Men, unique aquatic legends known only in this part of the world. These enigmatic beings are said to be descendants of fallen angels, split into 3 factions, one becoming fairies on land, another taking to the skies as northern lights, and the third transforming into these blue-skinned sea-dwellers. Their existence has fascinated and terrified sailors for generations, making them an enduring part of Scottish folklore. The Blue Men of the Minch are not mere passive figures in folklore. They are known for their menacing encounters with sailors. These aquatic beings often emerge from the depths to demand tribute from passing vessels. If the sailors fail to meet their demands, the Blue Men have been known to summon storms, aiming to capsize ships and drag them into the watery abyss. One of the most famous stories involves a blue man named Ian Moore. This formidable figure was captured by mariners while dozing on the surface of the water. They hauled him aboard their ship, binding his hands and feet with heavy ropes. As Ian lay unconscious, after his head hit the wooden deck, 2 more Blue Men surfaced and chased after their captured friend. They called out to him by name, Ian Moore, meaning Ian the Great. Upon hearing his name, Ian awoke with a start, broke free from his bonds effortlessly, and dove back into the sea. This incident revealed an important truth. Each Blue Man has a unique name by which they are addressed. For sailors navigating these treacherous waters, encountering the Blue Men poses a dire dilemma, whether to pay tribute or face potential destruction at sea. The fearsome reputation of these blue-skinned beings ensures that many mariners opt for compliance over confrontation. These tales highlight not only the power and mystique of the Blue Men, but also their unpredictable nature. Their interactions with humans are fraught with tension and peril, making every encounter a test of wit and courage for those who dare traverse the Minch. It is within this turbulent context that we find our next tale, the daring decision made by Kenny MacLeod in his dealings with these enigmatic creatures. Kenny MacLeod's journey into the underwater city of the Blue Men revealed a world of wonders and possibilities. As he navigated this hidden realm, Kenny formed bonds with its inhabitants, learning their ways and uncovering secrets that had been long concealed from human eyes. The Blue Men bestowed upon him gifts, artifacts imbued with ancient wisdom and mystical properties. These treasures were more than just material riches. They were keys to understanding the delicate balance between land and sea. With these newfound insights, Kenny returned to his people, transformed by his underwater adventures. He brought back not only tangible artifacts, but also invaluable knowledge about the Blue Men and their culture. MacLeod's return marked the beginning of a new era for his community. His stories of the underwater city captivated his fellow islanders, fostering a sense of wonder and respect for their aquatic neighbours. The gifts from the Blue Men enhanced MacLeod's abilities, enabling him to become a revered figure within his community, a sage whose wisdom was sought by many. This newfound alliance between humans and blue men led to a period of harmony and mutual respect. The once feared encounters on the Minch now became opportunities for exchange and cooperation. Sailors learned to navigate these waters with an understanding that transcended fear, recognizing the blue men as guardians rather than adversaries. Through Kenny MacLeod's daring decision and subsequent adventures, both worlds benefited immensely. The exchange of knowledge and respect forged a lasting bond that enriched lives on both sides of the water's surface. This tale serves as a reminder of the transformative power of courage and curiosity in bridging divides, whether they be physical or cultural, and highlights how even in legend, collaboration can lead to profound change. Kenny MacLeod's transformation from a simple seaweed collector to a revered sage is a testament to the profound impact of his underwater journey. The knowledge and treasures he brought back from the blue men not only changed his life, but also had a ripple effect throughout his community. With newfound wisdom, Kenny became a pivotal figure, guiding his people with insights that bridged the terrestrial and aquatic worlds. His experiences fostered a deeper understanding and respect for the blue men among the islanders. No longer viewed solely as menacing beings demanding tribute, the blue men were now seen as protectors and ancient guardians of the Minch. This shift in perception led to more harmonious interactions between sailors and these enigmatic creatures. The legacy of Kenny MacLeod's journey extended beyond his lifetime. His tales and teachings were passed down through generations, instilling a lasting sense of wonder and reverence for the mystical inhabitants of the Minch. The community thrived on this enriched relationship, embracing both their heritage and their connection to the sea. In essence, Kenny's adventures transformed not just one man, but an entire culture. His courage opened doors to new possibilities, showing how empathy and curiosity can bridge even the widest divides. The harmony forged beneath the waves continued to influence future generations, ensuring that Kenny MacLeod's legacy endured as a symbol of unity and shared wisdom between humans and their legendary counterparts in the deep.
So the next creature that we are going to be discussing is the Boghan. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is the Isle of Skye in the Hebrides Island of Scotland, which is just not a thing. It's just Scottish and Gaelic region. Other origins, none known. Other names, none known. The element is air. Appearance and temperament. No description has ever been given of a Boghan. Their sole purpose was to attack and mutilate travelers, most time active at night. The lore. The Boghan probably does not exist except as a thought form, one which probably grew out of the fear of highwaymen, groups of bandits which plagued Britain's rural roadsides from the 9th to the 19th centuries. No mention of the Boghan exists in any extant folklore before the medieval period. No roadside attacks have been blamed on a Boghan in more than 100 years. Where to find them? Unknown. How to contact? Unknown, and probably not a good idea anyway. So what I was able to sort of discover, although some of the sources are a bit shaky, is that the Boghan appears to be either another Scottish word for hobgoblin or the Gaelic word for ghost. And I did actually find a pronunciation, which was the well of ghosts. But as for this being an actual creature, McCoy actually said it herself. They don't exist. It's not even real. So again, I am truly baffled as to why she even added this in here if there was no record of an actual creature. Moving on to Our next little creature here is the Boggarts. Their land of origin, McCoy has down as Scotland, but it's actually England. Their other origins are none known, and their other names are hobgoblins, goblins, gobelins, the boogeyman, bogies, padfoot, Boggans, hobbers, gobs, blobs. Their element is earth. Appearance and temperament. The Boggart is a male dwarf fairy with a squat and distorted form. He is a cousin of the friendly house brownie, but his intentions are very different. Whereas a brownie will adopt a home for the joy of offering his help and mutual support, a Boggart will adopt a house just for the sheer delight of destroying things. They are very ill-tempered and greedy. Lore. Boggart is synonymous with a more general term, hobgoblin. He especially loves to eat smooth wood and can consume a home just like a termite or carpenter ant. A complete exorcism is the best tack to take should you discover a Boggart in your home. They especially like to torment children, and their favorite ways of doing this are to take their food from them and then nearly smother them at night. In northern England, the Boggart is known as a padfoot, or hobgoblin, and enjoys frightening travellers and disrupting households. He is also thought to be poisonous to the touch. The following poem by Mark Shapiro, entitled The Wee Little Hobgoblin, typifies some of the havoc they can wreak on a happy home. One wee little hobgoblin, all dressed up in red, was spying on a farmhouse with mischief in his head. "This place," said the little hobgoblin, "it could be lots of fun, everything so clean and tidy, and begging to be undone." So the wee little hobgoblin, he went to work with glee. He let the cattle out the gate and set the piglets free. He spilled some milk in the kitchen and overturned the butter churn. He yanked the laundry off the line and caused the soup to burn. He pinched the baby and scared the cat and had the mostest fun. And when his spree was over, he said, "That's a job well done." The root word bog, which appears in the word boggart, may mean that they were once associated with Ballybogs, fairies who inhabited the peat bogs of the British Isles. Most time active at night. Where to find them? Unknown, unless one has invaded your home. If you want to see one, then let your deep mind take you to an infested house in the astral world. Just make sure he doesn't follow you home. How to contact? Contact not advised. This is yet another example of a homogenization by McCoy, as there's all of these names that are associated with the Boggart, and some of them are attributed, like Boggan, I believe. I have that written down as one, but most of these are completely separate entities. So we will be talking about some of these in other episodes, but we are going to tackle some of the more strange instances here.
As some of you may know, I originally come from the northwestern county of Lancashire in England. I am indeed a Lancashire lass. This is one of the counties that became synonymous with the cotton and wool spinning trades of the Industrial Revolution, and the place that was written of as having dark satanic mills. It is a truly beautiful county, very craggy. It has the most gorgeous forests, strange dark peaty moorlands, witchery hills, often a very dark leaden heavy sky, adding an air of mystery to pretty much anything. And being on the side of the Pennine Hills that it is, it rains a lot. But this makes for a very watery landscape full of rivers and babbling brooks. It's a rather underrated county for tourism visits, but get away from the main super slick cities such as Manchester or Liverpool, full of their mixture of Victorian splendour and bright lights and such. you will find a countryside full of historical and folklore gems. The folklore of Lancashire tends towards the dark, the ghostly and the ghastly. And I believe that this is because of the harsher landscape and the darker skies. However, the folklore is really interesting. We don't have so many pretty fairies up in Lancashire. We have wicked things and scary things and things that are a little more gothic in nature. Today I am going to tell you about a darker fairy creature that seems to absolutely love the north of England, and Lancashire in particular, so it seems, the boggart. Now, I lived in Manchester, Lancashire, as a child, not too far from a place called Boggart Hole Clough. This was through the 1980s, and even then people were still wary of the boggart there. As kids we knew to be really careful around the clough. The boggart could take small children at its worst, and at its best it would turn milk sour or just be destructive. I was fascinated by this kind of thing as a child. You can tell I still am, and I am rather attracted to this darker folklore. Must be because of my Lancashire roots. So, without further ado, I present the solitary fairy creature known as the boggart. It is believed that one aspect of the boggart is a household helpful spirit that has gone bad, one that has been insulted by the household, given a name, or not given due respect and pay. Another aspect are those attached to a particular place in the countryside. Whichever the individual boggart might be, the common theme seems to be attachment, and this can be a bit of a nightmare for those whose boggarts are household ones, because you can't just leave and escape them. They seem to attach themselves to a family. In a way, some of them are almost like poltergeists in attitude and nature. The household boggart, or those attached to farms, can be a real nuisance, especially if given a name, even if by accident. In this case, the destruction will become worse and worse until eventually the boggart is uncontrollable. They will take things that are lying around, move things, curdle milk into sourness. For some reason they will turn on the family dogs so that these poor animals become lame. These creatures can even crawl into your very own bed at night, clamping their clammy large hands over the sleeper's face. They are known for stripping bed sheets off the sleeper. They will pull their ears, very poltergeist-like, very noisy. One way to protect your home from this absolute pest is to hang a horseshoe at the door. Another, particularly to stop bedtime mischief, is to place salt at the edge of your doorway. I still do this. Many people I know do. It is a tradition stretching back to who knows when, but salting doorways, I have always believed, keeps evil spirits out of the house. I have 4 cats, 2 dogs, a rabbit and a small bird. We really don't need any more chaos in the house. Boggarts who live in nature are much more dangerous than house boggarts. It is these that are child abductors and persecutors of travellers at night, much more devilish. These are known to live in holes in the ground, around marshlands, under bridges, and at very sharp bends in the roads. These boggarts, who can make themselves invisible, would frighten horses into insanity, leaving them galloping wildly or bucking. Took boggarts, as the Lancashire folk used to say about horses in this distress. They would lead walkers into treacherous places where their lives were in danger. Poor travellers sometimes went missing in these cases, and the folk and the families would agree a boggart had caught them and eaten them. They were gone forever. Despite the care not to name boggarts and increase their power, There are recorded some named boggarts. One is Nutnan. She lived, and maybe still does, in Moston, on the outskirts of Manchester. She would fly and climb through hazelnut bushes that grew in one place there, emitting an ear-piercing scream. Another named boggart was called Owd Hob. This creature was said to be the master of all the boggarts of Lancashire. He had the appearance of a satyr, with horns, cloven hooves and a tail. Sounds familiar. Now, of course, Hob relates to two more folkloric topics. The hobgoblin, a helpful but shy household spirit, and Hob is also another name for the devil himself. There was a tradition that boggarts would capture and eat very small fairies. Owl pellets that were found lying around were thought by some to be the excreta of the boggarts, and the tiny bones found within them were the leftovers of the very small fairy victims. So, what do boggarts look like when they are not making themselves invisible? Well, there are various accounts of how they can shapeshift, and the descriptions of them are wide and varied, so maybe this is due to their shape-shifting abilities. Descriptions give them as rather human-like in shape, and yet with something not quite right about the features, more as though a beast has been fused with a human. One writer described a boggart he knew of as a squat, hairy man, strong as a 6-year-old horse, and with arms almost as long as tackle poles. Other folk have described them as completely beast-like, but still with something wrong about the beast's shape. For example, there was a Yorkshire boggart from a place called Longarhead that was as large as a calf. It had shaggy hair and enormous eyes as big as saucers. This also sounds like the black dog, the Barghest, trash shrieker sightings that we get on Lancashire and Yorkshire moorlands, especially the huge eyes. This boggart had a huge chain that dragged along the floor behind it, giving out the most dreadful noise, the sound of baying hounds, howling dogs. Another boggart yet was said to look like a strange horse. As I said, their visages are wide and varied. There are many places around Lancashire and Yorkshire with boggart names, and other counties also that record boggarts in place names. Here are just a few that I have found. Near Clapham, in the incredibly beautiful Yorkshire Dales, on the Newby Moss moorlands, there are a group of potholes called the Boggart's Roaring Holes. Folklore tales tell us that there was a family of flesh-hungry boggarts living there. Their growls can still be heard, coming from the dark depths of these deep, mysterious holes. Boggart Bridge in Burnley in Lancashire was a very dangerous place for those who needed to cross there. Tradition stated that the traveller must give a living thing as a sacrifice to the boggart that lived there, or it would take the traveller's soul instead. At Seacroft in Leeds, in West Yorkshire, there is a whole estate of council houses on a place called Boggart Hill, with roads called things like Boggart Drive, Boggart Hill Gardens, Boggart Hill. It would seem that the area must have been named for the fear of boggarts at that place, and hauntings have been recorded by some of those living on the housing estate to this day. Saddleworth Moor in Lancashire is a really haunting looking strange place, with black peaty soil, rust-coloured tussocks, very low granite grey clouds, strange rivulets of silvery water, and a complete atmosphere of haunted emptiness. There is a stand of rocks here called the Boggart Stones. And finally we come to my childhood Boggart neighbourhood, Boggart Hole Clough. The clough is at the border of the Manchester towns of Moston and Blakely. A steep wooded gorge with fairy-like dells, very pretty, very Victorian in the modern parts, and just ever so slightly sinister when you get away from these places. It is a municipal park, so people can visit very easily, and it was always a place for the local children to go sledging in winter. The steep valleys, the cloughs in Lancashire dialect, are full of majestic old trees, and it is some of these valleys that are said to house the boggarts of the clough. So there it is, the reason that Boggart Hole Clough and boggarts have such a bad reputation. Honestly, the nature ones sound incredibly wild, feral and dangerous. The household ones sound like a real pain, which, although not dangerous, I can imagine would really wear you down over time. And there are sightings to this day of strange-looking creatures in the clough, too many to be ignored, and usually of a very familiar human beast-like entity. Interesting and thought-provoking indeed. Seems if you hear a small, shrill laugh in your house, for heaven's sake, don't even mention it. Just leave the thing be.
Hello there, my fellow mythologians and lovers of spooky folklore, and welcome back to another episode of our lore series. Today we shall be tackling a topic that is arguably the most generic of the creatures and entities we covered so far. But generic in a good way. Because the topic of today is in actuality so broad and interpretable that it might as well be its own category. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the so-called boogeyman. We are gonna talk about some general traits of this entity, and also learn just how widespread its connecting legends are. I am your host, the grimdark narrator, and without further ado, let us proceed, shall we? The boogeyman is a mythical monster, the impact of whom can be traced across the globe. One of the first references to this legendary creature is thought to be around the 1500s, though it is suspected that the boogeyman has existed long before that. It is thought that the boogeyman was originally a reference for mischievous creatures known as hobgoblins. Throughout much of Europe, these hobgoblins were actually quite friendly or limited to light-hearted pranks, but there are stories of hobgoblins which are more vile in nature. The creatures were said to torment the humans, sometimes to the point of frightening them to death. Regardless of how the boogeyman came into existence, they exist as one of the most well-known and feared creatures of all time. There are hundreds of names of the boogeyman around the world, each one with its own interesting twist. Because the boogeyman has such a large global impact, it is difficult to determine which country told the first tales of the monster. But one thing is for certain. The boogeymen do love to lurk in the shadows of the night, and their many victims are the disobedient children who don't listen to their parents. Descriptions of the boogeyman can vary wildly from country to country and culture to culture. Interestingly, almost all of these do share some traits too. The majority of boogeymen are some kind of spirit or entity that terrorize naughty children at night. They can strike for any number of reasons, ranging from anger towards children who leave dirty things hanging around, or children who stayed up past their bedtime. Many boogeymen are said to have long nails or claws that they use to scratch against window panes in the middle of the night. There are also stories of boogeymen who have terrifying eyes that haunt children who venture outside after dark. Some boogeymen are said to have horns or look like an animal, while others are told to be evil humanoids or witches. In the United Kingdom, it is thought that the boogeyman might have originally been a description of the so-called bogeyman. These boggy men were responsible for picking up the dead, especially when the Black Plague was devastating Europe. Because of this contact with the dead, they were often very sick themselves, and had skeleton-like figures and sunken eyes. Other boogeymen are said to be incorporeal, said to have no figure or the ability to shapeshift. They can appear as the tree limb scratching against your window, or simply present themselves as a terrifying shadow lurking beneath the bed. Maybe one of the most interesting features of the boogeyman is its ability to exist in the folklore of hundreds of countries and hundreds of cultures while having very few physical similarities. The boogeyman's ability to blend and adapt to many cultures led many to think that the boogeyman is a kind of spirit. While very mysterious, the boogeyman is best understood through its motivation. It is mainly fixated on children, though there are some myths in some countries that suggest the boogeyman will seek out anyone who is guilty of wrongdoing. Regardless of what age group a particular boogeyman goes after, it seems to be a common theme that they will not attack those who are considered to be AirTags good or righteous. There are many variations on why the boogeyman preys on the victims. Most versions of the boogeyman will come after children if they've been naughty or disobeyed their parents in some way. These boogeymen have a wide range of abilities and punishments that they choose from. Some will only give children terrifying reminders like scratching on their window at night, appearing as a shadow lurking in the corner of their bedroom, or chasing them when they've wandered away from home in the middle of the night. Other boogeymen are far more sinister, making it even more important for children to mind their parents' instructions. These boogeymen have a taste for naughty children, and will often sneak into their rooms to carry them away into the night. These children are then never found again and are said to be eaten by the boogeyman. There is also another strange category of boogeyman who does not come after children simply for being naughty. They will often serve as a kind of protector, even though they tend to have a horrifying appearance. There's also boogeymen that don't care about the age of their target. They will simply attack the guilty. Now, like I said already, there's dozens, if not hundreds of iterations of the boogeyman across the world. So, while I can't really describe all of them today, I will overview several from across various cultures. The Babaroga is a Croatian boogeyman with a deep hunger for disobedient children. This boogie is said to be an old woman with horns atop her head. She stalks her prey at night and takes them back to her dark hiding place where she devours them. Babaroga is thought to carry a bag that she uses to drag children away into her lair, which is often a cave. She sometimes preys on children who venture out late at night, while other times she is said to reach down through the cracks in the ceiling and grab her prey. Tata Duende comes to us from Latin America and is most prominent in the Mayan and Mestizo folklore. This boogeyman has backwards feet and is missing his thumbs, which gives him a strange fixation on the thumbs of humans, especially human children. It is said that the Tata Duende, which translates roughly into grandfather goblin, is the protector of the jungle. However, he can also be very mischievous. If Tata Duende finds a naughty child, he will lure them into the jungle and try to bite off their thumbs. The Namahage is a Japanese demon who preys on children that are disobedient, lazy, or prone to crying. It is known to steal crops and disobedient children during the New Year. They are known to roam city streets during the night and calling out, "Are there any crybabies?" The L'Uomo Nero, or Black Man, is typically portrayed as a man dressed in all black, which haunts disobedient children in the eastern Mediterranean area. This boogeyman is often said to wear a hood or hat which hides the face. The L'Uomo Nero comes to kidnap children who disobey their parents, though unlike other boogeymen, he doesn't eat them. Instead, he takes them to a frightening place to live with him for a whole year. The Jambi is an evil human spirit which comes back to haunt the living in Caribbean folklore. While similar to a ghost, the Jambi differs in that they cast a dark black shadow instead of appearing as a wispy, luminous figure. These spirits are malevolent and supposedly they will attack anyone. In Greece, the common translation of boogeyman is baboulas. This guy is used by the parents to scare their children so that they won't misbehave. It is supposed to be some kind of cannibal that eats the children. That is why the most common phrase about the creature is, "Be good or the boogeyman will come to eat you." In Egypt, there is the Abu Rigel Masluka, which translates to the man with the burnt or skinned leg. This is another scary story that the parents tell their children when they misbehave. The Abu Rigal Masluka is a monster that got burned when he was a child, precisely because he didn't listen to his parents. He's supposed to grab naughty children, cook them, and eat them. In Indonesia, there is a boogeyman who strikes fear into the hearts of children and parents alike, known as the Wewe Gombel. This strange boogeyman is said to be a spirit that seeks both vengeance and acceptance. Although the Wewe Gombel spirit is evil in nature, it doesn't harm the children. Instead, she kidnaps the children that are being abused or neglected by their parents until she feels that the parents have learned their lesson. Even though she only takes vengeance upon the parents, she is feared by children in equal measure. It is said that any child unfortunate enough to be kidnapped by the Wewe Gombel is forced to eat feces until they are allowed to return home. In Panama, children are warned that if they are naughty, La Tulivieja will come to get them. This is a spirit who was cursed by God for drowning her child, and transformed into a hideous monster with a pockmarked face, long and bristly hair, clawed hands, a cat's body, and hooved feet. She was also cursed to forever look for her drowned child. In Malta, the Kaka, or Gaga, was a grey, slimy creature that roamed the streets at night. It could smell a person's guilt and enter their home, through cracks and fissures, by extending and contracting its snail-like body. Once it was inside their room, it would flash them a nasty grin, with its huge, toothless mouth scaring them senseless. In the United States, the boogeyman was also called the booger man or the booger monster, especially in areas of the American South. It was often used to keep young children from playing outside after dark or wandering off into the woods. In some Midwestern states, the boogeyman scratches at the window. In Iowa, he is called the corn stalker. In the Pacific Northwest, he may manifest as a green fog. In other places, he hides or appears under the bed or in a closet and tickles children going to sleep at night. While in others, he is a tall figure in a black hooded cloak who puts children in a sack and runs away with them. And this, my friends, has been my relatively short overview of the infamous boogeyman for today. Like I said earlier, there are a lot more representations of the boogeyman than the ones I mentioned today. In fact, some of these have such rich backgrounds that you can make separate videos just for them. But since you're all smart people here, I believe you did get the gist about what the boogeyman is all about. If nothing else, they sure love eating children.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Wisteria here. If you're listening on my podcast, hi there. You can find me on YouTube. Wisteria Energy Twister is the name, same as my podcast. Of course, you can also just listen to me on the podcast. Some people say the Bogies, but it's more the Boogies, just so we are clear. And, you know, Boogies, Bogies, whatever you want to call them, but technically it is Boogies, because it's B-O-O-G, so I-E-S, that's Boogies. They're brownies, but they've been left for so long that they turn into, like, goblins and hobgoblin type things, and they create havoc in your house. They've been on their own too long, that was the issue. So, you know, they weren't really going to stop the mischief, were they? But I love stories like that. I think they're great.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Catherine's Creatures. This is a series where I get to talk a little bit about and touch base upon various mythological creatures, beast, beings, and the like, pulled from lore worldwide. And I always like to preface by saying I'm not a linguist, so if I mispronounce anything, I do apologize in advance. I try my best. Now, today I'm going over to the UK, and we're going to be talking about Padfoot. And then for any of you guys who grew up reading Harry Potter and sounds a little familiar, where we're actually going to be talking about the lore that inspired that particular character. Now, Padfoot, as in the English folklore, is part of a large grouping called the Black Dogs. And overall, they're described as these enormous dogs, sometimes the size of small calves, usually with larger eyes, glowing eyes, and again, more often than not, they have black fur. They come out at night, and they're associated with the supernatural, spectral, demonic, sometimes even viewed as kind of a hellhound type. But in other times, they are precursors and warnings that death is on the horizon. Now, specifically for Padfoot, this particular deviation of that big, greater concept comes from Wakefield, Leeds, Pudsey, and some areas of Bradford. And so their version of the black dog is in reference to, again, a death omen or something that arrives prior to someone else's demise. And so in that, they're described as, the Padfoots are described as either visible, invisible, having the capability of jumping between one and the other. They're usually, again, described giant black dogs, glowing eyes. You can hear them sometimes before you can see them, and thus the name Padfoot. It's because you hear a light padding sound of them as they're trotting around, beside you, around you, and you may not see them because they may be invisible until they are right next to you or right in front of you. Now, if you do see the Padfoot creature, what you're told is not to engage. Ignore them, move away, disengage, do not talk to them, and do not even try to attack them, because that will be your own demise. There are some lore saying that in engaging with these creatures, it gives them power over you. Other times they physically attack you. And in one instance, there was a man who said he was attacked by a Padfoot and was dragged through the hedges, through the ditches, all the way back to his own house, where he was deposited, battered and bruised, under his window. Now, there is a rare instance where a white Padfoot was spotted, and in this particular instance, the person who spotted it panicked, attacked him by trying to swing a stick at the creature, and the stick passed through where Padfoot was, as if it was a spirit or a ghost. And then shortly thereafter, the man who engaged and saw Padfoot fell down dead. So he is no more. And again, going back to the concept that Padfoot is a form of a death omen. Now, if you are curious about Padfoot or any of the various, so much lore of any of the black dogs of England, feel free to check them out. There are so many deviations and variations of them all over. It is fascinating to me. But I did want to talk about this one in particular because, again, growing up reading Harry Potter, now you know as well as I where some of that lore and some of that concepts were inspired by.
Household spirits and sprites have many names, depending of course on the region that they're in. Hobs and brownies are what you'd find in Scotland and England. In Scandinavia you'd find the Nisse, in Germany you'd find the kobold, and so on. A few examples among many. Today I'm in the quaint and cosy village of Elsdon in Redesdale, Northumberland. It's a place that has many stories, folk tales and superstitions. And one of them is the Elsdon hob thrush, a little household sprite that was known to be very helpful to the local people. It was said that he could be found at Elsdon Castle, which is actually just behind me up there. So let's go and have a look.
This huge earthwork I'm about to climb is Elsdon Castle, what remains of a Norman motte and bailey. It was built by Robert de Umfraville in 1076. William the Conqueror granted Robert the lordship of Redesdale and excused him from any future military service, in exchange for him keeping the frontier territory free from not just outlaws, but wolves. The defences of this stronghold were carved out of a massive deposit of glacial drift. Now the castle wasn't actually active for all that long. It seems it was abandoned around 1157 when the Umfravilles moved their administrative centre to a new stone-built castle in Harbottle. The Normans left Elsdon, but this impressive structure remains. So what about the hob that lives up here on the castle hill? Well, we get a description of the hob from the Denham Tracts, a collection of folklore printed between 1846 and 1859. It states, "In the district of Elsdon, the hobthrush goblin is locally known by the name of hobthrush. One of these beings of the imagination was wont to visit Elsdon moat in days of old, and, as became him, brownie-like, performed a great amount of household and other labour." The people that lived in the village of Elsdon were occasionally helped by the hob that lived up on the castle hill. He'd come down during the night, would enter the houses and complete tasks and chores. This could range from grooming the horses to cleaning out the fireplaces. In exchange, people would leave the hob an offering of porridge, milk or honey on the hearth. There was an old couple that lived in this house just next to the hill. They were getting on in years and they found it difficult to keep up with all the household chores and tasks. The wife had many things around the house that needed fixing, things that needed cleaning, while the husband had farm work to attend to. There were newborn lambs that needed looking after, there were fences that needed mending so that livestock didn't go missing. In any case, they were falling behind. But one day, they come downstairs in the morning and all these jobs are done. The house is spotless, the fire is cleaned, all the dishes are done. Outside, the fences are all mended, the animals have been fed and watered. So the couple are thinking, well, this must be the work of a hob. And indeed it was, the Elsdon hob. When we think of household spirits and sprites, we're often immediately drawn to Harry Potter and the house elves in that, because it's perhaps the most recent and most popular cultural reference to household sprites. But unlike in Harry Potter, when we give clothes to the spirits, they're not happy, they haven't been liberated from their servitude. It actually really upsets them. And this is what happened in the case of the Elsdon hob. The old couple were massively grateful, and each morning when they came downstairs the house was totally spotless. The husband and wife weren't lazy, they didn't stop working, but their life was certainly a lot easier. Each night the hob would complete all the housework with a spring in his step and a song in his heart. But one night though, the old couple let their curiosity get the better of them, and they decided to spy on the hob. And they noticed that although he seemed very happy, his clothes were old and worn, his jacket was torn, and his hat was all faded and ragged. The wife, being the good seamstress that she was, made the hob a new jacket as a thank you for his work. The following night, the old woman left the new clothes on a chair by the hearth before going to bed, alongside a bowl of milk. The couple were fast asleep in the middle of the night when they were woken by an alarming cry and the sound of things being smashed. The old woman ran downstairs and was just in time to see the hob disappearing. As he did, he uttered the words, "New hat, new hood, hobthrush shall do no more good," and he was gone forever.
It was a typical cloudy day in Oakville, Washington when the first gelatinous blobs appeared. No one knew where they came from or what they were, but one thing was certain. They were causing quite a stir in the small town. On August 7th, 1994, a rainstorm unlike any other descended upon the city of Oakville, unleashing not raindrops but rather these mysteriously translucent, gelatinous blobs. The blob rain reportedly came down in torrents, covering as much as 20 square miles. Anyone within the vicinity of this strange rain came down with severe flu-like symptoms. A police officer, David Lacey, was on patrol with a civilian friend when the blobs began raining down at around 3 in the morning. We turned our windshield wipers on, and it just started smearing to the point where we could almost not see. And we both looked at each other and we said, "Geez, this isn't right." I mean, we're out in the middle of nowhere, basically, and where did this come from? Even after Officer Lacey pulled into a gas station to clear up his windshield, he further noted the bizarre consistency of this goo. The substance was very mushy. It's almost like if you had jello in your hand and you could pretty much squish it through your fingers. We did have some bells go off in our heads that basically said that this isn't right, this isn't normal. Meanwhile, the blobs fell from the sky elsewhere, roughly half the size of grains of rice, at the farm home of Sonny Barclift. Shortly afterward, Barclift's mother, Dowdy Hearn, was hospitalized for dizziness and nausea. Barclift herself, as well as a friend, also experienced minor episodes of fatigue and nausea after handling the blobs themselves. Despite this, the doctor who treated Barcliffe's mother, Dr. David Little, expressed his doubt that these blobs were the cause for the symptoms. Instead, they could have resulted from an inner ear condition. Hearn herself conceded that the timing of the blobs' appearance and their symptoms could be nothing more than a coincidence. Overall, the blobs rained down on Oakville 6 times in 3 weeks. According to some sources, dozens of people got sick. Moreover, several dogs and cats died after coming in contact with it. In one attempt to identify the substance, the blobs were reported to contain human white blood cells. Upon further investigation by the Washington State Department of Ecology's Hazardous Materials Spill Response Unit, these cells from the blobs were also found to have no nuclei. Determined to find answers, nearly a year after her mother's illness, Barcliffe took a sample of the blobs she had stored in her freezer to a private research lab. There, a microbiologist named Tim Davis with M-Test Laboratories studied the sample. "I saw what I think was a eukaryotic cell, which is, basically, a cell that has a definable nucleus, and is found present in most animals." One popular theory suggests that the blobs were the result of bombing runs done by the nearby military in the ocean 50 miles from the farm, which could have caused an explosion within a group of jellyfish that then got dispersed into a rain cloud. Although the Air Force confirmed that bombing runs had been performed over the Pacific during that time, they denied any knowledge of the unknown substance, or any involvement in creating or dispersing it. Despite the many theories, the truth behind the blobs that fell from the sky in Oakville, Washington remains a mystery to this day. The Washington State Department has yet to provide a satisfactory explanation, and the blobs have not been seen since. The residents of Oakville are left to wonder what really happened that fateful day, and if it will ever happen again. However, the blobs were not the only strange occurrences in Oakville. Some residents reported seeing bright lights in the sky before the blobs fell to the ground, leading some to speculate that the blobs were the result of extraterrestrial activity. Others pointed to the fact that the blobs shared similar DNA with humans as evidence that they were the result of some kind of military experiment gone wrong. The Washington State Department took all known samples of the blobs and promised to get to the bottom of the mystery. But in a shocking turn of events, they somehow managed to misplace the samples and were unable to determine the cause of the strange occurrences. In the days that followed, several people in the town who had come into close contact with the blobs reported feeling ill a couple of hours afterwards. They complained of headaches, dizziness, and nausea, and some even developed rashes. "I didn't think much of it at first, but then I started feeling really sick," said one Oakville resident. "I had a terrible headache and my stomach was upset. It was like I had the flu or something." Despite the reports of illness, the Washington State Department was unable to definitively link the blobs to any health problems in the town. Without the missing samples, they were unable to conduct further testing and the mystery of the blobs remained unsolved. As the weeks went by, the blobs stopped falling from the sky and the town returned to its normal routine. But the memory of the strange occurrences lingered in the minds of the Oakville residents, and many continued to speculate about the true nature of the blobs and their possible connection to military or extraterrestrial activity. The story of the gelatinous blobs that rained from the sky in Oakville, Washington remains a mystery to this day, and the question of their origin and the cause of the strange occurrences continues to fascinate those who heard about it. Despite the efforts of the Washington State Department and private researchers, the truth behind the blobs remains shrouded in mystery.
So now that we've gone through all of those different things, we're going to move on to the boobry. So according to McCoy, the land of origin for this is Scotland. Other origins are none known. The other names are water bird or water horse. The element is water. Appearance and temperament. The boobry is a water bird about a foot high, which can either swim in or fly over the water. It is a dark animal with black feathers and a huge bill extending out about 3 feet from its body, which it uses to catch fish when meat is not available. It has large, sharp claws, which often resemble disfigured human hands. Most time active at night. The lore. The Boobree preys on ships transporting sheep and cattle, which are its favorite foods. It mimics the sound of a particular animal's young to lure it to the side of the ship, where it is captured in the long talons and dragged underwater. When thwarted in its quest for meat, its cries of anger sound like those of an enraged bull. The Boobree can shapeshift into the form of a horse and run along the top of the water, complete with the sound effect of hooves beating on earth. In this form, it has been seen by sailors who often mistake it for a ghost horse. This fairy is waterbound and cannot come onto land without destroying itself. Where to find them? In the waters off Scotland. How to contact? If you feel you really must contact a Boobree, it is best to do so from the safety of the shore where the fairy cannot come. Call out to it and offer a piece of beef or mutton as an inducement. Magical and ritual help. It is unlikely that this selfish scavenger can be any help in magical or ritual workings. While it might appear willing to do anything in return for a meal, there are more reliable fairies to ask for aid whose heart will be in your efforts. So this one I do believe McCoy had gotten pretty correct, but again I am going to turn it over to someone else who has a little bit more to say on the subject.
The Boobree is a mythological shape-shifting creature, particularly for its presence in the misty lochs of the west coast of Scotland. Description of Boobree vary widely, but common appearance of a gigantic water bird-like creature resembling a heron or a crane, and its ability to shapeshift, making it a particularly elusive and enigmatic creature, often with a wingspan as wide as a small boat. Its feathers are said to be dark and gray in color, and its eyes are often described as glowing or shining. However, what sets the Boobree apart from mundane birds is its reputed ability to shape-shift at will. It is also believed to have a loud and haunting cry that can be heard from great distances. The Boobree is said to be a shy and elusive creature, often keeping to itself and avoiding human contact. It is also known to be fiercely territorial and may attack if provoked or if it perceives threat to its habitat. The Boobree is said to transform into various forms, including that of a water horse, water bull, a gigantic otter, or even a monstrous fish. This metamorphic prowess allows it to evade detection and adds to the mystique surrounding its existence. The Boobree is believed to inhabit the remote and marshy areas of the Scottish Highlands and Islands, particularly around lochs and moors. The Boobree is often associated with storms and bad weather, with sightings frequently occurring during turbulent conditions. It is said to be a solitary creature, preferring the desolate and secluded shores of the remote lochs it calls home. Local legends warn that encountering the Boobree may bring misfortune or even death, leading many to avoid the areas where it is rumored to dwell. Despite its fearsome reputation, the Boobree is also linked to the natural rhythms of the landscape. In some stories, it is depicted as a guardian spirit of the natural world, protecting the land and watching over the waters and the creatures that inhabit them. Some fishermen and sailors believe that spotting the Boobree can bring luck to their endeavors, while others regard it with awe and trepidation, viewing it as an omen of impending disaster. There have been occasional reports of sightings of large, unusual birds in the Scottish Highlands and Islands, which some people believe may be related to the Boobree legend. However, like many creatures of folklore, concrete evidence of its existence remains elusive. The Boobree remains one of Scotland's most enigmatic cryptids, its legend embodying of the country's rich folklore. Whether viewed as a fearsome guardian of the lochs or a portent of impending calamity, its presence continues to captivate the imaginations of those who dwell in the mist-shrouded landscapes of the traditional Highlands cultures.
And the next creature that we are going to discuss here would be the brownies. And this is another example of homogenization by McCoy for various reasons that we will again discuss. So the land of origin here is Scotland. Other origins say that these fairies are also known in Canada and the United States, certainly brought over with Scottish immigrants. Other names: house brownie, little man, he is called Nisse in Denmark, although she is not correct about that. That's actually in Nordic regions. In Russia, they are called domovoi and have been known to cry like a banshee when death is approaching a member of their chosen family, and to warn of fires. In North Africa, which again she is incorrect about, it is West Africa, they are called yambos. The Chinese call them chua fon pi. The English sometimes know them as hobs, which again is incorrect, it's just hobgoblins. Their element is earth. Appearance and temperament. The house brownie of Scotland is one of the most benevolent and kind fairies you could hope to meet. They are very small dwarf fairies who always appear as males with coal-black eyes. They wear little suits of green, blue, or brown, and small caps made of felt. Their ears are slightly pointed, and they have long, nimble fingers. Most time active, at night, all year long. The lore. The house brownie looks for a deserving human to aid, one who is humble and gracious and is good to nature and other people. And he hunts for a warm house, one of which he feels he can be comfortable. That means no one with a cat. They like the attic, woodshed, or cellar of the human home best. Heat these areas for them and feed them well to keep them. Their favorite foods are milk, honey, ale, and cake. The brownie is said to reward kindness shown to him by helping out around the house and on the farm, by bringing food and firewood, and by chasing away ill-meaning spirits from your dwelling. Brownies are still common in the Scottish Highlands and on the Hebrides Islands, but are rarely heard of elsewhere. Because of their generous nature, brownies hate misers and cheats, cannot tolerate lying, and detest pretentiousness. Like their cousins, the leprechauns, they like to cobble, but they will work on a pair of shoes rather than on only one. Because brownies are completely nocturnal, some people believe they, like vampires, can never appear in sunlight. Brownies can go abroad in the daylight, but they prefer not to. Roosters, long sacred to the sun gods of Europe, are the familiars, animals who help in magic and ritual, of brownies. They crow at dawn, not, as human arrogance would have us believe, to tell us to wake up, but to announce to the brownies that it is time to go to bed. This is especially important as some non-Scottish species of house brownies will die if exposed to sunlight. Some Scots even believe brownies could take the form of roosters and help them around the house in this physical form. The Mother Goose rhyme, "I had a little rooster," reflects this belief. The rhyme tells of a rooster doing dishes and baking bread. Most brownies are keenly intelligent. The only exception is the Dobie, who, though dull-witted, still has a large heart. Dobies greatly wish to be of help to their human hosts, but usually only make grand messes due to their lack of intellect. Another brownie is called a Kilmolis, and he protects and looks after mills in exchange for a bit of bread and a spot at his adoptive family's fireplace. Where to find them? Induce them to come to your home by leaving out food for them and by showing kindness to all living creatures. They can easily be found almost anywhere in fairyland, which may be the best place to contact them. How to contact. Brownies cannot be beckoned to you, but will only come when they are sure you are the sort of person they want to help and approach. Magic and ritual help, all household tasks, protection of home, family, and animals. They can, if they choose to, lend their energy to prosperity spells. It never hurts to ask their help. They will give it if they feel your request is a proper one. The best way to get a brownie to work with you is to offer it the sort of home and environment it likes on the astral plane in your astral residence. Over time, you will no doubt develop a sense of mutual trust and begin doing small kindnesses for each other. Build your relationship from there. It will be immensely rewarding. So again, we are going to tease some of this out bit by bit, because while the brownies in some of the other regions like the Nighe and the Domavoy are similar in nature, there are distinct differences because the culture is not the same. So we will be talking about some of these, not all of them. We will get to Domavoy in another episode, but we will be taking some of these other ones bit by bit.
The concept of house spirits or guardians was a common thread throughout all European mythology and folklore. The origin of these spirits can be traced back to the Lares of ancient Rome. The Lares were spirits thought by some to be the spectral form of great heroes or ancestors that have returned to aid or guide their descendants. These entities were known as household gods or guardians of the hearth. The worship of these minor deities was said to bring peace and prosperity to the home. In medieval Europe, these once grand spirits now occupy a far less gracious position. No longer minor gods, but now small, peaceful goblin-like creatures that aided in housework and served the family of the home they occupied. In Scotland, this creature was known as the Brownie. Before we start today's video, I would like to tell you that we have our first ever guest, Anna Bridgeland, who will be joining us a little later to share her knowledge on the subject. Anna runs a wonderful YouTube channel where she covers folklore and mythology from around the world. I will leave the link to her channel in the description. I would appreciate it if you would check out some of her amazing content. Now let's get into the video. Brownies, or brownies as they were sometimes called, are an incredibly difficult subject to cover, since there's an unfathomable abundance of information on them, and all of it seems to be quite contradictory, so you may have to bear with me. The appearance of the brownie tends to vary from tale to tale. Some say they appeared as a stout man with long flowing hair, and could move in complete silence. Others say the brownie was a small, meek being with a wrinkled face and thick, shaggy brown hair, from which it takes its name. Sir Walter Scott refers to the creature as an elf or fairy, but far less malevolent or mischievous. Even King James I made note on the brownie in a book concerning the occult, known as Demonology. There he describes the house spirit as a foul devil who would haunt its unwilling victims. Although King James's view on fairies in general was extremely hostile, which would become apparent during his reign. Someone who very much disagreed with the old king was folklore collector George Henderson, who in 1856 suggested that brownies may have been commissioned by the Christian God to relieve the burden placed upon mankind and aid them in their daily labour. But there are not many who saw the brownies in this way. More commonly, they were thought to be spirits of peace, related in some form to the people of the Mound, the Doinishi, or gods of old. The brownie comes in many forms, and has been categorised into many subgroups throughout Scottish history. Some were called the Little Brown Men, and spent all of their time protecting and tending to the needs of animals and woodlands. Others, called Gwrach-y-Rhibyn, aided farmers in the herding of sheep. In some tales, angered or mistreated brownies would become evil spirits, named boggarts, but that's a tale for another time. The classical Scottish brownie was said to spend most of its day hidden away in the remote recesses of old houses which they inhabited. As night fell, the curious little creature would come out from hiding and employ himself completing household chores. They would sweep the floors, milk the cows, churn the butter, and generally be a great help. The brownie did not work for payment, but simply for the joy and peace they gained from the work. The brownies were happy, helpful spirits. Although it was well known that brownies were very easy to offend, a According to many tales, the brownie would leave the household and never return if offered reward or payment for its services, which it found to be highly disrespectful. In one story, a brownie takes great offence from being thanked for its hard work. Another was offended when a family gave it a name. This meant that living with a brownie could be very tricky for the family, since each individual house spirit would seem to have a unique list of possible offences. It was common for a brownie to be dressed in horrible, stained rags, or in some cases wear no clothes at all. The creature never had much care for clothing or their appearance. It was a well-known fact that neither blankets nor clothes should ever be given to a brownie, as it will cause them to leave the service of the house forever. No one is entirely sure why the brownie must leave upon being gifted these items, and in some tales, the creature seems as if it was compelled to leave by some otherworldly force. The brownies, although lacking the power of their more noble elven brethren, can still produce wondrous feats of fairy magic. Not only could the brownies use the powers of the fae, but they were also quite good at spotting curses and evil spells. These tales may give you the impression that all brownies were opposed to receiving gifts, but that's not quite true. Some brownies would rejoice in gifts of milk or honey. Others required the promise of food to begin their service. On the island of Colonsay, the villagers would pour milk into a small hole in the ground where a brownie was known to live. In payment for this milk, the creature would help the islanders with farming when the seasons were difficult. This is not an ancient custom, or even one from the 17th century. In Alistair MacGregor's Compendium of Scottish Folklore, The Peat Fire Flame, it was recorded that crofters were still pouring milk into the hole near Balnarad farmhouse as recently as 1910. The crofters told MacGregor that once per year, on the first night the cattle were to be let out of the barn, he would take a jug of milk and pour it slowly into the cavity. He would then turn around and walk away without looking back. It was said that this was done out of respect to the brownie, and in the hope he would watch over the cattle while the crofters slept. At one point in history, brownies seem to have become a kind of status symbol, and many rich families or clan leaders claimed to have a brownie in service. One of these spirits was in the service of the MacLachlan clan. The brownie was said to be a strange ragged creature that lived in the clan castle near Loch Fyne. This particular house spirit would tour the castle on wintry nights and would check in on guests to ensure they were warm in their bed and provide extra blankets. At other times, the brownie could be found warming his feet on the glowing embers within the kitchen grate. Even as late as the 19th century, there were still households that claimed to have a resident brownie. One of these creatures was in the service of Clan Mackay and was known in the area as the Little One. It was even said that in 1807, when Colonel Mackay went off to fight Napoleon in the Peninsular War, that the house spirit accompanied his master. The colonel came unscathed through some of the most ferocious fighting the war had to give. When it ended, the surviving soldiers returned to Scotland and would describe the incredible view of the colonel charging into battle with the little one perched on the peak of his saddle, warding off the hot lead bullets that flew all around him. The colonel and the brownie returned home to Kintyre, and the spirit returned to his previous duties, although now he was also tasked with cleaning and preparing the colonel's uniform and armaments. So every day, for many, many years, the brownie would come to the house at dusk and work all night. Then an hour or two before daybreak, he would quietly leave by the back door. But on one harsh winter's night, the colonel came upon a trail of small bloody footprints leading from the house. Concerned about his little companion, he set his wife the task of finding some shoes for the poor creature. The wife had never really cared for the brownie, and quickly hunted out a pair of old, tattered shoes, discarded by one of the children, and left them on the back doorstep. No one is sure whether it was simply the gift of clothing, or the lack of consideration and appreciation shown by the Colonel's wife, but the little one was never seen again. Over the many years, there has been hundreds of tales involving these interesting creatures. Perhaps I will cover more another day, but now I would like to mention the odd classification of the brownie in Scottish tradition, before I hand the floor over to our guest. Many researchers of folklore and even Scottish history find it difficult to classify the brownie. It is traditionally regarded as being related to, but entirely distinct from the fae and fairies of old. In fact, the tales and beginnings of the Doineshi far outdate those of the brownie, which seem to have been a more modern addition to Scottish folklore. And by more modern, I mean sometime in the 15th or 16th century. The prominent writer, Sir Walter Scott, classifies brownies as a class of beings distinct in habit and disposition from the freakish and mischievous elves. Folklore researcher Catherine Briggs even suggests the possibility that brownies may be a form of ghost or spectre, since house spirits seem to have some link with the dead, and could be linked to the spirit of a kindly ancestor that remained in the house to aid his relations. The house spirits, or hearth guardians, originating from the ancient Roman Lares, have spread all over the world and appear in the folklore and mythology of many cultures. To tell you more about these spirits, I will now hand the floor over to our wonderful guest, Anna Bridgeland. If you haven't already, check out her channel, where she guides you through the history and tradition of many otherworldly topics.
The name brownie seems to originate sometime in the early 16th century, and the first mentions of the creature that we know of come from the Scottish lowlands. Although many tales of the brownie can be found on the English side of what is now the Scottish border. But the brownie is only one of many household spirits that can be found in British folklore. In Ireland, a creature known as the Pooka has said to have been doomed to the drudgery of housework until he was considered worthy of a reward. This would commonly come in the form of clothes, at which point the Pooka would swiftly depart, overjoyed at having been granted his freedom. On the Isle of Man in the Irish Sea, a creature named the Fenadiri would help farmers tending their cattle and harvesting their crops. Fenadiri are commonly regarded as less intelligent than the brownie. In one tale, a Fenadiri is asked with rounding up a flock of sheep, but, try as he may, one small grey sheep would always outwit him and escape. In the end, it turned out that this grey sheep was actually a hare that just happened to be in the field at the time, and was more than quick enough to escape the fey shepherd. A common household spirit in the north of England was the Hob, so named due to his association with the hearth. Some Hobs would aid in household chores, but in general they seemed to be far more mischievous than the brownie, and if offended they could become a terrible nuisance. Much like their Scottish counterpart, the gift of clothing was an incredible offence to the Hob, and often resulted in the disappearance of the creature. Leaving the British Isles, we find a sprite from Germanic folklore called the kobold. Kobolds are commonly invisible, but can take material form, where they appear as small human-like figures. This spirit tends to adapt quickly to their surroundings, which includes their clothing and general appearance. In one tale, a kobold who lived upon a ship was known to dress like a sailor and smoke a small pipe. The kobolds were also known to aid in household chores, but much like the brownie, they're easily offended, and it's said that if you were to neglect a kobold, they would harass and trick those who dwell within the house.
The brothers Grimm make mention of being similar to the brownie in their tale, The Shoemaker and the Elves, in which a busy shoemaker is aided by two small elves that appear during the night and complete his work. For aiding the shoemaker, the elves each receive a set of fine clothes, after which they wish the shoemaker good luck and leave, never to be seen again. This trend of house spirits continues up into the Scandinavian countries as well, where we see the Nisse or Tomte, creatures that share some aspects of the Scottish brownie. But there's a creature from Old Norse mythology that may relate to one of the tales mentioned in this video. That creature is the Hogbui, which means mound dweller. It was said to be a small yet helpful goblin that lived in the hills and mounds of Norway. This tradition of the Hogbui was carried to Orkney and Shetland, where it would mix with the Scottish folklore, and the creature became known as the Hogboy or Hogboon. At one time in the history of the Scottish Islands, all of the hills were said to be occupied by their own Hogboon. One tale from that time even claimed that a Hogboon lived in the Neolithic cairn known as Maeshowe, inland of Orkney. This spirit would protect and tend the ancient burial site. However, in some other versions of the story, the Hogboon was actually the spirit of a dead man buried within the cairn. It seems very likely that the strange brownie from the Orcadian island of Coppensay that went by the name of Hubo was in fact not a brownie at all, but a Norse Haubui, which sounds very similar to the name Hubo. Now I could go on and on forever about household creatures and spirits, many of which I've looked into in depth in my own channel. But alas, for now, I will bid you farewell.
So why were these spirits so prevalent in the old world, and what purpose did these tales serve? One explanation comes from folklore researcher Leslie Newman, who suggests that the brownie was the personification of how a good house servant should act. Since the concept of a brownie was so well known at the time, belief in these house spirits was exploited by both the master and the servant. Workers and servants would commonly blame mishaps, breakages, and other faults in their work on an ill-tempered brownie who had not been respected by the master. This would cover the servant's own shortcomings and communicate to the master that he should treat his workers better. On the other hand, the master of the house would employ stories of the brownie in order to convince their servants to work hard and act appropriately. In many tales, brownies would punish servants who were not pulling their weight or were giving the house a bad name. In all, the brownie has become an intrinsic part of Scottish folklore, and no true Scottish home is complete without a helpful little spirit. Thank you for listening.
Hi there guys, I'm Danny and welcome to this episode of All Monsters Go to Space. Today I'm bringing you a little video on the Nisse, a Nordic being that has a few different names depending on which country in the Nordic region it comes from. In Denmark and Norway they're Nisse, Tomte in Sweden, and Tontu or Tomtenisse in Finland. From what I've been able to find out, they are normally always male and are said to be small and short with a long white beard, a very aged face that is yellowed, and was, in general, quite a hairy little fellow. He would wear plain farmer's clothes, consisting of breeches, a tunic, a belt, stockings, and a red knitted cap, although in some versions this is a red conical cap, sort of more akin to a garden gnome figure. So these creatures are actually really quite small. Reports range from about 2 to 3 foot approximately, although there have been some versions where they're about half the height of an average man, and there are even a few accounts that say that they can change their size and become larger than a man.
Now, in newer retellings within Denmark, they've actually lost their beard and just become little clean-shaven men in red woolen stockings and still wearing the red cap. In all versions, from what I've been able to tell, they're all said to be very strong for their size, and some have quite a poisonous bite that unfortunately can only be cured magically. And in a very, very few tales I've come across, they only have 4 fingers, cat-like glowing eyes, and ears that are pointed like an elf. In some tales and visual depictions, he will actually have a cat, a goat, or even a pig companion, but I'll come to that a little bit later on in the video. Now, these creatures were said to have come from the forests and moved into the houses and barns of farmsteads, and they took it upon themselves to act as their guardians, but only if certain conditions were continuously met. In turn for this continuous payment, they would help with the work that needed to be done on the farm, with the growth of the crops and the caring for the animals. The Nighe became so connected to farms that it's said he even has a most prized animal, the horse, and if you wanted to know which one belonged to him, you would just have to look for the most well looked after horse with a braided mane and a tail, and woe betide anyone who undid this. This being was very easily upset. If something had been spilled, a warning had to be shouted down to him, and if the Nighe found an animal had been mistreated or the farm work had been neglected, or that farmers were using the barn as a bathroom or swearing, the Nighe would take his revenge. Now, this could take many forms of varying severity, from a clip round the ear to pranks to killing of livestock, which seems a tad extreme and kind of goes against his being the guardian, but they can be quite fickle creatures. And these creatures did not like change either, and as I've said before, they would often require payment for their continued patronage. Now, it wasn't a financial gain that they wanted, but food. A farmer was required to leave a bowl of porridge out for him, and it had to have a pat of butter on top, very specific. If not, his ire was stirred. There's even a tale of a farmer who put the butter in the bowl first and then the porridge. Now, this really angered their Nighe, so much so that he actually slaughtered the farmer's cow. Now, doing this really worked up an appetite, and so he went back and ate the porridge and found the butter at the bottom. So to make up for what he had done, he searched high and low all over for a cow that looked exactly the same. I kind of feel sorry for the farmer whose cow was then taken, but that's how the story goes. Now, another custom to appease the Nighe was to make up a bed for him on Christmas Eve and give him a place at the table, preferably the most honoured place. Now, when Christianity became widespread, these beings became ever so slightly vilified. It became believed by some that if a farm was prospering more than their neighbours, it was because they had a Nighe, and so the people, the farmers, were no longer doing the Lord's work, although this might seem a little bit like sour grapes from the other farmers to me. Now, the reason why I'm doing this video at this particular time of year is because the Nighe has become associated with Christmas. On Christmas cards, he is sometimes depicted alongside a cat, as I've mentioned before, or with the Yule goat, the Julebok, or a pig in Scandinavia, and it's why a place is set for him specifically on the night before Christmas. Now, at this time of year, he works like a tiny little Father Christmas. Instead of breaking and entering when people are sleeping and coming down the chimney, he knocks on the door and hands over the gifts to each recipient, of which I personally would prefer this method. There's also no mention of a naughty list or him always watching you. And also, much like how in the late 1870s, Thomas Nast made an illustration for a poem in Harper's Weekly of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, where Father Christmas first donned the infamous red suit and was seen as a jolly fat man, we can contribute the most famous depiction of a Nighe to Jenny Nystrom in 1881. She did an illustration for a Swedish magazine, and you'll have to excuse my pronunciation, Ny Illustrerad Tidning, of the poem Tomten, written by Victor Rydberg. Here he has the long white beard, the red conical knitted cap, a friendly demeanour, and is seen making or at least wrapping the presents. Their tunics are also brighter colours and their cheeks are quite rosy. And I do have to wonder, though, if the 1870s image of Father Christmas had reached Sweden by this point and influenced her slightly, or if her idea came to her separately. Or maybe Thomas Nast was influenced by the stories of the Nighe and the stunning red colour that seems to have become synonymous with this seasonal period.
Fairy tales. The Yumboes. The Yumboes are fairies from the folklore of the Wolof people of Senegal in West Africa. mainly on the coast near Gorey Island. Now, it is said through mythology that they have a very distinctive look, being roughly 2 feet tall and colored a silvery white from head to toe. They are believed to be the spirits of the dead and attach themselves closely to human families. However, they don't seem to be particularly malevolent, and in fact, the native tongue name for them actually means good people. They can often be observed dancing in the moonlight, eating corn, and feasting, although they do tend to steal the food for their amazing feast from the humans nearby. But they're likely to invite both natives and foreigners to their elaborate moonlit ceremonies. They are invisible to anyone who is not invited, so one can be going on right in front of you and you wouldn't know. Now, there's not a lot of information or documentation about this specific group of fairies, and the information we do have is primarily through third-hand account.
So the next creature we're going to discuss here is the brown men of the moors. And according to McCoy, their land of origin is Cornwall. Their other origins are Scotland. Their other names are moor men in the less commonly used term, which is just not true. The element is fire. Appearance and temperament. Brown men are short, thin male fairies who protect the animal life on Cornwall's Bodmin Moor. They have a sparse thatch of copper-red hair on their heads, have long, plump arms, and dress in the brown and withered foliage of the moors. They do not appear to dislike humans, but avoid them whenever possible. Most time active, all year. Lore. Brown men are cousins of the Scottish brownies. Because they shun human contact, little is known about them. Where to find them? On Bodmin Moor. How to contact? Call to them and tell them you are a friend who sympathizes with their mission, or take them an animal who needs help. Approach with caution, because little is known about their temperament, but chances are they are friendly, just very shy. Magical and ritual help? Undetermined, but they may lend energy to spells to protect or heal animals. So now I'm going to turn it over to someone who is actually going to discuss Bodmin Moor, and from there we will actually get the lore of these particular creatures.
Dosmary Pool in Cornwall. It's a legendary body of water located on Bodmin Moor, and it's famous for stories of King Arthur, the Lady of the Lake, giants and witches, loads of ancient history, and murders. It can be reached by a minor road off the A30 near the famous Jamaica Inn. It is roughly a mile in circumference. The pool may have formed in the post-glacial period and was long thought to be bottomless, and according to 18th century records it used to be full of fish, but now you can only find eels. The pool is also surrounded by ancient flint workings, which shows that Mesolithic hunter-gatherers would have lived in the area as far back as 10,000 years ago. There is also evidence of Mesolithic camps scattered around Cornwall. Around 2,500 pieces of worked flint were found, and they were made to form the tips and barbs of arrows. These tiny artefacts are seldom found, which makes the collection from Dosmary Pool very important. Also, scrapers, knives and arrowheads and axes dating from the Neolithic and the Bronze Age have been discovered. It was reported to have dried up in the recent past, but it was rumoured that the pool had been drained on purpose by a certain unscrupulous company, probably in connection with tin mining, as it's said that black tin can be found under the pool. And in 1951 it was designated a site of special scientific interest due to a lot of the rare species that grow in and around the pool. Dosmary Pool is a dark, still expanse of water surrounded by low, haunting, treeless hills, where from the mist-shrouded past a myriad of legends lurk. The name is said to mean pleasant drinking bowl, and was a reported drinking place of Gog Magog. who was the last of the giant inhabitants of the land of Albion, and was said to have been thrown off a cliff during a wrestling match with Caoineag, who in medieval British legend was a warrior, a fighter of giants, and the founder of Cornwall. Another ancient legend is of the old storm woman who lives in the dark, lightless depths, and she is as ancient as the pool itself, and she is said to be a strange kind of freshwater mermaid. And from the dark depths of the pool, the old storm woman stirs up the waters and creates the winds, maliciously casting it out across the moors of Dartmoor. It was also here that King Arthur or Merlin were granted the sword Excalibur, as was also the home of the mythical Lady of the Lake. Could she also be the old storm woman from earlier myths? It was also on the edge of this melancholic pool that Bedivere returned Excalibur to the Lady of the Lake as Arthur lay dying after the Battle of Camlan at Slaughter Bridge in Cornwall. Now Slaughter Bridge is only 3 or 4 miles from Tintagel, and it's only 10 miles from Dosmary Pool. So they'll line up as the crow flies, and that'd be my personal choice for Arthur's last battle, as there are many others to choose from. Another dark story regarding Dosmary Pool is about Jan Tregeagle, who was a magistrate in the early 17th century, and he was a bit of an arsehole. He was known for being particularly harsh in his judgments, was said to have made his fortune by robbing an orphan on his estate. And also stories circulated that he murdered his wife and was very hard up on his tenants. Quite an evil man. It was also said that he'd sold his soul for power, fame and success with the devil, but at the end of his life it backfired on him, luckily. John Tregeagle was bound to the task of emptying Dosmary Pool with leaking limpet shell for all of eternity, because he'd tried to go back on his bargain with the devil. Now when he tried to abandon his task, he was damned to the bottomless pool by Satan, where he is tormented to this day, and is hunted relentlessly across the moors by the hellhounds whenever his spirit tries to escape. And in the still of the night, a dark spirit is said to sit by the lifeless waters, its despairing cries heard over the lonely moors. Cornwall's own fairy folk and small people, including Piskies, Spriggans and Knockers, are all said to inhabit the Dosmary Pool. The cunning folk of Cornwall also use the pool for particular spells, like the witch's ladder. A ladder was made from black wool with white thread, and every 2 inches it was tied round a cock's feather, and the witch would weave into it aches and pains and other ailments with the intention of healing. The ladder was thrown into the bottom of Dosmary Pool. It was believed that the bubbles rose to the top, the cure was released and healed the intended. It could also be used as negative magic and cast a curse.
And moving on to our next creature here, I'm going to do it in 2 stages for the next couple of little beasties. The first one is the Boggans, which McCoy has written down in here also is associated with the Finadri, which is not a thing. And I say that because they are separate little creatures from what I can tell, although I do believe they both originate from the Isle of Man, but they are separate. So we are going to have a video of someone talking about that. And the next one that I'm going to lump in with this is also called the Buggles, which is a term that no one uses for this particular creature, as according to McCoy, the land of origin is England. And the other origins are buggers probably came to England as German trolls. And their other names, they don't have any. Their element is air. Their appearance and temperament. Buggers are so adept at shape-shifting that it is hard to describe their appearance. They are considered very dangerous to humans, but fortunately for us, they never leave the astral world. Most time active all year. The lore. Buggers are a type of goblin, and in England the word has become a slang term for a bratty child. Bugger may be a derivation of Bogart or boogeyman. Or to find them, unknown, and how to contact not advised.
Hi there guys, I'm Danny, and welcome to this episode of All Monsters Go to Space. Today I'm bringing you a little video about the Buggane from the Isle of Man. There are some variations of its descriptions. Some say it's mole-like, or at least it digs tunnels. Others say it is a giant, like a Scandinavian troll, or a huge ogre or some kind of water spirit. But in most of its variations, it's covered in coarse, dark hair, with tusks, claws, and a large red mouth. It's also said by some to be a shapeshifter, but in all forms they are intelligent and can speak, and on occasion they do actually communicate with people. They tend to live in old ruins deep within forests, in caves or behind waterfalls. The Buggane near Husty lived in a cave by the sea. Something very relatable is that most Bugganes hold themselves up and will stay there unless disturbed. As shapeshifters, they primarily took the form of a horse or a cow, and if they took the form of a human being, they were still pretty noticeable, as the being would have long teeth and nails. It's also said that Bugganes are the type of being that fairies ask to help them punish people. Now, you can actually find the Buggane in a small handful of popular culture pieces. It is included in the fantasy novel by Murat called The Road to the Faerie City, then also in the 7th book of The Lost Apprentice, Rise of the Huntress. And the BBC once included a story about the Buggane in the 6th season of Jack Norrie, which was a children's TV show from like 1969, but there were actually many years of this show before and after. And for those who can drink alcohol, there is a light bitter called Bouchy's Buggane, and is from the Mount Murray Brewing Company that's actually on the Isle of Man.
And so the next creature that we have here is the Bugal Noz. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is Brittany, but I also looked up more stuff and it's also France. Other origins, none are known. Other names, none are known. The element is earth. Appearance and temperament. The Bugal Noz is hideously ugly, a fact he seems to find most distressing. He is a one-of-a-kind, said to be the last of his race. Most time active, all year. The lore. The Bugal Noz is sadly aware of his repulsive appearance and will call out a warning to humans before he appears, so as not to take them too much by surprise. He is a loner who is rarely seen. His home is underground, deep in the woodlands of Brittany, where even the woodland animals fear his repugnant appearance. Where to find him? In the woods of Brittany. How to contact? Invoke his presence at your circle, but be ready for his startling appearance. Magical and ritual help? Undetermined. So many people flee from the Bugal Noz that it is not known what help he might be in magic and ritual. Being of the earth, he may offer help with spells of fertility and prosperity. He is desperately lonely and would most likely offer you anything he can in return for your company and your compassion. And I do believe McCoy got this one almost completely correct, but again, turning it over to someone else with more information.
Hi there guys, I'm Danny, and welcome to this episode of All Monsters Go to Space. Today I'm going to be bringing you a very short video on a little known beastie, the Bugal Noz. These creatures come from Brittany in France and are a small, earth-based, fairy-like creature that live in the woodlands of this area. Their name actually means night shepherd, and they are said to be so ugly that they frighten all other creatures away. Humans may even die because they looked at him, and this causes him distress. He lives deep in the woods in solitary confinement because he is kind and doesn't wish to alarm others with his visage. He craves the company of others though, and he is the last of his kind. It's said that he appears at dusk, and during twilight hours he will call out, or at the very least make his presence known so that he won't scare anyone or any creature. He is called the Night Shepherd because he will help guide a person away from the dangers lurking unseen in the dark. You know, like a cliff edge or a pothole, or maybe some other monster. This entity was mentioned in a letter in the intro section of the book, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, by Mr. Wentz. The letter was from Anatole Lebray, a professor in French literature. The letter says that the Bugal Noz is less frightful in his appearance, and that he shouldn't be feared as he warns people of his presence, is gentle in nature, and ensures our rest and safety by shepherding us home when we are out in the woods. It definitely seems like a very sad little creature.
So moving on from that sweet, sweet little guy, on to something a little bit more terrifying. The bunyip. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is Australia. Other origins are possibly Central Africa. Other names, none known. The element is water. Appearance and temperament. Bunyips live in the swamps and marshes of Australia and look like plump humans, only smaller. They stand about 4 feet high and are very dirty, covered with the mud and slime of the swamps. Their feet face backward, but these are hard to see as bunyips rarely leave the shallow waters. Most time active at dusk, dawn, and at night. The lore. Bunyips are Aboriginal in origin, and the natives use to claim that these fairies could not be seen by white people. Bunyips are shy and rarely seen in any case, though they are often heard. They bark like dogs and are able to warn nearby humans of impending dangers. They can also lead fishermen to catches and chase away any threatening poisonous swamp reptiles. Bunyips first came into general notice in 1847 when a Sydney newspaperman began a series of articles on the folk beliefs of the Aborigines. Since that time, white Australians have considered the bunyip to be no more than some type of swamp-dwelling wombat, another native Australian animal. The Aboriginals still see, hear, and work with these native fairies on a regular basis. Where to find them? In the swamps, bogs, and marshes of Australia, particularly in the southeastern region where belief in them is still strong among the native population. How to contact? Call out to them and announce that you have come as a friend who wishes nothing more than mutual goodwill. Listen for them rather than looking. Magic and ritual help? They can help you catch fish and can help protect the area when you are fishing. They can also warn you against intruders when you are working, camping, or traveling in marshy areas. Ask them to lend their energies to rituals designed to protect endangered wetlands. Now, it's a little strange to me that she thinks that, white people can't see the bunyip, because as we are about to see, that doesn't make any sense. So, take it away, Swamp Dweller, and let us know what is actually going on with the bunyips.
Bunyip. One of Australia's most feared and famous cryptids. Coming from ancient Australian Aboriginal lore, the bunyip has been one of my favorite cryptids for a very, very long time, and I've wanted to do a video on this, but never quite found the time to do so. Recently, I teamed up with my good friend T.W. Grimm to help me research and write up a video about this. So, without further ado, let's get into the strange and creepy story of the bunyip. I feel compelled to take the unconventional step of breaking the fourth wall to make a confession. I began my research into the legend of the bunyip with my skeptic's hat firmly in place, as usual. But at the time of this writing, I have to admit that I'm honestly not too sure anymore. Although much of the evidence could be dismissed as anecdotal, in my opinion, there are some very compelling arguments in favor of this overgrown critter's existence. Whether the bunyip is a myth, an animal that became extinct in the not-so-distant past, or a carnivorous brute that still lives on in the present, I simply can't dismiss this cryptid as yet another manifestation of human fears and insecurities. The legend of the Bunyip begins with an accidental discovery in the colony of New South Wales in the year of 1818. Two early explorers and their party happened upon some highly unusual skeletal remains on the shore of Lake Bathurst, a shallow lake located near the eastern coast of Australia. Hamilton Hume and James Meeham described the scattered bones as resembling that of a hippopotamus or a manatee, but they were adamant that they were remains to something completely different. The Philosophical Society of Australasia offered to pay for Hamilton's expenses if he would return to the area and recover a specimen of this marvelous new creature. But Hume was unable to repeat the journey, and his discovery soon faded into legend. The Aboriginals in the area would have undoubtedly identified the skeletal behemoth as a bunyip, a carnivorous, semi-aquatic beast that they believed to inhabit freshwater lakes and deep holes along edges of rivers and swamps. Bunyip can be translated to devil or evil spirit. The author Robert Holden identified at least 9 regional variations of the bunyip across Aboriginal Australia. The bunyip's general size and shape was often described as being a strange hybrid of a seal, dinosaur, and hippopotamus, but accounts are wildly different concerning the creature's facial features. Some have stated that the bunyip's head as being like a dog's, but other sightings relay the cryptid's features as being more reptilian in nature. Some witnesses claimed it bears a coat of short, dark fur, much like a seal. Others reported it was smooth-skinned, like an amphibian, while still others swore up and down that the creature was at least partially covered in dull-looking feathers. Many of the witnesses testified that the bunyip emitted a rough, bellowing cry that made them think twice about approaching any closer to the bizarre-looking beast. The Aboriginals believed that the bunyip was a dangerous predator, quick to anger and physically formidable. Many of them believed that the mysterious animal was a supernatural beast, and they avoided any water that may have been haunted by one of these malignant creatures. As Europeans pushed their way across the continent in the 1840s and 50s, bunyip sightings became more commonplace. In 1845, the Geelong Advertiser reported on the discovery of fossilized bones not so far from the settlement, which they claimed were identified by an Aboriginal man as belonging to a bunyip. The article breathlessly recounted an incident where a woman was killed by a bunyip, and told of a man named Mamamwan, who showed several deep wounds on his breast made by the claws of the animal. The paper went on to claim that the beast has a head resembling an emu, with long bills at the end, had an extremity of which is transverse projection on each side, with serrated edges like the bone of a stingray. Its body and legs partake of the nature of the alligator. The hind legs are remarkably thick and strong, and the forelegs are much longer, but still of great strength. They went on to say that the extremities are furnished with long claws, but its usual method of killing its prey was by hugging it to death. When in the water, swims like a frog, and when on shore, it walks on its hind legs with its head erect, in which position it measures 12 or 13 feet in height. An escaped convict named William Buckley claimed to have had many encounters with the bunyip during the 30 years he spent living with the Wathaurong people. He claimed that they had been found in many inland lakes, and they were covered in dusky gray feathers. Buckley also insisted that the animal was known to have supernatural powers of malign power, capable of causing sickness and famine if angered by the interference of human beings. He was tempted to spear one of the creatures so that he might preserve its hide and skeleton for a specific inquiry on the scientific end, but he didn't dare carry out this plan for 2 very good reasons. 1, the bunyip was noted by the Wathaurong people as being extremely strong and ferocious, and 2, his native host would surely turn on Buckley and kill him if he did so. murdering him in retribution for bringing the supernatural wrath of the Bunyip down upon their people. In January of 1846, a strange and unfamiliar-looking skull was found by a settler on the banks of the Murrumbidgee River near Ballybogs, New South Wales. In March of the same year, a bunyip or gigantic platypus was spotted sunning itself on the banks of the Yarra River, just on the other side of the river from the Custom House in Melbourne. A crowd formed, and 3 men in a boat set out to capture the brute, but it disappeared into the river when they drew close. From all accounts, if the mysterious creature really was a bunyip, the men in the boat were probably lucky to escape with their lives. The Murrumbidgee skull was identified by several experts as being that of a deformed fetal skull of a foal or a calf, but the Australian Museum in Sydney still chose to put the artifact on display for 2 days in July of 1847. It was reported by a local newspaper that many of the visitors who were lined up to view the skull were sharing their own encounters with the bunyip amongst themselves. Although many of these stories were likely cases of mistaken identity or even outright fabrication, it was clear that the bunyip had become more than a rumor or a myth in the eyes of the general population. In 1857, a British artist named Edwin Stockwhiller reportedly made a drawing of a bunyip while making sketches of the scenery along the Murray and Goulburn rivers. Although the incident was sensationalized in papers, Mr. Stockwhiller maintained that he had seen and sketched a bunyip. He said the animal was mostly submerged in the water, with only its neck, back, and shoulders visible above the water. The sketch was later incorporated into a diorama that was said to be a mile in length when assembled, but the work of the art has sadly been lost over the intervening years. It has been argued that the discoveries of these unfamiliar-looking remains could be attributed to naturally occurring birth defects in some of the larger Australian fauna, as in the case of the misidentified remains found beside the Murrumbidgee River. However, this creates a sharp and very obvious counterargument. How many individuals of any given species could realistically be born with a fairly specific set of physical defects, when there is no documented evidence of these defects in the living populace? Why and when did this trend of deformity come to an end? To date, there has been very little evidence brought to light which might support this theory. It would be very tempting to the intellectually lazy skeptic to explain away eyewitness accounts as the misidentification of Australian wildlife. In fact, it was asserted by the educator and geographer Charles Fenner that the bunyip is actually a result of non-coastal aboriginals encountering seals that had made their way inland via the Murray and Darling rivers. Fenner stated that the bunyip's unusual proportions could be attributed to the exaggeration and distortion through repeated retellings of the encounter. Frankly, I find the notion that the Aboriginals could repeatedly mistake a seal for a fierce, man-eating beast is at best very naive, and at worst, it's an extraordinarily smug, baseless, and condescending argument. People who live off the land are more than capable of recognizing the wildlife that shares their home. In fact, oftentimes, their lives depend on it. This argument smacks of preconceived notions and contempt for the Australian Aboriginals, a people who had thrived for 30,000 years before suffering massive casualties during violent clashes with their European invaders, as well as suffering the twin specters of famine and disease, both brought on by denial of access to their old hunting grounds. On the topic of evidence, the bunyip is one of the few cryptids whose existence was, at one point, supported by some kind of physical proof. The proof in question was named the Chalicum bunyip by an article published in the magazine Australasian in 1851. The Chalicum bunyip was an outline of a bunyip that was killed on the banks of a creek near Chalicum Station, near Ararat, Victoria. According to the legend, a bunyip lunged out of the deep watering hole and seized a man from a passing group of natives, killing him in the attack. One of the hapless victim's companions brought the bunyip down with repeated thrusts of his spear. Soon after this incident, the locals decided to cut an outline of the dead beast in the turf. which they would retrace every year for an unknown period of time. It still existed as late as 1867, when the site was visited by Mr. R.E. Johns, the clerk of petty sessions in the small settlement of Moonambell. Mr. Jones drew a sketch of the outline that closely matched a drawing made in 1855 by George Henry Wathen, who made detailed measurements that put the size of the creature at 28 feet from tip to tip. Johns also made a map of the outline's location. Unfortunately, the area was soon settled by new European arrivals, and although the outline was fenced off for a period of time, the land was eventually used as a grazing pasture for sheep, and the outline was forever lost. Australia is a continent filled with bizarre life forms. Consider the platypus, a duck-billed, egg-laying aquatic mammal that is equipped with the poison spurs on its hind legs. Or the thorny devil, a spiky little reptile that drinks through grooves in its hide that draw moisture towards its mouth. Throughout the Pliocene epoch, a period of time that ended only 12,000 years ago, Australia was home to a variety of gigantic megafauna, such as Diprotodon, a marsupial that stood over 6 feet at the shoulder and weighed in at a whopping 6 tons, or the Dromornithids, flightless birds who towered at heights of 9 or 10 feet in the air. A bunyip would certainly not seem out of place in such remarkable company. Indeed, as early as 1871, experts such as Dr. George Bennett have forwarded their theory that the bunyip is a racial memory of Aboriginal encounters with the Diprotodon. It's worth noting that a distant cousin of the Diprotodon, a powerful predator known as the marsupial lion, was an impressive killing machine that could weigh up to 350 pounds, fight while standing on its hind legs, and is believed to have had the strongest comparable bite to any known mammal, living or extinct. The marsupial lion didn't become extinct until roughly 46,000 years ago, allowing for the possibility that it terrorized Australia's first human citizens for a good 14,000 years before the species dwindled and died. If the ancient aboriginals once fell prey to the likes of the land-dwelling marsupial lion, it would not be completely out of the realm of possibility that they may have been menaced by an equally savage aquatic counterpart, the bunyip. It could very well be that this beast evolved to occupy a specific niche over millions of years. A hardy mammal that was designed to endure extreme adversity and hardship. As the other megafauna slowly fell to climate change, natural disasters, and the cunning human invaders with their spears, the bunyip lived on, surviving through its ability to spend much of its time hiding in the deep waters. It could very well be that the new invasion of European colonists spelled the end for the bunyip, the last of the Australian giants. With their gunpowder and ballistic expertise, it's easy to imagine that this second wave of human conquerors were the straw that broke the camel's back with the already stressed bunyip population, and they joined their ancestors in the cold crypt of extinction. Of course, this is all conjecture. No one has ever brought forth and analyzed the remains of a bunyip, and certainly no one has ever obtained evidence of a live specimen. Still, the absence of evidence does not necessarily equate to the evidence of absence. This principle can be demonstrated by the discovery of the coelacanth off the coast of South Africa in 1938. The coelacanth is a prehistoric fish that was thought to have been extinct in the late Cretaceous some 66 million years ago. Since then, dozens more of the primitive fish have been documented in the waters that surround Africa and Indonesia. It's likely that the people have been occasionally catching the unpleasant-tasting fish in their nets for countless millennia, but had no idea they were tossing back a living exhibit of ancient history. All things considered, there's an unusually strong case for the existence of this cryptid. In fact, I'm not sure if the word cryptid is even the correct term for this animal. Unlike most cryptids, the bunyip could possibly be placed somewhere in the sprawling tree of our planet's evolutionary history. I feel that there's at least a slim chance the bunyip once reigned supreme over the freshwater lakes and rivers of Australia. A fierce and successful mammalian predator that struck terror in the hearts and minds of prehistoric man. Yet, the questions remain. Are they truly gone? Australia is an enormous island, boasting an area of 4.7 million square miles. Could an isolated population of the creature still be inhabiting some remote lake or backwater? While I don't believe that is very likely, I don't disbelieve it either. Throughout the history of our planet, many strange life forms have dwelt beneath the umbrella of our innocuous blue skies. It's an interesting legend that fires the imagination, and it opens the discussion of how prehistoric species could be classified if they survived into the modern age.
And moving on to another one of our actual fae folk here are the Buttery Sprites. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is England. Other origins, none known. Other names, just none known. The element is earth. Appearance and temperament. No one has ever seen a Buttery Sprite, but their presence is known by missing food and by the vengeance they seek against humans who have cheated others. Most time active, only at night. The lore. Buttery Sprites live in the old abbeys and inns of England, where they wreak havoc on those whom they believe cheat others or live the lives of hypocrites. They especially like to torment unscrupulous priests and abbots. In abbeys they feel free to take any food not marked with a cross, especially fresh churned butter. Because their lore about them is so attached to medieval religious life in England, the Buttery Sprites may not exist as whole beings, but rather as projected thought forms from guilty persons. The Buttery Sprites take their name from their favorite food of fresh butter. Their presence would often be felt in the butteries of the old buildings they lived in. Where to find them? If they can be found, it would be in old abbeys and inns. How to contact? Unknown. So usually when McCoy says things like they may not exist at all, that's usually my clue to be like, okay, this particular creature is probably nothing. But I was surprised this time, and I actually found out that there is some validity to the claims. So I'm going to bring in our speaker here to explain more.
Sometimes when certain places, certain structures built by humans, for humans, become very old, things that are not human move in. This is particularly true of ancient places, ruins, stone circles, ring forts, and wells, but it can also be true of somewhat newer structures, castles, churches, abbeys, inns, and even libraries, any place infused with history and with meaning. Most of us have had that feeling upon visiting one of these spots, that shivery sense that even though humans may have once dwelt here, and perhaps still do, something else lurks between the walls. In England, in the Middle Ages, cellars in monasteries where food and alcohol was stored for visiting strangers were called butteries. Over time, residents began to notice that the butteries attracted not only human guests, but the other kind as well. These unseen guests were nicknamed Buttery Sprites for their tendency to haunt butteries and to gain access to the larger house through these dark and cool rooms. When Buttery Sprites move in, the symptoms are very much like those of a traditional haunting. Whispered voices, the creaking of floors, the rattling of windows, inexplicable cold spots, a blow of breath on the neck from no one, lost items, shifted furniture, and the feeling of being watched from the shadows. And like in traditional hauntings, the Buttery Sprites have never been physically described, apart from as flitting shadows or tiny floating lights. For this reason, the Buttery Sprites are believed to be invisible, or else to be shapeshifters able to disguise themselves as ordinary humans, as visitors, guests, or even doubles of residents. One way to tell if you're dealing with Buttery Sprites as opposed to ordinary ghosts is to leave out an offering of fresh butter or some buttery pastry, which these fairies can't resist and will leave the plate disturbed by morning. Why the Buttery Sprites prefer old and ancient buildings is unknown, though there are many theories. One theory suggests that the hundreds of years of human experiences that have passed through these places has made them thin, cracked the invisible wall that separates our world from the other. If this is the case, then perhaps the whispers of the Buttery Sprites are in fact the whispers of beings living out their own lives, their own passions and dramas in another world, and that we are just occasionally overhearing them as a neighbor would in a building with thin walls. But it could also be that the Buttery Sprites are aware of these thin places, that they use them as passageways to travel back and forth between worlds. Whether these places are passageways or not, it seems clear that certain mischievous sprites like to linger in them and play pranks on the humans dwelling there. Like all the fairies, the Buttery Sprites keep to a strict set of moral rules and will punish humans who break them. And so tales of the Buttery Sprites include stories of sabotage and harassment. They are particularly known to target the miserly, the lazy, and hypocrites of all sorts, especially abbots, priests, and other holy types who don't keep their vows or practice what they preach. Churches, abbeys, and monasteries where a hypocrite lives are highly susceptible to poltergeist-like activity from Buttery Sprites, who won't cease their disturbances until the offending behavior is stopped, and maybe not even then. Their reasons for doing this are difficult to guess. Perhaps these self-appointed enforcers of fairy law are acting out of a guilty conscience. Having committed a crime against fairy, they seek redemption by punishing humans who have done something similar. Perhaps they have been victims of some crime by a fairy too powerful to pay, and so seek revenge on some similarly guilty target. Or perhaps they just enjoy wreaking havoc and any excuse will do. We may never know, for the motivations of the fairies remain as mysterious as the feelings these old places stir inside us. The best we can do is tread carefully when we visit these spots, preserve them and respect them, for over time, these sacred structures stopped belonging to us.
So the next creature that we are going to be talking about is the Bugganoids. And according to McCoy, their land of origin is Wales. Other origins, none known. Other names, none known. Their element is water. Appearance and temperament. Bugganoids are goblins who can shapeshift into other animal forms, including humanoid shapes. They do not like humans. Most time active, dusk. Lore. Welsh fairy lore tells us that the Bugganoids can only manifest in the human world for a brief time at dusk, when he can appear in any form he chooses. But we humans have the advantage here, because the Bugganoids has ever perfected his shape-shifting skills, and is easily spotted if one looks closely. No human has been harmed by them, but they clearly do not like people and enjoy frightening and fooling them. Where to find them? Unknown. How to contact? Contact not advised. And once again, I scoured the internet to try to find something to the effect for these creatures, and I could find nothing credible. So I am going to say that these particular creatures fully do not exist. And the next creature we are moving on to, just getting away from the Bugganoids, is the Bubach. And according to McCoy, their land of origin is Wales. Other origins, none known. Other names are Boggles, which isn't true, or cottagers, which also isn't a thing. Their element is earth. Appearance and temperament. Bubachs are solitary house fairies who are very mischievous, but do not seem to wish to harm their host families. However, they do not have the helpful nature of the Scottish Brownlee or the Irish Bean Tighe, which we've already discussed is not a real fairy. They are small and round and wear large red hats and little loincloths which look like diapers. Around their necks they wear animal fur cloaks. They are always seen as males. Most time active, all year. The lore. These mischievous house fairies intend to protect their adopted home from outsiders, but have no ability to distinguish friend from foe. One reportedly chased away a proselytizing preacher from a Welsh home. This protective instinct is for the dwelling itself, and rarely for the family who lives there. So they will also chase away your friends and family. The Booboks' pranks can be neutralized by ritually offering them food and by showing great respect for them. The lore of the Boobok and their need for respectful leavings of food is recorded in the Welsh nursery rhyme. Tommy Trevaro, Tommy Trevaro, we will send bad luck tomorrow. The old curmudgeon to eat all thy bread and not leave a piece for the Boobok. Where to find them? Look for them in homes in fairyland, but do not invite them into your own home, as they are more trouble than they are worth. How to contact. If you really want to meet a Boobok, make a simple evocation and invite them to your circle. Use a bit of milk or cake as an added inducement. Magical and ritual help. They may possibly be able to help with home protection spells, but their changeable nature makes them very untrustworthy. So once again, I am going to turn this over to someone else who is much more versed in Booboks.
Hello and welcome to the Ghosts and Folklore podcast. I'm Mark Rees, and on each episode, I investigate a different, weird, and wonderful subject. And on this episode, we are going to explore the dual nature of the Welsh hobgoblin, what I like to think of as the Welsh poltergeist fairy, a creature called the Boobok, which, on the one hand, was a very nice, helpful, happy household fairy, but on the other hand, it could quickly transform into a terrifying phantom. So terrifying that it scared people away from their homes and villages, and in some cases even attacked them and drove them to an early grave. And we will look at some examples on this episode that relate to both sides of their nature, the two extremes, as it were. The helpful fairy who could do chores for you, and this terrifying creature who could do, well, I don't want to spoil any surprises, but you will find out just how terrifying it can be very soon. Now, to begin at the beginning, and in this case that is the late 1800s, this is the latest episode to take a look at some of the research conducted by the American folklorist Wirt Sykes, who divided the fairy folk of Wales, or Tylwyth Teg, into 5 categories. They were, number 1, the Allallon or the elves, number 2, the Coblynau or mine fairies, number 3, the Bwbachod, the hobgoblins, the household fairies, number 4, the Gwrach-y-Rhibyn Annwn, or fairies of the lakes and streams, and number 5, the Gwyllion, or mountain fairies. And on this episode, we are going to focus on number 3 of those 5. Number 3, the Bwbachod, or the household fairies. And just in case you're wondering how I'm spelling that, it is B-W-B-A-C-H, or ch in Welsh, O-D. B-W-B-A-C-H-O-D. And a single Bwbachod, just the one of these fairies, is called a Bwbach, which might sound like a nice, cute name for a fairy, but trust me, it is not. Now, Sykes tells us that the Bwbachod were hairy little creatures which attached themselves to families and households, and as such were very much domestic creatures. These were not the fairies down in the mines or in the rivers or up on the mountains. They were very much indoors with the families. And this is where the connection with poltergeist activity comes from. I mentioned at the start, I like to think of them as poltergeist fairies, because poltergeist activity in years to come would be very similar to what these creatures got up to inside people's homes when they were feeling a little bit mischievous. Which wasn't all the time. As mentioned, they could be useful members of the household. They could help with chores and things. But at the same time, you had to be very careful because they could get up to some dangerous practices. And if you got on the wrong side of them, it could, in some cases, be fatal. Now, this idea of a fairy with a dual nature isn't unique to Wales in any way. It can be found in the English bogie, in the French goblin, and in the creature the bubach most closely resembles, and I've already referred to it as, and that's the hobgoblin. And the most famous example of a hobgoblin that I can think of that a lot of people will be familiar with is Puck from William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. And Sykes does tell us that, apparently, the word hobgoblin itself is derived from the Welsh language. And while I'm not sure how correct he is, but it's a nice theory, and he tells us that the Welsh word hob, the first part of hobgoblin, means to hop, and the Welsh word coblin means goblin, which it does, and by putting them together, we get a hopping goblin and the word hobgoblin, which, you know, it's a lovely image to conjure in your mind, a goblin hopping all about the place, but sadly, it could simply mean the goblin of the hob, which does make sense because it is a household fairy, not that well known for its hopping, I don't think. And also, in the Welsh language, the word bubach, it has been suggested, could be a combination of the word bach, which means small, and the word bu, BW, the sound a ghost makes when it tries to scare somebody, just like in the English language, combined could mean little scare, a little boo bach, like a timid little ghost maybe. And what I do think is interesting about the word bubach is that while traditionally it did mean a kind of fairy, a kind of Tylwyth Teg, but since about the 19th century, it is now more commonly used as a word for a ghost, a bit like saying spook. So it's not just the phenomena that was once associated with the fairies, which is now blamed on spirits of the dead, but the word itself has shifted, and I find that fascinating. But anyway, that's enough of the language stuff. Let us now crack on with the scary stories. And in our first one, we will take a look at how a good-natured bubach helps and not hinders the Welsh maid. And Sykes tells us that after the maid has finished her long day of chores by sweeping up the kitchen and making a good fire, her last task of the day before retiring for the night is to put the churn filled with cream on the whitened hearth, and to put a basin of fresh cream on the hob, there's the word hob again, but a basin of fresh cream on the hob, which is a gift, an offering, if you will, to the bubach, who she thinks will visit in the night, and in return for this gift, she hopes that the fairy will transform the contents of the churn into butter. So it's a bit of a bartering system. There's my work, please help me out. Here's some fresh cream as payment. And so she goes to bed to await the event, and to quote Sykes, in the morning she finds, if she is in luck, that the bubach has emptied the basin of cream and plied the churn dasher so well that the maid has but to give a thump or two to bring the butter in a great lump. So that all sounds pretty straightforward. The good side of the bubach, just leave a gift, leave your task nearby, and then the next morning when you wake up, if you're lucky, the task will be done, the churn will be full of butter, ready and waiting. But what about this bad side of the Bubach, the evil, dangerous side of this hobgoblin, the poltergeist activity? Well, like the Ellyll, the elves, one of Sykes' 5 varieties of fairy, and which we looked at back on episode 43, but like the Ellyll, the Bubach, we are told, does not approve of dissenters and their ways, and especially strong is its aversion to total abstainers. Now, I'll explain this quickly, and I've mentioned before on this podcast how important Christianity is to the folklore of Wales. Well, not just the folklore, to the culture of Wales, to the identity of the Welsh people, from this idea of Wales as a land of song, singing songs of praise, singing hymns, right down to the fairy tales, right down to the fairy folk, to the Bubach. But being a Christian wasn't as straightforward as just saying, yes, I'm a Christian, or no, I'm not a Christian. There were many denominations to choose from, and depending on which one you chose, depended on whether or not the Bubach was going to help you or not, because it would seem they were not happy with those straying from the faith. They were not happy with the non-conformists, and even worse, if you were an atheist, remember they are especially strong in their aversion to total abstainers. Well, you'd better watch your back, because Sykes tells us that in some cases, to get into its clutches, to get into the Bubach's clutches under certain circumstances is no trifling matter, for it has the power of whisking people off through the air, and regular listeners will know this is something else I spoke about recently on episode 65. But centuries ago, when people reported being carried through the air by some supernatural force, when they were walking somewhere, they were picked up, whisked away, and dropped off somewhere else. Centuries ago, they might blame the fairy folk. And then many years later, when belief in fairies died out, they started blaming ghosts instead. Well, Sykes has his own theory on this. It might be my favourite theory of all as to how people get whisked from one place to another. And he suggests that rather than it being fairies, rather than it being ghosts, it was, in fact, both of them. It was teamwork. It was a tag team, a fairy and a ghost tag team. And his reasoning behind this, why they would team up in such a way, is that he believes if a ghost is a restless spirit that can't move on, that can't rest in peace until some task has been completed, like to dig up some long-lost treasure in a faraway town, then it needs a human to help them complete this task. But because a ghost is a big, ethereal, floaty thing that can't hold a spade and dig things up, never mind a human, how can it carry them through the air? Well, the answer is it can't, but it can employ somebody else, some other supernatural creature, to do the hard work for them. And in this case, the ghosts employ the Bubach to transport the mortal through the air. Now, how exactly they employ them, I don't know. He doesn't expand on this. I would love to hear the conversation between the two. Maybe the ghost bribes the Bubach with a nice bowl of cream or something. I don't know. And so ends that creepy tale of the preacher and the Bubach, and so ends another episode of the Ghosts and Folklore podcast.
And our final creature for this episode is the Bucheat. And according to McCoy, the land of origin is Wales. Other origins, none known. Other names, none known. The element is fire. Appearance and temperament. The Bogie is more of a nuisance than a danger, but he can turn nasty if thwarted. He is solitary and moves so fast that he can barely be seen by human eyes. The few accounts of him say he is slender, stands no more than a foot tall, has a long, pointy nose, long fingers, and huge, flat feet. His eyes are purple and reflect no emotion. Most time active, mostly at night. The lore. The Bogie is a goblin who loves fire and the warmth of human homes. Once he finds his way in, he cannot be persuaded to leave, and exorcism is the only known remedy for this infestation. Fortunately, he is solitary and comes alone, but he will make himself at home and let you know in no uncertain terms when he is unhappy. Where to find them? Unknown. If you meet a Bogie on the inner planes, it is best to get as far away from him as possible to be sure he doesn't follow you home. How to contact? Contact not advised. And this is another creature that I scoured the internet for to find any source of, and I could not find anything substantial. So, once again, this particular creature goes straight into the does not exist category. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this particular episode of Fake Folklore. If you made it this far, congratulations. This was a long one. And welcome to my channel if you are new here. I usually read folklore, and I have a Patreon and a Ko-fi in my About section if you wanted to check those out. And also, thank you to all of the lovely speakers that were here with me throughout the entire episode, giving you guys more context and more accurate information than Eden McCoy ever did in her book. So once again, thank you guys so much, and I will see you all in the next one. Good night.